In the world of Dragon Ball, during the year 779 of the Age of the Dragon, the cold rain relentlessly pelted Gohan's lifeless body, now rendered cold and still. Trunks, arriving late to the scene, was struck by an overwhelming sense of disbelief, causing his legs to buckle as he knelt beside Gohan's corpse. Gohan! His desperate scream echoed through the heavens, and in a surge of intense anger, Trunks finally broke through his limits, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Alas, Gohan would never witness this moment. After Gohan's demise, a fragment of his soul inexplicably transcended time and space, returning to the past and inhabiting the body of his 7-year-old self. As Gohan's consciousness gradually awakened, he surveyed his surroundings with suspicion. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Gohan, hurry up." Gohan looked up, blinded by a bright light, his bare head reflecting the radiance. The voice belonged to none other than Krillin, the greatest victor in the Dragon Ball series. Uncle Krillin? Gohan gasped in astonishment. He felt compelled to follow Krillin, who seemed to be heading somewhere important. However, Gohan was perplexed, for in his memories, Krillin, Yamcha, Ten, Kairatsu, and Vegeta had all perished during the year of the android invasion. Before Gohan could ponder further, he sensed an immense energy approaching. Frieza, what is happening? Gohan glanced at his hands, realizing with shock that his right arm was unscathed and had somehow shrunk. The events unfolding around him felt strikingly familiar. A bold hypothesis formed in Gohan's mind. Shouldn't I be dead? Could it be that I have been reborn? Upon reaching a mountainous region, the arrival of familiar faces confirmed Gohan's suspicions. Yamcha, Tien, Kairatsu, Vegeta, Bulma. And a man with an unusually green complexion, his father, Piccolo. Gohan was filled with joy. Everyone is still alive. How wonderful. This time, I will not allow tragedy to unfold again. Gohan silently vowed. Krillin looked at Gohan in confusion. Hey, Gohan, Frieza is almost here. How can you still be smiling? Gohan suddenly realized his lapse in composure and quickly masked his smile. No, Gohan laughed awkwardly, brushing Krillin off. Humph, just like Kakaroto's wild child, completely lacking a sense of crisis. Vegeta, clad in a flamboyant pink top, sneered at Gohan. Yet Gohan felt no need to worry about the impending crisis. For he knew that soon, when Frieza descended upon Earth, Goku would return using instant transmission to vanquish both Frieza and his father. Little did he know, he was no longer in his original timeline. And the narrative had drastically diverged. Before long, Frieza's spaceship glided overhead, slowly descending onto a desolate wasteland. Nanny? There's an even stronger presence? Vegeta sensed a power emanating from the ship that surpassed Frieza's own. Frieza, King Cold, and their entourage emerged from the vessel. Frieza, is this Earth? It seems rather nice. King Cold surveyed the vibrant planet, as if already appraising its value in his mind. Indeed, before that wild monkey returns, I shall annihilate every living being on this planet. Frieza seethed, recalling Goku's past affronts on Namek. Fueled by rage, Frieza was ready to unleash chaos. But suddenly, a handsome man with a center-part hairstyle blocked his path. Are you Frieza? Trunks approached with unwavering confidence. Oh ho ho ho. I never imagined my name would reach such a remote place. Frieza responded, clearly dismissive of this unassuming earthling. But Trunks boldly declared, I have come to kill you. Frieza could hardly believe his ears, bursting into laughter as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Ha! Father, did you hear that? He claims he will kill me. What a lunatic. Let my subordinates entertain you. Frieza turned away, intending to leave. One of his henchmen, sporting a pointed head, activated his scouter. Power level only 5, worthless trash. With disdain, he drew a gun, aiming to eliminate this impertinent fool. Yet, as he fired, Trunks stood unfazed, still rooted in place. In disbelief, the henchman rubbed his eyes, firing multiple shots with no effect. Trunks simply raised his hand, effortlessly dispatching all of Frieza's soldiers. This display piqued Frieza's curiosity. Oh? It seems you possess some skill, but your actions have enraged me. You had best ensure your survival in my presence. Frieza prepared to unleash his death beam to end Trunks' life. Trunks casually swatted away Frieza's attack. You're waiting for Goku, aren't you? Frieza, taken aback, wondered how this boy knew his motives. You won't wait for him, for you will die here by my hand. Upon hearing Goku's name, Frieza's earlier composure shattered, replaced by pure fury. Trunks asserted, there is more than one Super Saiyan. Nanny? Frieza, confused by Trunks' words, was soon left speechless as he witnessed Trunks' transformation. Trunks' aura gradually shifted to gold, his energy skyrocketing in an instant. This immense power was sensed by the group on the nearby hillside. Nanny? Another Saiyan? This energy. Vegeta felt an inexplicable fury ignite within him. Why does this energy feel so familiar? Gohan strained to recall the energy of someone he knew. It resembled Goku's, yet bore a hint of Trunks' essence. But Gohan dismissed the thought. After all, Trunks had not yet been born in this timeline. Isn't that my father's energy? Gohan pondered aloud. Yet, no one understood Saiyan energy better than Vegeta. This power was not Kakarot's. With a fierce roar, Trunks successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Frieza, seeing Trunks' visage, was reminded of Goku's detestable form. Fury consumed him, and he longed to tear Trunks apart in an instant. Wild monkey. Before he could finish his sentence, Frieza unleashed a barrage of death beams at Trunks. Trunks merely raised his hand, deflecting every incoming attack. Frieza, in a rage, soared into the sky, conjuring a colossal energy sphere, looking down upon Trunks. Heh, wild monkey, if you have the ability, take this attack. Of course, you could also choose to flee, but your beloved Earth would be reduced to ashes. The distant onlookers gazed at the menacing energy orb, fearing the worst. If it struck Earth, not a single carbon-based life form would survive. Yet, Trunks remained calm, standing his ground without any intention of retreating. Feeling belittled, Frieza, in a fit of pique, unleashed his attack. Frieza, have you lost your mind? King Cold exclaimed, lamenting the potential losses that could ensue. It matters not, Father. This planet has lost its significance. In their exchange, it seemed as if the fate of Earth had been unwittingly sealed. Yet, upon glancing up, they observed that the energy sphere hovered merely a few centimeters above the ground, inexplicably stagnant. Is this truly your utmost effort, Frieza? Trunks' voice resonated steadily. With a swift motion, he redirected the assault back towards Frieza, who narrowly evaded the blast. You insufferable wild monkey. In an instant, Trunks materialized before Frieza, and with a mere glance, his sword cleaved Frieza into countless pieces. Nanny? Who is that? At this moment, Gohan finally discerned the identity of the newcomer. It was not Goku, and the sudden appearance of this Saiyan left him utterly bewildered. Chapter 2. Trunks' response. With a decisive stroke of his sword, Trunks obliterated Frieza into mere fragments. This breathtaking spectacle was witnessed by King Cold, who, despite feeling a tumult of anxiety within, maintained an air of composure. Young man, it appears you wield a formidable sword, capable of vanquishing Frieza. May I have a glance at it? Unfazed, Trunks tossed his sword to King Cold, who, upon receiving it, instantly donned a different demeanor. Ha, how foolish. Do you truly believe you can defeat me without this sword? He proclaimed, lunging directly at Trunks. However, in the blink of an eye, King Cold found himself astounded once more. Trunks effortlessly caught the sword with a single hand, rendering King Cold's might utterly ineffective. The blade remained steadfast, refusing to yield even an inch. Panic spread across King Cold's face. Very well, I actually admire you. That worthless Frieza is unworthy of being my son. Why not become my adopted son? I shall grant you half of the planets in the universe. Before he could finish, Trunks unleashed a palm blast that pierced through King Cold's chest, sending him crashing against a nearby rock. No. Spare me. I will acknowledge you as my adoptive father. I'll give you all the planets. Yet, Trunks, renowned as the most composed Saiyan, would not be swayed by such empty promises. A torrent of energy erupted from his hand, surging relentlessly towards King Cold, who was soon reduced to nothingness. With another wave of energy, Trunks obliterated Frieza's army along with their spaceship, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed. Remarkable. He defeated both Frieza and that even stronger creature in an instant. Krillin exclaimed, his jaw agape. What on earth is happening? Vegeta pondered, utterly bewildered by the identity of this suddenly appearing Saiyan. Gohan, too, was filled with confusion, as he had expected Goku to arrive and transform into a Super Saiyan to deal with Frieza and his father. With questions swirling in their minds, the group decided to approach this enigmatic figure. What? Has Son Goku defeated Frieza? I knew he could do it, exclaimed an oblivious Bulma, dancing with joy. However, the Kaioshin informed her that it was not Goku who had vanquished Frieza, but rather a young lad. Upon hearing this, Bulma speculated that it must be someone Goku met off-planet and eagerly wished to investigate. Are you joking, Bulma? We don't even know if that person is friend or foe. Approaching him could be dangerous. Krillin expressed his concerns, wary of potential ulterior motives. Even if he does have some hidden agenda, with his power, we wouldn't stand a chance. Cowards, you all stay here. With that, Vegeta propelled himself towards Trunks. Gohan, eager to understand the situation, followed closely behind. Father, where are you right now? Gohan thought, keeping pace with Vegeta. The Z warriors gradually gathered around Trunks. I'm going to welcome Mr. Son Goku. Would you all like to join me? Trunks smiled warmly at the group. What? Did he just mention Goku? Krillin remarked. I told you, it must be someone Goku knows. Bulma cheered. Yet, upon seeing Trunks' face, Gohan stood frozen. Trunks? He thought. Is this young man indeed Trunks? But how is it possible? He has grown so much and appears in this era? With a heart full of questions. Gohan followed Trunks to the location where Goku would land. Upon arrival, Trunks produced a universal capsule from his pocket. Boom. A mini refrigerator appeared. Here are some drinks. Feel free to help yourselves. Trunks announced, popping open a can and taking a hearty swig. Krillin wasted no time, grabbing a bottle for himself. Wow, this is delicious, he exclaimed, prompting Bulma to try it as well. Trunks couldn't help but blush at the sight of his youthful mother, while Gohan struggled to drink. He couldn't fathom how this Trunks, who appeared to be at least 16 or 17, had arrived in this timeline. Did something happen in the future after his death? Your transformation earlier, was it a Super Saiyan? Vegeta asked, his expression darkening. Yes, Trunks replied meekly, as this was the first time he faced his adoptive father. What nonsense! The only existing Saiyans besides me and Kakarot are that half-breed son of his. There are no other Saiyans. Vegeta bellowed. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that. Trunks lowered his head, inciting Vegeta's ire. If it weren't for the power disparity, he would have slapped Trunks soundly. At that moment, Bulma noticed the logo of the Universal Capsule Corporation on Trunks' attire. Young man, are you from the Universal Capsule Company? She inquired. I'm sorry, but I cannot say. Trunks responded. A barrage of questions ensued from the group, yet they only managed to glean his age and gender. Now, they awaited Goku's arrival with bated breath. Gohan's gaze remained fixed on Trunks, and finally, he could no longer contain himself. He approached Trunks and stated, May I ask you a few questions? Trunks appeared taken aback, unsure of what inquiries Gohan might pose at such a moment. Nevertheless, he agreed readily. The two stepped away to a more secluded spot. You are Trunks, correct? Gohan's eyes were resolute and profound, far from what one would expect from a 7-year-old. The unexpected revelation left Trunks in shock. How do you know? He stammered incredulously. Gohan lowered his gaze. I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal that. But please believe me. Trunks, feeling a sense of urgency, implored, Gohan. Please do not tell anyone else, otherwise my existence may. Gohan quickly reassured him. You need not worry. I only wish to confirm a few things and have no intention of interfering with your existence. Can you share the purpose of your visit? After a moment of contemplation, Trunks decided to divulge the truth. I traveled through a time machine created by my mother to convey a warning to Mr. Son Goku about an impending crisis involving androids in the future, as well as to assist him in overcoming his heart ailment. Additionally, I seek help in this timeline. This influx of information flooded Gohan's mind, aligning closely with his earlier speculations. So they still haven't resolved the android issue? It seems that Trunks' arrival could significantly alter the course of this timeline. Thank you. I have no further questions, Gohan said, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. Trunks wished to inquire more, but Gohan offered no opportunity. Trunks, did I just share so much, and you have nothing to say in return? However, Gohan's hesitance stemmed from his reluctance to reveal the truth of his reincarnation, fearing it would be too outlandish for anyone to believe. Trunks appeared visibly troubled, unable to comprehend why Gohan was aware of his true identity. As their conversation unfolded, a swift arc cut through the atmosphere. A spherical spacecraft descended rapidly nearby, crashing into the ground and creating a profound crater. Observing this spectacle, the onlookers hastily gathered around. As the hatch gradually opened, a man clad in the attire of a Yardration emerged from the vessel. Chapter 3. Persuading Chi-Chi, Gohan no longer wants to study. Why is everyone gathered here? Goku gazed in confusion at the crowd. Goku, you truly landed here, Krillin exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Trunks. It was this young man who informed us of your arrival. He must be an acquaintance of yours from the universe, right? Bulma remarked. Goku scrutinized Trunks, apologetically saying, I'm afraid I don't recognize you. He laughed and scratched his head. Then he continued, but where is Frieza? His spaceship is faster than mine. I couldn't overtake him, haha. Frieza was also defeated by this young man, Krillin replied. This revelation took Goku by surprise. How could this seemingly unremarkable lad possess the strength to vanquish Frieza? Soon after, Trunks led Goku away from the crowd to engage in a hushed discussion. Unbeknownst to them, Piccolo, with his keen hearing, overheard every word. As their conversation progressed, both transformed into Super Saiyans, testing each other as strength. This scene provoked a fit of jealousy in Vegeta, who who thought one Kakarot surpassing him was already too much, and now there was another? Where could the pride of the Saiyan Prince go? Why did Trunks and his father suddenly both transform into Super Saiyans? Gohan observed this spectacle with confusion as well. After an extensive dialogue, Trunks handed Goku a vial containing a miraculous medicine that held the key to Goku's future before departing in his time machine, leaving Goku in a state of uncertainty on how to express himself. At that critical moment, Piccolo intervened, informing the group of two formidable androids that would emerge in 3 years. "Piccolo, you've been eavesdropping all along," Goku exclaimed. "Don't worry. I wouldn't be foolish enough to suggest anything that would erase his existence." Once Piccolo finished explaining, Vegeta eagerly pressed Goku for details. "Kakarot, given your nature, you must have learned some peculiar techniques during your absence from Earth." Goku candidly replied, "Indeed, I inadvertently traveled to Yardrat." He promptly demonstrated instant transmission by borrowing Master Roshi's sunglasses. After their exchange, they all agreed to meet 3 years later at the site of the android's emergence, before parting ways to return to their respective homes. Only Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan remained. Goku extended an invitation to Piccolo. "Piccolo, would you like to train with me?" "Spare me," Piccolo humorously replied. "You are a Super Saiyan now. How could I possibly compete with you?" Yet, he accepted the offer. Gohan fell silent for a moment, then, as if making a significant decision, raised his head. "Dad, I want to train too. I must become stronger." Gohan's resolute gaze spoke of his determination. Goku looked at Piccolo, thinking, wasn't he this child fond of studying in his youth? What has spurred this change? Piccolo's eyes replied, "I'm as clueless as you are." Goku, initially filled with joy, soon felt a pang of worry. "Gohan, what about your mother?" After contemplating for a moment, Gohan replied resolutely, "I will talk to Mom. This time, I want to fall behind in my training. Please, you and Uncle Piccolo must give me the most rigorous training." Goku could not argue further, so the trio returned to Capsule Corporation. Upon entering, Chi-Chi leaped into Goku's arms, bursting into tears as she recounted her hardships over the years, scolding him for being so heartless as to stay away for a year and expressing how much she missed him. Gohan felt a lump in his throat at this scene but resolutely held back his tears. "No matter what, I will not allow such a tragic fate to occur again." This scene only solidified Gohan's resolve to become stronger, hence, he was determined to abandon his studies. Goku gently patted Chi-Chi's back, and after the joy of reunion faded, he gestured for Chi-Chi to listen as Gohan had something to say. Chi-Chi then turned her attention to the anxious-looking Gohan. "What is it, Gohan? Do you have something to tell Mommy?" Chi-Chi said with a warm smile. Gohan hesitated, struggling to find his voice. Even after all this time, he still felt a measure of fear towards his mother. After a mental struggle, he thought it better to get it over with quickly and blurted out, "Mom, I don't want to study anymore. I want to train with Dad. Please support me." Gohan shut his eyes and spoke rapidly, unable to look Chi-Chi in the eye. However, Chi-Chi, who had just been warm and gentle, suddenly changed her demeanor upon hearing Gohan's words, turning her ire towards Goku. "What? Goku, did you instigate this? My Gohan is already saying he doesn't want to study just because you returned? This is absurd. How can this be allowed?" Chi-Chi's aggressive tone sent shivers down Goku's spine. Gohan quickly intervened. "No, Mom, it's my own decision to train. It has nothing to do with Dad." Seeing that a direct approach was futile, Chi-Chi began to plead earnestly. "Gohan, I want you to study for your own good. You and your father can train. But what future do you have as a martial artist? Only by studying diligently can you secure a good job, earn respect, and achieve greatness. Everything I do is for you, to ensure you have a brighter future. In short, I will not agree." Chi-Chi's barrage nearly left Gohan flustered. But he had rehearsed his responses in his mind long before. "But Mom, have you considered that I may not enjoy studying? I'm grown up now. I have my own thoughts. I hope to make my own decisions and I long for your support." Gohan's words rendered Chi-Chi speechless. Seeing the situation turn in their favor, Goku quickly chimed in. Yes, Chi-Chi, Gohan is grown up now. We, as parents, must support his decision." At this moment, Chi-Chi seemed to resign herself, collapsing onto the ground in tears, losing all joy at Goku's return. "Who am I doing all this for? Isn't it for Gohan's sake?" Gohan witnessed this and felt a pang in his heart. "I'm sorry, Mom. But this time I have a compelling reason to abandon my studies. To prevent death, to eradicate that future, I must do this." After what felt like an eternity, Chi-Chi finally calmed down, wiped her tears, and conceded, "All right then, Gohan, you've grown up. I shouldn't interfere with your decision. Just as the father and son thought they had finally persuaded Chi-Chi, she abruptly shifted her tone. But Goku, you must find a reliable job as a trade-off to help support the family. You have no idea how difficult life has been for us while you've been away. Upon hearing this, Goku's expression fell, resembling a wilting flower, his brow furrowing. Why must it be like this? Yet, out of guilt for his family, he reluctantly agreed. This heartwarming family moment made Gohan reminisce about the past, realizing he had not felt this long-lost sense of family for far too long. Piccolo stood outside, arms crossed, reflecting, I never expected even a Super Saiyan could fear a woman. He silently rejoiced. Thank goodness I don't need to find a wife. Thus, Gohan was finally free from the burden of studying, allowing him to devote all his time to training. So, to what extent would a Gohan who does not engage in reading truly excel? Chapter 4. The King of the World and Gohan's King Fist at the break of dawn. Gohan rose early and stepped outside into the courtyard. After completing over 100 push-ups to warm up, he began to stretch his limbs. Although this new body felt considerably limited compared to his previous form, it was still in pristine condition. After a full day of adjustment, Gohan had gradually acclimated to this frail physique. Gohan. At that moment, Goku returned from his morning training, clutching a massive dinosaur tail. Dad. Gohan hurried over to greet him. In no time, both Goku and Gohan had devoured the enormous tail. They reclined on the grass, and due to Chi-Chi's insistence that Goku find a job, Goku planned to seek a master for Gohan during his working hours. Gohan, how about I help you find a master? Gohan's interest piqued. That sounds great. Who do you intend to find as my master? It was known that in his past life, Gohan squandered his immense talent due to a lack of guidance. With that, Goku sprang to his feet and said, You'll see when we get there. Let us go. Gohan stood up, ready to follow his father on this quest. In an instant, Gohan grabbed Goku's collar, and they teleported to King Kai's planet. Coincidentally, King Kai had just emerged from his dwelling. Ah, I thought it was someone else. It's Goku. It's been over a year since we last met. During Goku's absence, King Kai had missed him, as Goku was undoubtedly his most outstanding disciple. Goku greeted him with a cheerful demeanor and promptly stated his purpose. King Kai, I would like you to teach Gohan. What do you think? Really? King Kai was taken aback at first. Goku, your power now surpasses mine. Why not teach your son yourself? Well, Chi-Chi wants me to find a job. So I thought I could train Gohan in the morning and leave him with you to train in the afternoons. Moreover, this child has talent far exceeding mine. He will bring you honor. Goku replied respectfully. After a year apart, you become quite polite. Very well. But the usual applies. Gohan must tell me a joke to make me laugh. King Kai was intrigued by Goku's proposal. Goku gestured wildly to Gohan, urging him to share a humorous quip. Gohan felt a bit bewildered. I never imagined my master would be King Kai. I must seize this opportunity. After pondering for a while, Gohan finally concocted a reasonably good joke. With a serious expression, he began. Once there was a stag that kept running faster and faster until it ultimately transformed into a highway. King Kai stood frozen in disbelief upon hearing this joke, then turned his back, covering his mouth with his hands as he trembled with laughter. Goku knew it had worked. King Kai erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. The stag and the highway, absolutely brilliant. Very well, Gohan, I shall accept you as my disciple. Overjoyed, Gohan leaped with excitement. Wonderful, wonderful. After successfully becoming a disciple, Goku bid farewell to King Kai and returned to his home on the mountain. Excellent, Gohan. From now on, I will train with you in the mornings alongside Piccolo. And in the afternoons, I will take you to train with King Kai. Do you think you can handle it? Goku worried that this regimen might be too demanding for Gohan. Little did he know, Gohan's greatest desire at that moment was to train and grow stronger. No problem, Dad. Please push me as hard as you can, Gohan declared resolutely. Shortly thereafter, on a cliff, the sound of fists colliding echoed in the air. Goku and Piccolo launched a relentless assault on Gohan. He endured their blows while waiting for the perfect moment to counterattack. His combat experience from his past life far exceeded that of this 7-year-old child. Suddenly, he seized an opening against Piccolo and unleashed a powerful energy blast, pushing Piccolo back. Not bad, Piccolo exclaimed in disbelief. In the next moment, Gohan unleashed a flurry of attacks like a tempest, forcing Goku to momentarily retreat. Just then, Piccolo rejoined the fray, and the battle shifted back to a 2-on-1 situation. Gohan, feeling the pressure, unleashed a burst of energy, creating distance between him and the two fighters, executing a series of moves that enveloped them in smoke. As the smoke cleared, Goku and Piccolo charged at Gohan once more. He bravely withstood their fierce onslaught for 2.5 grueling hours, lying exhausted on the grass afterward. Dad, you and Uncle Piccolo are too strong. I'm no match for you, Gohan panted. Honestly, Gohan, your performance today exceeded my expectations. It seems you haven't slacked off while I was away. Goku praised him warmly. Thankfully, the combat experience I gained from fighting the androids has paid off. Otherwise, I would have struggled to endure today, Gohan thought gratefully. After lunch, Goku teleported Gohan to King Kai's planet. King Kai, I entrust Gohan to you. With that, Goku vanished in another instant. He was off to find a job. Gohan, to train with me, you must first pass 2 trials, King Kai said, his eyes glued to a newspaper. Please go ahead, King Kai. I will accomplish them all, Gohan replied respectfully. The first trial is to catch bubbles. As he spoke, a monkey appeared from seemingly nowhere, approaching King Kai. Is this the one? What a peculiar trial. Haha, don't underestimate him. Goku had to catch. Before King Kai could finish, he saw Gohan holding Bubbles by the tail, standing before him. Not bad. King Kai cleared his throat, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It seems Goku was right. This boy is truly gifted. King Kai then felt a surge of excitement, realizing he had made the right choice in taking Gohan as his disciple. Alright, the second trial is to catch Gregory. With that, a glowing orb shot toward Gohan, and when the light faded, a grasshopper-like creature appeared before him. King Kai conjured a large hammer, signaling Gohan to knock it down. At first, the hammer felt heavy in Gohan's hands, but after a moment of adjustment, he swung it with ease. King Kai lounged in a chair, flipping through his newspaper. Haha, this trial won't be so easy. Back in the day, Goku struggled with Gregory. As they chatted, Gohan swung the hammer and sent Gregory crashing into King Kai's newspaper. My apologies, King Kai. Gohan chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Such a formidable child. King Kai decided to stop holding back and prepared to teach Gohan all his best techniques. This is fantastic. With this child, my King Fist and Spirit Bomb will once again flourish. Excellent, Gohan. You have passed all my trials. Now, I shall impart my ultimate techniques to you without reservation. Gohan swallowed hard, ready to embrace the forthcoming challenges. Time swiftly passed, and after half a month of rigorous training, Gohan had begun to grasp the fundamentals of the King Fist. Chapter 5. Goku's endeavors in the past fortnight. Goku has been quite occupied. At the behest of Chi-Chi, he reluctantly agreed to accompany Piccolo to obtain a driver's license. Thus, after concluding his morning training with Gohan, he set off with Piccolo to learn the art of driving. However, Goku's driving skills were evidently rather reckless. He either yanked the steering wheel too violently or accidentally floored the accelerator, nearly sending the driving instructor into a fit. Despite the passage of over 2 weeks, Goku's driving had shown no improvement whatsoever. Mr. Son, if your skills remain at this level, you shall never acquire a license, the instructor admonished earnestly. Goku could only chuckle nervously in response. Who would have thought even a Super Saiyan could struggle with something so mundane? Piccolo quipped from the sidelines. In contrast to Goku, Piccolo had made substantial progress over the past 2 weeks and was now able to drive with a semblance of proficiency. Piccolo, stop with the mockery. Share some of your techniques with me, Goku exclaimed, anxiety coursing through him like a restless ant on a hot skillet, dreading the scolding that awaited him from Chi-Chi if he failed to secure his license. Old son, driving is not akin to your training. Precision and speed are crucial when turning the wheel. Most importantly, you must restrain your strength and refrain from stomping on the gas, Piccolo instructed passionately. In the end, Goku distilled this advice into 2 words: control strength. After 2 additional months of practice, the day finally arrived when Goku could drive competently and graduated from driving school. Chi-Chi, I have splendid news. I have finally obtained my driver's license, Goku exclaimed with exuberance as he burst through the door. That evening, upon returning home, Goku eagerly shared this news with Chi-Chi. That's wonderful, Goku. Not only does this mean you have employment secured, but you can also take us out for picnics, Chi-Chi replied, her face glowing with joy as she scrutinized Goku's newly acquired license, which he had worked on for 2.5 months. Congratulations, Dad. Gohan chimed in with his blessings. Goku winked at Gohan, a charming moment shared between father and son. After dinner, Goku and Gohan reclined leisurely on the lawn. Gohan, how has your training with the King Kai been progressing? Goku inquired. Quite well. Lord Kai has imparted all his secret techniques to me without reservation. I have already mastered the Kaioken and am close to mastering the Spirit Bomb, Gohan replied enthusiastically, sharing the fruits of his recent training. Impressive. It took me over 6 months to learn these techniques. Goku said, patting Gohan affectionately on the head. By the way, Dad, how is your job search going? Gohan asked, concern creeping into his voice. Goku seemed to drift into a moment of reflection. Though it has been a bit challenging, I have finally passed the driving test. Chi-Chi mentioned I could work as a chauffeur for others. That sounds promising, Dad. I'm sure Mom will be thrilled. Goku laughed, and after a pleasant chat, they each retired to their rooms, slipping into slumber. The following day, after lunch and a morning of training, Goku utilized instant transmission to transport Gohan to King Kai's planet. Lord Kai, I have brought Gohan again. Goku greeted warmly. By the way, Lord Kai, how has Gohan been progressing in his training? Goku inquired, striking a chord with King Kai. Oh, Goku, this lad is astonishingly tenacious. In just 3 short months, he has nearly mastered everything I have to offer. He has surpassed your progress by a considerable margin. His talent is simply extraordinary. King Kai exclaimed, visibly flustered, having never encountered such a prodigy in his lengthy existence. Haha. Lord Kai, he hasn't completed everything yet. There's still more to learn. Speaking of which, I must find work this afternoon, so I leave Gohan in your capable hands. With that, Goku took off like a bolt, leaving King Kai momentarily bewildered. Gohan, what shall we learn today? Came Gohan's eager voice from behind him. What a pleasant surprise. This is the first time I feel like I'm actually at work since he arrived. King Kai mused internally, yet his body dutifully began instructing Gohan. Filled with pride for his dedicated pupil. In West City, Goku, clad in a suit, drove through the streets, hoping to pick up passengers. If he failed to earn any money today, he feared Chi-Chi's reproach. As he pondered, he unwittingly found himself at the entrance of Capsule Corporation, where he fortuitously encountered Bulma exiting the building. Goku's astonishment mirrored Bulma's as she exclaimed, Sun-kun? Goku? What brings you here? Bulma retorted, her irritation flaring. This is my home. Why wouldn't I be here? On another note, how did you end up as a driver? She pressed as she climbed into the car. Well, it's Chi-Chi's doing. Gohan decided to focus on training instead of studying, and as a compromise, Chi-Chi asked me to find a job to help support the family. Goku explained. Then inquired where Bulma intended to go. That's rather odd. I thought Gohan aspired to be a great scholar. Take me to the department store. I need to buy some things for home. Right away, Goku replied as he stomped on the accelerator with gusto. Hey, slow down. There's a lady in the car. Bulma sighed, bemused by Goku's unchanged nature after all these years. After exchanging pleasantries during the drive, they soon arrived at their destination. By the way, Sun-kun, could you accompany me? You could help me carry some things. Bulma suggested, hoping to have Goku as her shopping companion and protector. I'd rather not. If I don't make any money today, Chi-Chi will surely scold me. Nonsense. Money is no issue. I'll pay you. Plus, you can drive me home afterward. Upon hearing the prospect of payment, Goku eagerly exited the vehicle. After all, if he could earn money while accompanying a familiar face on a shopping trip, why not? Inside the department store, Bulma indulged in a shopping spree, and before long, Goku was laden with bags towering nearly as high as the sky. They soon entered a jewelry store, where a band of robbers lurked, plotting to rob the place that very day. While Bulma was engrossed in selecting jewelry, the sound of shattering glass erupted as bullets pierced through, throwing the scene into chaos. Bulma, startled, found herself under the control of masked robbers brandishing guns. Robbery. Fill these bags if you wish to live. One robber commanded, tossing 2 burlap sacks towards the crowd. Bulma, with a wry smile, looked at the robbers and replied, Oh, you're quite unfortunate. A Super Saiyan is present. She gestured for Goku to handle the situation. The robbers, bewildered, muttered, What is a Super Saiyan? In a flash, Goku dispatched the robbers with remarkable speed, rendering them unconscious in mere moments. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived to apprehend the criminals. As they exited the department store, Bulma expressed her gratitude. I owe you one today, Goku. With numerous bags in his arms, Goku chuckled. Oh, it was nothing. By the way, Bulma, don't forget to pay me, or Chi-Chi will have my head. At that moment, an idea struck Bulma. How about you become my bodyguard? I'll pay you handsomely. What do you say? Imagine what it would be like to have the strongest Super Saiyan in the universe as a bodyguard. Goku pondered for a moment. Realizing he needed to discuss this with Chi-Chi, Bulma, understanding the situation, simply expressed that Goku could come to her anytime once he had made up his mind. After escorting Bulma home, Goku returned to his own abode. No. That woman must have ulterior motives. She surely intends to steal my Goku. Chi-Chi exclaimed in a fit of rage, adamantly opposing Goku's decision to become a bodyguard. Mom, how can you think so poorly of Aunt Bulma? Gohan retorted, indignant. In that desperate future, it was Bulma's unwavering support that aided Chi-Chi and her family, who had lost their husband, enabling them to survive in an era of scarcity. Ultimately, it is simply out of the question. Goku scratched his head and let out a resigned chuckle. Chapter 6. The embryo of the Super Saiyan, Mimetic Super Saiyan. Near Baozi Mountain. At the break of dawn, Goku and Gohan stood poised atop two stone peaks. Gohan, allow me to assess the fruits of your training during this time. Goku declared, adopting a battle stance. I am more than willing to oblige, Dad. Gohan responded, mirroring his father's readiness for combat. The scene mirrored the fierce clash between Vegeta and Goku upon their arrival on Earth. In the blink of an eye, their figures danced in combat amidst the sky. Piccolo, having chosen an ideal vantage point, stood with arms crossed, observing this heartwarming duel between father and son. Gohan, let me witness the extent of your progress during our time apart. Amidst their playful banter, Gohan landed a straight punch squarely on Goku's cheek, then relentlessly pursued his father with a flurry of strikes. Goku acknowledged his underestimation of Gohan and momentarily retreated. Haha, Gohan, that was impressive. I didn't expect you to have improved so much. Gohan responded confidently, you'd better show some real power, Dad. I haven't even unleashed the Kaioken yet. The thrill of battle ignited the dormant Saiyan cells within Gohan, filling him with exuberance. Goku cracked his neck and flexed his wrists, unleashing a tremendous aura that left Piccolo astonished. Old son, I never would have guessed that amidst your busy schedule, you could achieve such remarkable progress. What kind of demons are these Saiyans? In an instant, Goku vanished from sight, reappearing like a specter behind Gohan. Gohan swiftly turned, only to be met with a powerful knee strike that dominated his vision. He quickly raised his hands to defend himself but was still propelled into the air. Goku followed suit with a swift hand strike aimed at Gohan's face. Caught off guard, Gohan activated the Kaioken. Kaioken, a fiery red aura enveloped Gohan, significantly enhancing his speed as he distanced himself to a cliffside. Goku looked down upon Gohan, urging, show me your full strength. Goku, too, felt the thrill of battle coursing through him, caught in a fervor. Gohan resolved to demonstrate the results of his training, bellowing, Kaioken, ×5. After 2.5 months of rigorous training, the fivefold Kaioken represented the pinnacle of what Gohan could endure. His fiery aura intensified. Through his training with King Kai, Gohan's baseline combat power had reached 1.5 million, and with the fivefold Kaioken, it soared to 7.5 million, more than double Goku's current state of 4.3 million. Yet, Goku chose to remain in his base form, ready to engage. Excellent, this fighting style suits you, Goku. However, Goku soon found himself at a disadvantage. Gohan, empowered by the Kaioken, displayed remarkable speed and strength. His punches rained down upon Goku, leaving marks on his formidable physique, causing even Goku to feel the strain. Yet, the onslaught could not last. Gohan's speed began to wane. The immense toll of the Kaioken proved too much for his youthful body to sustain. Goku noticed Gohan's labored breathing, sensing his son's limits. Gohan, it's time to stop. Your body cannot bear the strain of the Kaioken any longer. Gohan, however, had other ideas. Let us continue, Dad. I haven't lost yet. Gohan understood that while this was merely a friendly spar, in a real battle, an opponent would not relent simply because one was fatigued. If faced with the androids in a future timeline, would they spare him for being unable to withstand their attacks? No, only a dead end awaited him. Only by relentlessly pushing the boundaries of his physical limits could he hope to grow stronger. With this resolve, Gohan's eyes sparkled once more as he summoned the energy around him, intensifying his aura and launching himself at Goku like a cannonball. Goku was perplexed by his son's determination, yet he could not deny Gohan's fervor, so he resolved to exert a bit more power to swiftly conclude the match. Kaioken, ×2. Goku's aura ignited as well, albeit slightly less intense than Gohan's. Under the pressure of Goku's Kaioken-enhanced attacks, Gohan gradually found himself on the back foot. Each of his strikes seemed to be anticipated and blocked by Goku, who then retaliated with a flurry of punches that left Gohan in agony, crying out in pain. A sight that sent chills down Piccolo's spine. Old son, what are you thinking? Gohan is still just a child. But Goku pressed on, knowing that in a contest, giving one's all was the greatest respect one could show to their opponent. A swift kick sent Gohan crashing into the rocks. As Gohan gazed up at Goku, who loomed over him, his consciousness began to fade. In a haze, he glimpsed a horrific future, the ruthless forms of androids 17 and 18 slaughtering his friends, their faces disappearing from his sight one by one. No. Krillin, Tien, Vegeta, Piccolo, Everyone. Murmuring, Gohan's aura suddenly surged, causing the surrounding rocks to tremble. Rising to his feet, his crimson hair stood on end, eyes brightening, his aura shifting to a brilliant gold. Gohan stood still, resembling a predator ready to pounce. Goku. Taken aback, exclaimed, Gohan, what has happened to you? Then, Goku recognized the scene before him. It echoed the moment he had defeated Frieza. Yet, Gohan, lost in his fervor, could not hear his father's call. As this state persisted for 2.5 minutes, Gohan's body could no longer sustain itself, and his aura dissipated, causing him to collapse. Goku rushed to support Gohan, and Piccolo arrived shortly thereafter. Old son, wait here. I'll fetch some senzu beans. Without missing a beat, Piccolo soared towards Korin Tower. Please, Piccolo. Goku's concern for Gohan was palpable. Moments later, Piccolo returned with the beans. Goku administered one to Gohan, who chewed and swallowed it, his eyes widening in an instant. Revitalized, he sprang to his feet, feeling slightly stronger, unaware that he had just experienced a Saiyan awakening. Gohan, are you alright? Goku and Piccolo encircled him, anxious. Gohan exchanged glances with them. I'm fine, Dad. I feel great, almost as if I've grown stronger. Do you remember what just happened? Goku inquired as Gohan regained his composure. What? Gohan responded, bewildered. Goku proceeded to recount the events that had just transpired. At this moment, Gohan recalled that the sensation he had just experienced bore a striking resemblance to the feeling he encountered during his first transformation into a Super Saiyan in a previous life. Chapter 7. The Fury of Vegeta. Haha, this is a good thing. It shows that you are continuously pushing the limits of your body and growing stronger. Goku encouraged Gohan. The father-son match finally concluded. Piccolo smiled and remarked, Gohan, you have truly become stronger. Perhaps, not long from now, I may not be your match. How could that be, Uncle Piccolo? There is still a vast chasm between my strength and that of you and Dad. Gohan stated frankly. Despite carrying the memories of his past life, he still needed to hone his foundational fighting abilities. At present, Gohan resembled an undeveloped fledgling. Unbeknownst to them, their contest had stretched close to midday. Gohan intended to take Goku to hunt in the mountains and cordially invited Piccolo to join. No, it's unnecessary. I only need water. Piccolo had always been perplexed by the food habits of the Sun family, so he took his leave and flew towards the sacred land. When not occasionally accompanying Goku to search for work, Piccolo would spend his free time meditating and training in the sacred land. After lunch, Goku, as per usual, took Gohan to the North Kai's place before driving his floating car to the city for work. Meanwhile, at the Capsule Corporation, Vegeta was completing the last of his push-ups under 200 times the normal gravity. Exhausted, he collapsed, perspiration trickling down his bronzed skin, each drop darkening the floor beneath him. With great effort, he rose and approached the wall of the gravity chamber. Bang! Vegeta's fist struck the metallic wall with a thunderous sound. He had been training in this grueling environment for nearly 3 months. During this time, aside from eating and sleeping, he devoted nearly all his hours to training. Yet he had still failed to transform into a Super Saiyan. This led him to harbor profound doubts about his own capabilities. Why? Can I truly become a Super Saiyan? At that moment, Bulma's voice drifted in from outside. Vegeta, I bought some supplies and new clothes for you. Would you like to come out and try them on? I must tell you, yesterday at the department store, I happened upon a group of robbers. Fortunately, Goku was there. He was incredible and swiftly dealt with them. Bulma chattered animatedly outside, blissfully unaware of the turmoil brewing within the gravity chamber. Get lost. Do not disturb my training, you inferior woman. Vegeta almost roared. Bulma was taken aback. What is wrong with you? I am merely trying to help. Treating a lady like this is barbaric. After placing the clothes on a table outside, she stormed off in frustration. Inside, Vegeta was consumed by rage. The image of Goku lingered ominously in his mind. He could not accept that Goku was the legendary Super Saiyan, while he, the Prince of the Saiyans, remained untransformed. Kakarot. It's always Kakarot. Just you wait. I will surpass you and leave you far behind. In a fit of anger, Vegeta approached the control panel and, disregarding his own condition, set the gravity to 300 times. If Kakarot trains under 100 times gravity, then I shall train under 300 times. I must be stronger. Yet, he overlooked the fact that his body could scarcely endure the immense pressure of 300 times gravity. His 60-kilogram frame now bore the weight of nearly 20 tons. This overwhelming force forced Vegeta to the ground, rendering him immobile. His already exhausted body could not react. The crushing gravity made it difficult for him to breathe. And he even began to feel faint, as if his very heartbeat were accelerating and his bones were shattering. Vegeta struggled to rise, but after several attempts, he realized he was powerless to do so, gradually losing the will to resist. Before long, his vision began to blur, and his consciousness slipped away. Did I truly have to meet my end in such a humiliating manner? In a daze, he once again caught glimpses of Kakarot and an unknown young scion. Both figures appeared before him, and he attempted to chase after them, but no matter how hard he ran, he could not catch up. Their disdainful gazes pierced through him. What nonsense is this? I am the proud prince of the Scions, Vegeta. This deeply wounded Vegeta's pride. In a desperate attempt, he unleashed all the power within him, a white aura exploding forth like a tidal wave. Yet, the two figures remained unfazed, and with a roar, they transformed into Super Scions simultaneously. Their expressions seemed to mock Vegeta, as the golden aura not only overwhelmed his own but also shattered his meager self-esteem. Vegeta's vision darkened, and he finally lost consciousness. Time passed, and when Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, he found himself wrapped in bandages, lying quietly on Bulma's large bed. Beside him, a worried Bulma had fallen asleep, her head resting on the table. Vegeta attempted to move, but a searing pain shot through him, forcing him to halt. This movement startled the slumbering Bulma awake. Really, Vegeta, what are you trying to do? You were so reckless. If I hadn't found you in time and shut off the gravity, you would have perished in that chamber. Are your brains made of muscle? You dare to set the gravity to 300 times without considering your condition? You are truly insane. Do you realize that nearly all your bones are shattered? Now lie still. Bulma's relentless tirade, coupled with her fierce demeanor, left Vegeta momentarily speechless, compelling him to comply with her wishes. All right, you will rest for now. Training can wait. You must first recover your body if you wish to grow stronger. I have already instructed the chef to prepare some nourishing food for you. I'll fetch it now, she said, heading towards her kitchen. Lowly woman, Vegeta muttered once Bulma was out of earshot. Before long, Bulma returned with a bowl of seafood porridge. She attempted to feed it to Vegeta, but the proud prince could not tolerate such treatment. What are you doing? I can do it myself. He tried to move, but the intense pain forced him to stop. Can you even move in your current state? Open your mouth. Bulma's commanding attitude met with Vegeta's stubbornness. If you don't comply, you can forget about using my gravity chamber for training. Facing Bulma's fierce glare, Vegeta finally lost his temper. Moreover, in his current condition, he had no choice but to blush and reluctantly open his mouth. Thus, under Bulma's care, Vegeta's body gradually progressed towards recovery day by day. Chapter 8. The Secret of Anger and the Speedy Transformation. A week later, Vegeta could finally move his arms to a minimal extent. However, this prolonged waiting was nothing short of torment for him, as he was unable to train and had to endure daily attentions from a woman. More humiliatingly, he felt embarrassed to ask Bulma for assistance each time he needed to use the restroom. Ultimately, Bulma fashioned a bell for him and arranged for a servant, instructing him to ring the bell whenever he required help. After lunch one day, Vegeta gazed out the window, lost in thought. Memories of his time on Namek flooded his mind. Weak and on the brink of death, he shed tears of desperation, pleading with Goku to avenge the Scion race. Those two tears encapsulated all of Vegeta's emotions: hatred for his own weakness, resentment towards Frieza for exploiting his people, and bitterness towards Goku for his perpetual mercy. At that moment, he thought it far more meaningful to die at Goku's hands upon arriving on Earth than to perish at Frieza's. At least then, he would not feel so humiliated. Can I truly become a Super Saiyan? Why? I have exerted as much effort as Kakarot, yet I cannot transform. Vegeta pondered repeatedly in his heart, even as his inner voice insisted that he had indeed done his utmost. Thus, he fell once more into a spiral of despair. Just then, Bulma pushed open the door and entered slowly. Hey, Vegeta, what are you thinking about? She inquired, her curiosity piqued as she observed him staring out the window. Hey, you lowly woman, Vegeta began, but was swiftly interrupted by Bulma. Do not refer to me as a lowly woman, and I am not Hey. I have a name. It's Bulma. She corrected him with righteous indignation. Vegeta felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, as a hint of fear began to creep in regarding this woman. Bulma, do you think I can truly transform into a Super Saiyan and surpass Kakarot? He asked, glancing at his hands with a sense of doubt. Bulma seemed to sense the undercurrent of insecurity within Vegeta. Of course you can. You are the proud prince of the Scions. You are all Scions, aren't you? If Goku can do it, so can you. With that, she even made a supportive gesture. For reasons unknown, Vegeta felt a flicker of confidence igniting within him, a belief that he could indeed transform into a Super Saiyan. Yes, I am a Scion like Kakarot. If he can achieve it, there is no reason I cannot. Moreover, my potential exceeds his. In an instant, Vegeta appeared transformed, rekindling his self-assurance. Bulma, is there any way you can help me recover quickly? He inquired eagerly, as time was of the essence. He knew Goku had been making progress during his recovery. Bulma thoughtfully stroked her chin. Oh right, the senza beans will do the trick. Senza beans? The kind Kakarot ate on Namek? Vegeta recalled vaguely. Just wait. I'll call Goku right now. At that moment, Goku, busy preparing to leave, received Bulma's call. Hello, who is this? He asked, hurriedly putting on his suit. Son Goku. It's Bulma. Can you help me retrieve some senza beans? I need them urgently. I can't. I have to go to work, or Chi-Chi will be upset. Goku replied. His tone tinged with urgency. Bulma, on the other end, was growing impatient. Is it just about the money? If you bring me the beans, I'll pay you what you earn in a month. Indeed, money could bend even a Super Saiyan to its will. Goku thought it a splendid deal. Delivering a meal would earn him a month's salary. He quickly discarded his suit and donned his familiar martial arts uniform. Ah, this outfit is the most comfortable. In the blink of an eye, Goku utilized instant transmission to collect the senza beans and arrived at Bulma's doorstep. Moments later, Bulma approached him, carrying a box of cash. Here, this should cover your expenses for a while. Bulma remarked tersely, as if reproaching Goku for always being evasive about her requests. Thanks a million, Bulma. Rest assured. I'll prioritize your request from now on. Goku said, accepting the box of money and handing her the 2 senza beans. With another instant transmission, he vanished from sight, leaving Bulma to reflect on how he always seemed to come and go unnoticed. Before long, Bulma entered Vegeta's room, presenting him with the senza bean. Here, eat this. And your injuries will heal, she said, offering him one of the beans. Vegeta scrutinized the bean closely. Will this truly work? Do you think I would deceive you? Bulma retorted, raising her voice. Steeling himself, Vegeta swallowed the bean whole. Miraculously, his body transformed as if a barren desert had suddenly turned into a lush oasis. All his injuries healed in an instant, and he felt a surge of strength. With a mere flex, he shattered all the bandages surrounding him. Ah, Bulma exclaimed, hastily turning her head away in embarrassment. Vegeta, realizing he was exposed, quickly dove under the covers. Before long, Vegeta changed into his usual attire. Ready to dash into the gravity chamber. Bulma approached him again. Vegeta, are you going back into the gravity chamber? That's none of your business, Lo, he began, but quickly corrected himself, wary of Bulma's temper. Hee, Vegeta, while I may not understand training, I at least know that one must balance work and rest. Don't always push yourself to the limit. Goku used to say that training requires a balance, allowing one's emotions to relax, thus leading to greater strength. The mention of Kakarot's name ignited Vegeta's anger, yet he astutely caught the key phrase in Bulma's words. This sparked an idea in him. Emotions? Now that I think about it, I have often felt my power surge during moments of anger. Could it be? With a sudden clarity, Vegeta hurried into the gravity chamber, shutting Bulma out. Hey, Vegeta, are you even listening to me? Seriously, why are all Saiyans like this? She complained before leaving in frustration. Inside the gravity chamber, Vegeta was eager to test his hypothesis. He entered a meditative state, and the memories of that fateful day when he lost consciousness returned. The radiant figures of Goku and Trunks flickered before him, their golden auras dazzling. Yet, this time, Vegeta felt no fear. His expression was one of sheer rage. He hated, he seethed, he was furious at his own weakness, enraged that Kakarot had surpassed him, and infuriated by his inability to transform into a Super Saiyan to outdo Kakarot. An overwhelming tide of anger crashed against the barriers of his sanity, ultimately breaking through the last vestiges of reason and seizing control of his mind. A fierce and untamed energy surged through Vegeta's entire being, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. His hair and brows gradually transformed from a deep ebony to a radiant golden hue. With a heart-wrenching roar, Vegeta finally achieved the metamorphosis he had long sought in his life. Was this the power of a Super Saiyan? In his condescending smile, there lay an unmistakable arrogance that was uniquely his own. Chapter 9. A letter from King Kai. Having perfected his formidable powers, Vegeta immediately resolved to test the extent of his strength. With a piercing gaze slightly averted, he unleashed a ki blast with a single hand. The blast, akin to a boomerang, circled the gravity chamber before hurtling back toward him. Vegeta turned around, leisurely placing his hands before his chest, intending to catch the ki blast barehanded. As the immense energy gradually dissipated and the smoke cleared, Vegeta stood unscathed, his confidence in his abilities reaching new heights, a smirk reappearing at the corners of his mouth. At the Lam-Z mountain, Goku widened his eyes in astonishment as he looked at Chi-Chi. You, as a father, wouldn't have forgotten our son's birthday, would you? Chi-Chi's temper flared at Goku's oversight. No, no. How could I possibly forget? Right, Gohan? Goku hastily defended himself, casting a knowing glance at Gohan for assistance. Gohan instantly understood. Yes, Mom, Dad mentioned it just yesterday. But honestly, birthdays aren't that significant. Gohan appeared indifferent, as in that desperate future. He had long since disregarded life and death, having not celebrated a birthday in ages. That's not acceptable, Gohan. This year, your father has finally returned. And we must celebrate your birthday properly, wouldn't you agree, Goku? Chi-Chi's icy glare turned back toward Goku. By the way, how about we celebrate at Master Roshi's tomorrow? I haven't visited him in quite a while. What do you think, Gohan? Goku suddenly had a brilliant idea, realizing that Master Roshi's island would be the perfect venue for a birthday party. Without waiting for Gohan's response, Goku called Bulma to invite her to the birthday gathering. On the other end of the line, Bulma chided Goku for not informing her sooner, questioning whether he could forget his own son's birthday. It must be said that Bulma had a profound understanding of Goku, but she still promised to arrive on time the following day. At the Capsule Corporation, outside the gravity chamber, Bulma eagerly invited Vegeta. Vegeta, are you coming to Gohan's birthday party tomorrow? At that moment, Vegeta was still lost in the reverberations of his newfound strength, indifferent to her proposal. What do I care about that wild boy Kakaroto's birthday? I have no intention of attending. Vegeta's curt response echoed from within the gravity chamber. Humph, I knew you wouldn't go. Bulma then departed to select a gift for Gohan. Time swiftly passed to the next day. Early in the morning, Goku donned his martial arts uniform and drove a hovering car, taking Chi-Chi and Gohan on a journey to Master Roshi's island. However, Goku's attire seemed somewhat out of place. Goku, can't you dress a bit more formally? Chi-Chi inquired. What does it matter, Chi-Chi? I don't have to work today. This outfit is quite comfortable. Goku felt a tremendous sense of relief at not having to work and hummed a cheerful tune. Before long, the trio arrived at the Kame house. Hearing the commotion, Krillin peeked out, surprise illuminating his features. Goku, what brings you all here today? He opened the door to welcome them in. It's Gohan's birthday. We brought a cake and some food to celebrate. Oh, why didn't you tell me sooner? I didn't have time to prepare a gift. Krillin exclaimed, flustered. That's all right. Uncle Krillin, just sharing a meal with everyone makes me really happy. Gohan replied understandingly. Haha, you've really grown up. Once inside, they greeted Master Roshi, who was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a magazine. Upon learning it was Gohan's birthday, he eagerly retrieved a prized magazine to gift to Gohan, only to have it comically smashed into the wall by Chi-Chi's fist. You truly are the daughter of the Ox King, such strength. If you dare to instill any lewd thoughts in my Gohan, I won't let you off easily. Suddenly, a whirring sound from outside interrupted the festivities. That must be Bulma. The group rushed outside to greet her, and they beheld the elegantly dressed Bulma descending from a helicopter, arms laden with gifts. Happy birthday, Gohan. Thank you, Aunt Bulma. Gohan felt a deep affection for Bulma, influenced by the despair of the future. Once inside, Bulma revealed the gifts she had brought. Learning from Goku that Gohan had chosen to train rather than study, she had purchased a variety of nutritious foods, displaying them lavishly on the table, each item of considerable value. And the most important gift is this. Bulma produced a capsule. What is this? Gohan asked, puzzled. It's a gravity chamber. I noticed both Goku and Vegeta used them for training. I hope it helps you too. Bulma's thoughtfulness and generosity were commendable. Thank you so much, Aunt Bulma. Gohan expressed his gratitude sincerely. Bulma, I'm envious of your gifts, Goku said, his eyes gleaming at the array of items. Rich people truly are generous, Krillin remarked in awe. Shortly thereafter, Chi-Chi prepared a sumptuous feast, and the time for dining arrived. Goku and Krillin set up a large table outside the Kame house, where they could enjoy the meal against the beautiful seaside backdrop. As exquisite dishes were served, everyone sang a birthday song for Gohan. After the ceremonial formalities, Goku and Gohan could no longer restrain themselves and began to feast voraciously. Krillin couldn't help but wonder if all Saiyans possessed insatiable appetites. Not to mention, Chi-Chi was indeed an exceptional cook. Even Videl, with her many Michelin-starred chefs, had to commend Chi-Chi's culinary prowess, just as everyone was lost in their meal. A solemn yet slightly comical voice suddenly echoed, Goku, Goku, we have a serious problem. Goku, engrossed in his food, looked around, wondering if he was hallucinating, and grabbed 2 more chicken legs. Goku, stop eating. The voice of King Kai held a note of irritation. Oh, it's Lord King Kai. My apologies. I thought I was imagining things, Goku said, swallowing his food hastily. What seems to be the issue, my lord? King Kai then began to explain. A terrifying individual has emerged on New Namek. Originally, his influence was confined to the southern galaxy, but for reasons unknown, he suddenly appeared in the northern galaxy just days ago. It appears he has a specific purpose for arriving on New Namek. Such a character, who is he, my lord? Goku's expression grew serious. Everyone held their breath, awaiting King Kai's next words. He is Frieza's brother, Cooler. The mention of this name sent shockwaves through the group. Frieza? Krillin's face fell into a deep state of fear. Bulma recalled their harrowing experiences on Namek, a chill running down her spine. The King of the Worlds continued, Goku. Do not underestimate him simply because you can now transform into a Super Saiyan. His power is estimated to be more than double that of Frieza. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present grew increasingly grave. Frieza's strength was well known to all. In contrast, Goku's visage reflected a blend of fear and excitement. The blood of the Saiyan within him was surging, yearning for a formidable adversary. King of the Worlds, there's no need for such lengthy explanations. I must go. Goku declared resolutely, rising to his feet. I wish to join as well. Gohan, equally serious, stood up alongside him. Though Krillin felt a tremor of apprehension seeing his close friend and Gohan prepared to venture forth, he nonetheless resolved to accompany them without hesitation. Just then, a dissenting voice rang out. I forbid you to go. Gohan looked up to see it was Chi-Chi. Chapter 10. Disturbing news from New Namek Mother. This situation is urgent. Gohan argued anxiously. However, Chi-Chi remained resolute, as if her heart was made of iron. She was unaware of Frieza's true strength, but remembered the perilous experience everyone faced on Namek, where even Goku had nearly lost his life. Now, hearing that there was an adversary whose power exceeded Frieza's by more than double, how could she not be concerned? If this individual is so dangerous, let Goku handle it. You must not go, Gohan, Chi-Chi declared, crossing her arms firmly. Mother, how can you say that? If we leave dangerous matters to father, what if something happens to him and he can no longer protect Earth? As his son, I am obliged to share in his trials and confront the enemy alongside him. Gohan countered passionately. Even Bulma and Krillin found it hard to remain silent. Hey, Chi-Chi, I understand your concern for Gohan. But what do you mean by letting Goku take care of everything? He's your husband too. Shouldn't you be worried about him? Bulma exclaimed. Yes, Chi-Chi. Krillin echoed Bulma's sentiment. All right. Chi-Chi, please agree to let Gohan accompany us. I promise to ensure his safety. With all eyes upon her, and swayed by Gohan's fervent plea and Goku's assurance, Chi-Chi reluctantly relented. Fine, Gohan is already grown up, and I can no longer interfere with his decisions. But Goku, you must protect my Gohan. If anything happens to him, I will hold you accountable. Gohan was overjoyed, eager to journey to New Namek. Although nearly 2 years had passed since his last visit to Namek in this timeline, it felt like a lifetime ago. Yet, the memories remained vivid, especially of his little friend Din, and he yearned to assist the Namekians. But how shall we reach New Namek? Gohan inquired. The group fell into contemplation. Suddenly, Krillin had a breakthrough. Right, Goku, can't you use instant transmission? However, Goku shook his head, expressing regret that his mastery of the technique was insufficient for such a long distance. At that moment, Bulma interjected. It appears we must employ the latest spaceship I have developed. Krillin was elated. Bulma, why didn't you mention this sooner? Goku exclaimed in surprise. Wow, Bulma. You've been secretly building a spaceship? Bulma rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm just a spoiled rich girl who lounges around? My family may be wealthy, but I'm no slouch. I'm a genius scientist. But can we really build a spaceship of that caliber with our current resources? Gohan asked, puzzled. Actually, ever since we returned from Namek, I've dedicated myself to this research. The designs were peculiar at first, but after over a year of effort, I'm nearly there. With that, Bulma laughed with pride. Hey, Bulma, are you coming with us to New Namek? Krillin suddenly asked. Are you kidding? I'm not going to such a perilous place. She replied, then added, the spaceship needs a full inspection tomorrow. So we won't be able to depart until the day after. Goku and Gohan both indicated that it was acceptable. Then Goku began to call out, King Kai. Are you still there? The voice of King Kai echoed back. What is it, Goku? What is the situation on Namek now? Goku asked with concern. King Kai continued. Gula seems to be after the Dragon Balls of Namek. The situation is dire. He has already killed the inhabitants of 2 villages and obtained 2 Dragon Balls. The current Grand Elder of the Namekians sent a distress signal yesterday, prompting me to reach out to you. Upon hearing this, Goku and Gohan's brows furrowed with worry. their expressions reflecting the horror of Frieza's massacre of the Namekians. King Kai, will the Grand Elder and the others be all right? Gohan asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. For now, you can rest assured. I've advised them to avoid conflict with Gula until you arrive. They should be able to evade him for the time being. Despite this reassurance, Gohan remained troubled, knowing all too well the anguish of seeing one's home destroyed and loved ones slain, feeling utterly powerless. Thus, the birthday celebration concluded in an atmosphere of unease. Bulma hurried home by helicopter to commence her inspection of the spaceship, while Krillin busily prepared his belongings. Goku first took Chi-Chi home before heading with Gohan to the sacred land of Korin, where they needed to inform Piccolo of the situation. Upon Gohan's arrival, Piccolo greeted him with a smile. Happy birthday, Gohan. Yet Gohan could not muster joy, managing only a faint smile. What's wrong, Gohan? Piccolo, perceptive as ever, sensed something amiss. Through their conversation, Piccolo learned that his homeland was once again under threat from Frieza's clan. Despite lacking strength, Piccolo resolutely declared his intent to join them. Thus, the three agreed to meet at Bulma's Capsule Corporation the following day. Goku then took Gohan and left. The old Kai emerged slowly from within the temple. Piccolo, I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do. I must leave New Namek to you. The old Kai expressed with regret. It's fine. Piccolo replied stoically. Exiting the sacred land, Goku and Gohan arrived at Bulma's home. Goku? What brings you here? Bulma, now clad in a white lab coat and armed with tools, was preparing to inspect the spaceship. Actually, I wanted to ask if we could install a gravity device on the ship, Goku stated. At this point, it might be too late. Installing that will take at least 3 days, Bulma replied. Suddenly, Gohan remembered the multifunctional capsule Bulma had given him. Wait, Bulma. There should be enough space on the ship for the gravity chamber you gave me, right? That is certainly not an issue, Bulma affirmed. Excellent. Now we won't waste time aboard the ship. I can't wait to encounter Frieza's brother, Gohan declared eagerly. But King Kai mentioned that this guy has power exceeding Frieza's by twice as much. Goku, aren't you scared? Bulma asked, trembling at King Kai's description of the foe. Honestly, there is some fear, but mostly excitement. I can hardly fathom someone with power beyond Frieza's. I'm eager to face him, Goku said, cracking his knuckles. Bulma couldn't help but marvel at how every scion seemed to be a battle fanatic. Nearby, a peculiar frog listened intently to their conversation. Ribbit. Chapter 11. Departure to New Namek. Mount Bowsy, take this, and this as well. And don't forget the mattress pillow. I must avoid any neck strain while sleeping. I wonder what the environment on Namek is like. Will Gohan adapt well? Without a second thought, Chi-Chi packed 2 large bags, as if she were relocating her entire household. Mom, this isn't a vacation, Gohan sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Despite Chi-Chi's strong desire to control everything, she was meticulous about his well-being, worrying excessively about his comfort. It doesn't matter, even if we're going to save someone. I can still bring these things for you. Trust me, you will find them useful. In contrast, Goku was far more minimalist, bringing only a change of clothes. Before long, Chi-Chi had assembled Gohan's luggage into 2 hefty bags, the weight of which would have crushed an ordinary person, thanks to Gohan's scion strength. They were now simply waiting for Bulma to finalize the spaceship before embarking on their journey. Just then, Bulma's phone rang. Gohan answered, and an urgent voice crackled through the line. Goku, where are the coordinates for New Namek? Bulma Annie, Gohan replied cautiously. Oh, it's you, Gohan. Is your father around? Bulma's tone softened immediately. Before long, Goku and Gohan teleported to Bulma's location. What's wrong, Bulma? Is there a problem? How can you ask that? You didn't provide me with the coordinates for New Namek. How am I supposed to set it up? Well, I'm not sure, Goku admitted. Then suddenly had an epiphany. I can just ask King Kai. With that, he vanished from sight once more. Gohan, your father really needs to work on his impulsiveness, Bulma exclaimed with a laugh. Yeah, that's just how Dad is. Gohan scratched his head, feeling a bit lost. On King Kai's planet, Goku arrived in a flash. King Kai, without the coordinates for New Namek, how can we get there? Please help me find them. King Kai, who had been relaxing with tea and reading the news, was startled by Goku's sudden appearance, spilling tea everywhere. Goku, next time, could you please be a bit more composed? Despite his annoyance, King Kai agreed to assist. Under Goku's insistence, King Kai began to vigorously search, twisting the long antennae atop his head. 2.5 minutes passed, and Goku grew impatient, urging, King Kai, have you found them yet? King Kai? King Kai? Sweating from the effort, King Kai snapped, you fool. Be quiet while I'm searching, your chatter distracts me. Goku stood frozen, taken aback by King Kai's outburst. Another 2.5 minutes passed, and finally, a smile broke across King Kai's face. I found it. I knew it had to be somewhere. It's at the border of the northern galaxy. He then turned to Goku. Listen closely. The coordinates for New Namek are located in the Tri-Star system NGC 6745b, near the 27th main star of the Lyra constellation. Goku nodded thoughtfully, repeating the information to himself. Got it, King Kai. I'll remember. He confidently used instant transmission to return to Capsule Corporation. Dad, did King Kai find the coordinates? Gohan and Bulma eagerly approached as Goku reappeared. Of course. The coordinates for New Namek are something about Pegasus? I forgot. Both Gohan and Bulma fell over in disbelief. Not a problem. I'll just go back to King Kai, Goku declared, forming a finger gesture to initiate instant transmission once more. However, King Kai's voice echoed from above. Goku, I knew you wouldn't remember. Bulma, listen carefully. The coordinates are before long. Bulma input the coordinates into the spaceship S system. It's quite far, but luckily I've modified this spaceship. We'll reach there in just 7 days. Bulma declared confidently. Wow, Bulma, you're incredible. Just as Goku and Gohan were conversing with Bulma, a peculiar frog stealthily climbed onto the spaceship and hid. Ribbit, ribbit. All right. Let me run a final check on the spaceship S power system. You can set off first thing in the morning. Hearing that it would take a minimum of 7 days to arrive, Gohan couldn't help but worry for the people on Namek. Sensing Gohan's anxiety, Goku gently patted his shoulder. Don't worry, Gohan. The Elder and the others will be fine. Although Gohan knew Goku's reassurance didn't hold much weight, it still provided him with some comfort. Goku then looked around. By the way, Bulma, where's Vegeta? It's been a while. Bulma poked her head out from the spaceship. That guy is practically living in the gravity chamber. I'm amazed you Scions can spend all your time training, aside from eating and sleeping. With that, she returned to her work. Goku gazed thoughtfully at the distant gravity chamber. Vegeta is really putting in the effort. Inside the gravity chamber, Vegeta was lost in a state of intense focus, completely unaware of Goku's arrival. He was performing sit-ups, his muscular physique resembling an exquisite Greek sculpture. Kakarot, just wait. I refuse to believe I'll be inferior to you as a Super Saiyan. Suddenly, Goku felt a pang of unease and collapsed to his knees in pain. Dad, what's wrong? Dad. Gohan was genuinely frightened by the scene. Fortunately, it lasted only a few seconds. Perhaps he was just hungry. Goku shrugged it off and stood up slowly. Dad, are you sure you're okay? Should we grab some senzu beans from Corinne? Gohan's suggestion reminded Goku to stock up on supplies before their journey. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Early in the morning, Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin gathered at Capsule Corporation. Gohan, why are you carrying such large bags? Krillin laughed at Gohan's appearance. Feeling embarrassed, Gohan lowered his head. All right, the spaceship is ready for takeoff. Bulma exclaimed, jumping out from the ship and handing the control manual to Krillin. Everyone, let us hurry and set off. New Namek awaits us. The four of them boarded the spaceship, and with a press of a button by Krillin, the vessel shot into the atmosphere like a beam of light. Chapter 12. A 7-day training in space. Krillin gazed at the display screen, captivated by the sight of Earth behind him, his heart brimming with emotions. Little did he expect that after more than a year, they would once again embark on a journey to Namek. Krillin appeared somewhat troubled. Haha, indeed. But this time, with me around, you need not worry. Goku's words, however, failed to soothe Krillin's anxious spirit. But the Lord of the Kais mentioned that this Gula possesses strength exceeding that of Frieza by at least double. Even you, Goku, in your Super Saiyan form, might find it quite challenging. The memory of being treated like a plaything by the king still lingered vividly in Krillin's mind. Fear not, Uncle Krillin. This time, not only is Dad here, but also Uncle Piccolo. We shall surely defeat that fiend, Gohan remarked, glancing at Piccolo, who was meditating calmly behind them. Indeed, Krillin, and we have 7 days ahead of us, so there is ample room for improvement, Goku proclaimed with confidence. Gohan, sharing a silent understanding with Goku, produced a multifunctional capsule gifted by Bulma. Boom. As the smoke cleared, a massive gravity chamber materialized before them. Wow, Bulma truly spares no expense. She must be extraordinarily wealthy, Krillin mused, contemplating how life would be if you were an ordinary earthling with such wealth, perhaps remarrying a beautiful wife. Wondering why he had chosen the path of martial arts in the first place. At that moment, Goku abruptly proposed a group training session. Piccolo and Gohan had already entered the gravity chamber. Come on, this chamber is enormous. Accommodating 4 of us is no issue. Klin protested. Wait, Goku. Without waiting for Klin's consent, Goku forcibly dragged him into the room for a meeting. Inside the gravity chamber, recognizing the relatively low combat prowess of Klin and Gohan, Goku adjusted the gravity to 20 times normal. The 4 of them stood in pairs, tension palpable. Gohan, you take on Klin. I'll handle the old man. Piccolo swiftly assigned opponents and charged at Goku. Seizing the opportunity while Gohan was momentarily distracted, Klin stealthily appeared behind him. Gohan, losing focus in battle is a grave mistake. With that, Klin struck at Gohan with a swift palm. However, Klin had clearly underestimated Gohan, who had undergone rigorous training under the Kais. Nanny? Klin's strike lacked any sense of impact. Was that an afterimage? When did this kid before Klin could react? A thunderous sound erupted from the sky. Evil explosion. A fierce attack barreled toward Klin. With no time to evade, he quickly condensed a Kamehameha in his hands. The 2 energies clashed, canceling each other out. This kid is improving at an astonishing rate. Klin had honed his strength to 900,000 during 3 months with Master Rashi. Even with his seasoned combat experience, he could only match Gohan in his normal state, as Gohan had yet to employ the Kaioken technique. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Goku's battle was equally intense. The 2 exchanged rapid punches, their speed rendering the 20-fold gravity seemingly irrelevant. Old man, are you not going to transform into a Super Saiyan? Are you looking down on me? Piccolo inquired, slightly vexed. Humph, you haven't even taken off your training gear. Goku retorted, thinking to himself that a 50-fold increase couldn't be negated by a mere training outfit. Eventually, Piccolo could no longer withstand the pressure, dramatically discarding his training uniform onto the ground. All right, show me your true skills. This sparring won't yield any progress. Indeed, only by continually pushing our limits can we grow stronger. Upholding the principle that giving one's all in battle is the utmost respect for one's opponent, Goku decided to transform into a Super Saiyan. With a roar reminiscent of a constipated beast, Goku's overwhelming aura enveloped the entire gravity chamber. Gohan and Klin were captivated by the spectacle. Incredible! Though we've seen it before, experiencing it up close is spine-chilling. Gohan was not overly surprised. Instead, he took advantage of Klin's momentary distraction to land a punch on his cheek. Uncle Klin, don't lose focus in battle. You brat. The 2 resumed their fierce combat. Strangely, Goku seemed not to be fighting at full strength this time, panting even in his Super Saiyan form. Old man, what's wrong? Your energy. Piccolo keenly sensed Goku's aura was far weaker than what he had exhibited days prior. Goku took a moment to steady his breath. What's the matter? Piccolo, if you don't attack, I'll take the initiative. In an instant, Goku vanished from sight, reappearing above Piccolo, his fists poised to strike. Piccolo barely managed to dodge, receiving a significant blow. As he fell, his arm extended rapidly, ensnaring Goku and pulling him closer. Concentrating energy, Piccolo unleashed a powerful wave aimed at Goku's face. Masenko. Goku swiftly released energy, breaking free from Piccolo's grasp. As their battle raged on, Gohan had entered a 2-fold Kaioken state, his power vastly surpassing Klin's. When did this kid learn the Kaioken? Klin was taken aback, feeling a surge of panic. With the Saiyan duo's sudden surge in power, the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. Soon, all 4 of them lay sprawled on the ground. Gohan, when did you hide this skill? Hee, Uncle Klin, it was my dad who took me to train with the Kais. Klin couldn't help but marvel at Gohan's extraordinary talent. He had mastered the Kaioken in just a few months. Old man, do you feel any discomfort in your body? Piccolo suddenly asked. Goku, panting heavily, responded with confusion. Why do you ask? I feel perfectly healthy. I'm eating well. No reason, just a casual inquiry. Clearly, Piccolo was beginning to suspect that something was amiss with Goku's condition. In the ensuing 7 days, the 4 of them dedicated their time to training in the gravity chamber, aside from eating and sleeping. This rigorous regimen led to varying degrees of enhancement in their foundational combat abilities. The 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On New Namek, Gula sat furiously in a Frieza-style pod. You useless lot. It has taken you this long to find 3 Dragon Balls. The 4 below dared not raise their heads to meet Gula's gaze. After a prolonged silence, Zaviza timidly stepped forward to report. Lord Gula, these Namekians are exceedingly cunning. They have scattered the Dragon Balls across various villages, and the vastness of this planet makes collection quite time-consuming. Before he could finish, Gula interrupted. I don't care about that. Your only task now is to retrieve the Dragon Balls and plant the Tree of Might on this wretched planet. Below. Dallas cast a furtive, sinister glance at Gula. In this scenario, Dallas has not set foot on Earth, but was discovered by Gula while cultivating the spirit tree on a certain planet that was under invasion. To save his own life, Dallas offered the spirit tree to Gula and became one of Gula's subordinates. Chapter 13. Arrival at the ruined planet Namek. Damn you, Guldo. The Tree of Might is mine, and the Dragon Balls too. I never imagined such treasures existed. One day, I shall rise above all of you. Mark my words. Guldo Dales had secretly coveted the Dragon Balls in the Tree of Might, biding his time for the perfect opportunity to seize them and ultimately betray Guldo. Aware of Dales' ambitions, Guldo had refrained from placing his trust in him. Report, Master. We will arrive at our destination in 3 hours. Please prepare yourself. A mechanical voice interrupted the slumbering Goku and Gohan. The Saiyans seemed unfazed by the imminent arrival, their hearts calm as they continued to sleep. Krillin, glancing at the display indicating their nearing destination, felt a shiver run down his spine. So we're almost there. Goku and Gohan opened their eyes, still heavy with sleep. For days, Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo had tirelessly trained, with Krillin succumbing to the pressure and exiting the gravity chamber on the 4th day. Observing their tattered clothing, Goku and Gohan resolved to clean themselves up and enjoy a hearty meal to replenish their strength for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, on planet Namek, Guldo's forces had discovered yet another village. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and we might make this easier for you. Nez, the leader, menaced towards what appeared to be the village elder. Give up that hope. You fiends are as ruthless as Frieza's army. The Dragon Balls will never fall into your wicked hands. The elder stood defiantly, ready to face death. Stubborn fool. Then you shall perish. With that, Nez cruelly detonated the elder's head, a gruesome sight that terrified the young Namekians nearby. You villains. Goku will arrive soon, and he won't spare you. A young Namekian cried defiantly, only to be swiftly silenced by Nez's blast. Whoever dares come will meet their end at our hands. Before long, Nez had slaughtered the village and uncovered a Dragon Ball in the elder's abode. Guldo now possessed 5 Dragon Balls. Seated in his hovercraft, Guldo proclaimed, "Well done. Continue your search. You have 3 days. If you fail to collect the remaining Dragon Balls, you shall become nourishment for the Tree of Might." His chilling voice sent shudders through the ranks. Rest assured, Lord Guldo, we shall find the Dragon Balls without delay. The mechanized trio retreated, dutifully. At this moment, Dales ingratiatingly suggested, Lord Guldo, their efforts may prove inadequate. Allow me to assist in the search, and your wishes shall be fulfilled sooner. Guldo regarded him with a bemused expression. Do you genuinely wish to assist in procuring the Dragon Balls? Or do you harbor ulterior motives, Mr. Dales? Under the weight of Guldo's scrutiny, Dales broke into a cold sweat. Of course, it is solely for your benefit, Lord Guldo. Guldo's laughter echoed. Ha! There is no need to be anxious, Mr. Dales. Since you've offered, I shall accept your assistance. Each man concealed his true intentions. Dales, do not blame me. If you seek your demise, I shall seize this opportunity to eliminate you. Exiting the spacecraft, Dales breathed in the fresh air, only to clench his fists. Guldo, just wait. This is of your own making. Once I gather the Dragon Balls and consume the tree's fruit, I shall repay the humiliation I have endured tenfold. He then unleashed his energy, swiftly searching the planet. In the distance, a fiery object streaked towards planet Namek. Goku and his companion's spaceship, enveloped in flames from atmospheric friction. Destination reached. The spaceship is preparing for landing. Goku and his comrades readied themselves for the impending exploration of Namek's circumstances. 500 meters to the ground. Initiating retrothrust engines. Please be cautious. With a powerful gust of wind stirring the sands, the spaceship descended near a village. Destination reached. Please secure your belongings. The mechanical voice ceased. Goku and his companions emerged, their expressions grave. Krillin, stow the spaceship, Piccolo instructed. As smoke dissipated, the enormous craft shrank into a small capsule. Unbeknownst to them, a small frog had stealthily exited the spacecraft and scurried away. Looking up, the group soon spotted a nearby village. Inside, several warrior Namekians were engaged in a discussion, immediately on guard upon seeing Goku and his friends. At that moment, Elder Mulin, who had received the Grand Elder's teachings, hurried over. Halt. They are our saviors. The young Namekians stared in shock at the newcomers. Mr. Goku, please don't take offense. These children have never seen you, which is why they mistook you for foes. Goku paid little mind to the misunderstanding and inquired about the current situation. The present Grand Elder recounted the tale. Approximately 10 days ago, Guldo and his forces invaded our planet, demanding the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Our newly established Namek has been plunged into chaos, with with corpses littering the ground to date. He has slaughtered 5 villages and acquired 5 Dragon Balls. If he obtains the remaining 2, the consequences will be dire. Elder Mulin's eyes seethed with rage. Fear not, Grand Elder. My father, Piccolo, and I have come to aid you in vanquishing Guldo. Gohan reassured him. Meanwhile, Goku's gaze remained fixed on the left front. Sensing a powerful energy, Guldo, he may be nearby, Goku proclaimed, his enthusiasm ignited. Do you feel confident, Goku? Piccolo inquired, concern etched on his face. I'm not certain, but I am convinced he isn't at full strength. The situation could be worse than I anticipated. Even Goku hesitated to make guarantees against Guldo. At that moment, Dandy rushed over, having learned of Gohan and the others' arrival on Namek. Gohan, Krillin, is it really you? Dandy exclaimed, embracing Gohan tightly. I knew you would come. Please defeat those monsters. Dandy cried like an innocent child frightened by the horrors of war. Gohan quickly comforted him. Do not worry. We have come for this purpose. Rest assured, Dandy. With Goku's current strength, he will surely prevail against that fiend. Krillin added, offering reassurance. Piccolo approached, gently patting Dandy's head in comfort. On planet Namek, Guldo's forces wreaked havoc, having massacred numerous villagers and obliterated their homes and fields. Their brutality rivaled that of Frieza's army, if not exceeding it. Chapter 14. Wukong's bold declarations. Despite being acutely aware that the enemy's strength likely exceeded his expectations, Wukong resolved to reassure the anxious Namekians. Fear not, everyone. I shall vanquish Gula and restore peace and stability to this planet. His stirring words elicited a chorus of cheers from the Namekians. Wukong exchanged a knowing glance with Gohan and Piccolo. Krillin, you should stay here to ensure everything is in order. Wukong patted Krillin's shoulder. I'm sorry, Wukong. Every time a new enemy appears, you always charge in first. Perhaps I have no right to criticize Chi-Chi's attitude towards you. Krillin's head hung low in shame. What are you saying? We don't need to be like that among friends. Wukong flashed his trademark sunny smile, which eased Krillin's worries considerably. Krillin then solemnly produced a bag containing the magical beans. Be careful, this foe's energy is truly formidable. He handed each of the 3 a bean. There aren't many of these left. Although I may be overthinking, do not overexert yourselves if you find yourselves outmatched. Wukong, Krillin cautioned. Rest assured, Gohan, Piccolo, we shall proceed. The trio erupted in a blinding white aura, soaring rapidly towards Gula's location. Meanwhile, Gula's subordinates appeared to have sensed their approaching energy. Report to King Gula. 3 energy signatures are heading our way. Gula, eyes closed, replied coldly. What is their battle power? Not very high. Only a few hundred, the subordinate began, but was abruptly silenced as Gula unleashed a death ray that pierced through his chest. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Only a few hundred weaklings dare to disturb my rest. They must be some foolish Namekians. Send a few to eliminate them. With that, Gula turned his attention back to his infant-like carriage, while 2 subordinates stepped forward to remove the fallen body. Before long, Wukong and his companions encountered a group of armed soldiers dispatched by Gula, who obstructed their path. The leader sneered, looks like there are 2 who aren't Namekians, but you're all equally weak. You've come to the wrong place. Prepare to die, trash. As soon as the words left his lips, a torrent of lasers shot towards the trio, yet they maneuvered through the onslaught as if bathing in a rain of lasers. Humph, Gula's minions. Gohan raised his hand, dispatching 2 magical beams that obliterated a cluster of foes. What? How could their power have surged so dramatically in an instant? By the time the realization dawned, it was too late. The remaining foes met their demise at the hands of Wukong and Piccolo. Inside Gula's spaceship, disbelief washed over him. How could this be? So many eliminated in an instant? The panicked voice of a subordinate reached Gula's ears. Gula opened his eyes, visibly irritated. What is happening? The subordinate, trembling, reported, those 3's battle power surged dramatically, and they wiped out our encircling forces completely. What is the highest reading among them? Gula's tone grew icier, reporting. My lord, it's approximately 100,000. Gula's demeanor darkened further. Too bad Zabuza and the others are not present. Otherwise, this lot would not warrant my personal attention. He then descended from his carriage, stretching his limbs with creaks and pops. At that moment, Wukong halted as if facing a great threat. Be cautious, his energy is drawing near. It seems he has noticed us and is coming personally. Gula's energy surged towards the trio at high speed. Before long, Gula's figure materialized within Wukong's line of sight. Dorius? Frieza? The 2 locked eyes, calling out familiar names. Gula's expression twisted into one of rage. Science. Another scion. How could that fool Frieza not eliminate you all at once? You swarm like flies. Wukong. Taken aback by Gula's sudden fury, sensed that this adversary was extraordinarily dangerous. Piccolo, Gohan, be careful. This guy is a serious threat. The three prepared themselves. Wary of making any rash moves. I am not just any scion. I am a scion raised on Earth. My name is Son Goku, he declared, pointing a thumb at himself. Gula paused, recognition dawning. Son Goku, are you the one who killed Frieza? Ha ha ha, how fortuitous. You have come right to me. I have been looking for an outlet for my pin-up anger. Since you are also a scion, you shall serve as my release. With lightning speed, Gula launched an assault, unleashing countless death rays from his fingertips. Despite the similarity in technique, the power was incomparable. The trio dodged with all their might. But Wukong and Piccolo were grazed by the edges of the beams, while Gohan miraculously avoided harm. Since you possess the strength to defeat Frieza, you must be capable of more than this. I disdain to kill you so easily. Show me your true power, Super Saiyan. Gula barked. Wukong, weary, held his injured arm, while Piccolo's wounds began to heal due to the Namekian's unique capabilities. Hey, Piccolo, your techniques are indeed useful in critical moments. Old man, are you all right? Piccolo asked, sensing Wukong's decline before the battle had even begun. Gohan, anxious, quickly retrieved a magical bean from his belt and offered it to Wukong. Dad, why not eat a bean first? Wukong gently pushed away the bean. It's fine. I'm all right. This guy is indeed far stronger than Frieza. Gohan, leave the rest to me, and Piccolo, step back. Wukong's words pierced Gohan's heart once more. Throughout history, whenever Wukong was present, he always shielded Gohan from formidable foes. However, Gohan yearned for the strength to protect his father and everyone he cherished. With that, Wukong's energy began to rise steadily, a warm flow enveloping his body as golden flames once again enveloped him. With a mighty shout, Super Saiyan Wukong stood resolute like a god of war. Seeing this, Gula smirked. So, you used this form to defeat Frieza, but your Super Saiyan form pales in comparison. Let me enlighten you. My current battle power is 160 million. To Wukong's surprise, Gula's third transformation surpassed his initial Super Saiyan power by 10 million. Yet, Wukong did not waver. Instead, he surged forward with renewed vigor. Foolish wild monkey. Gula charged to meet him. Their figures clashed in a flurry of electric strikes, while Piccolo charged his special beam cannon, waiting for the opportune moment. Meanwhile, Gohan could only anxiously watch the unfolding battle. Chapter 15. Unexpectedly, cardiac arrest. Old son, move aside. The moment the energy of Piccolo's special beam cannon reached its apex, it erupted from his fingertips in a dazzling display. Goku, in perfect synchrony, teleported beside Piccolo, while the unsuspecting Gula was struck head-on by Piccolo's attack, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Piccolo, elated, shouted, "I hit him." However, that moment of triumph was swiftly overshadowed by Gula's sinister laughter echoing from within the haze. Were you merely scratching an itch, Namekian? As the smoke cleared, Gula re-emerged, unscathed by the onslaught. No, it can't be. Piccolo gasped in disbelief. Yet, it was inevitable, despite compressing his power to the utmost. How could Piccolo's 2 million energy level inflict harm on Gula's 150 million? Piccolo, leave this one to me. Goku interjected, stepping in front of Piccolo, his expression grave. I see now, among you, only that wild monkey possesses a modicum of strength. Gula boasted, reveling in his superiority. Piccolo's internal frustration boiled over. Realizing how far he had fallen, reduced to a mere observer in battle, Goku stood resolutely before Piccolo, suddenly aware of the vast chasm that had formed between them. Despite his relentless efforts, he could only watch in despair. The figures of Goku and Gula vanished once more, the sky reverberating with the sounds of their conflict. Their mere fist collisions created a force that kept Piccolo and Gohan at bay. Meanwhile, the frog that had fled the spacecraft had arrived at Gula's lair. With a series of hops, he stealthily infiltrated the ship. After a thorough search of every room, he eventually discovered what he sought, a laboratory, fortunately unoccupied. Just as the frog donned a fitting collar, a soldier from Gula's legion entered the room. Perfect timing, he exclaimed, and with a swift motion, he dispatched the frog. Ha! Lord Jinyu has returned once more. This simplifies matters. The frog, it turned out, was indeed Jinyu, and a personal spectacle of his was about to unfold aboard the spacecraft. How infuriating. If only my past self were here. I could assist my father in this dire moment. Gohan clenched his fists, loathing his own weakness. Goku, straining against Gula's relentless onslaught, began to show signs of fatigue. Wild monkey, it seems your strength is nearing its limit. Gula taunted, exuding confidence. Damn it, it's not over yet. Goku gritted his teeth, pushing his energy to new heights. He unleashed a barrage of punches upon Gula, who merely allowed Goku's fists to rain down upon him. At that moment, Goku delivered a powerful blow to Gula's cheek before retreating, gasping for breath. Gula wiped the blood from his mouth and mocked. That strike had some semblance of potency. But is that truly your full power? You have disappointed me. It appears there are disparities even among Saiyans. A cryptic smile adorned Gula's lips. In light of your imminent demise at my hands, allow me to reveal one more detail. Unlike that weakling Frieza, I possess an additional transformation. Goku and Piccolo's expressions turned to horror. What? Gula continued. Yet you are not worthy of witnessing that transformation. Even in my current state, you must be engulfed in despair. Before Goku could react, Gula's iron fist collided with his abdomen, feeling as though it would obliterate his insides. Goku doubled over in agony, clutching his stomach. How could this be? Goku stared in disbelief at the visage before him, as if arisen from the depths of hell. Old son, what are you doing? Logically, your strength should not be so limited. Summon your full power and fight. Piccolo urged, confused as to why Goku's energy seemed diminished compared to his previous training. Gula executed a swift kick, sending Goku crashing away, fracturing his arm in the process. Piccolo managed to catch Goku, while Gohan hurriedly offered a senzu bean, restoring Goku's injuries instantaneously. Yet, Goku still appeared frail, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as he gasped for air, his left hand pressed firmly against his heart. Dragging his weary body, Goku reignited the Super Saiyan aura and charged at Gula. In an instant, Goku appeared above Gula, executing a series of powerful strikes that forced Gula to retreat. However, as the smoke dissipated, it became evident that Gula remained unharmed. Desperate, Goku prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, channeling all his energy into his palm, a blue wave coalescing within. With a mighty roar, he hurled it towards Gula. Gula crossed his arms, intending to absorb the attack barehanded. Veins protruded from his body as every cell strained, and to Goku's astonishment, Gula effortlessly redirected Goku's full-force Kamehameha into the sky. Slowly ascending to match Goku's height, he taunted, "What other tricks do you possess, Saiyan?" At that moment, Goku was devoid of options. With determination, he transformed into a golden streak, hurtling towards Gula. Indeed, it was the technique that had once vanquished the old Piccolo. The earth-shattering punch. Gula retaliated with a barrage of knee strikes and elbow jabs, and this time, no miracle occurred. Ultimately, Gula seized Goku's head and discarded him like refuse. With a swift follow-up of death rays, Piccolo intervened, catching Goku just before he hit the ground. He bore Goku back to Gohan's side, where Gohan finally comprehended the situation. I understand now. It's a heart condition. Father's heart has failed, which is why he cannot unleash his true potential. The revelation stunned Piccolo. What? But what about the medicine? Where is the medicine Trunks brought? Piccolo inquired anxiously. Gohan lamented. On Earth, Father never exhibited symptoms, and Trunks said the heart condition wouldn't manifest for at least 2 more years, so we didn't think to prepare. Damn it. Piccolo realized that Goku was their only hope against Gula, and he could not allow him to perish here. Gritting his teeth, he decisively tossed Goku to Gohan. Take him away. What about you, Uncle Piccolo? Gohan asked, concern etched on his face. I'll hold them off. You must leave, or we shall all perish. No. You will die, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan cried out desperately. At that moment, Gula interjected. What is this? Have you decided who will die first? Or will you all embark on this journey together? Hurry. As long as the Dragon Balls of Namek remain, there is still hope. Even if I perish, you will be able to resurrect me. If we do not leave now, we will be unable to escape at all. Move swiftly, Piccolo shouted sternly. At that moment, despite Gohan's reluctance, he understood that this was their only option, and thus resolutely led Gohan away in haste. Chapter 16. The failure of the Namekian rescue plan. Wanna leave? I never consented. As Gohan attempted to depart, Cooler pointed a finger at him. A deadly beam shot forth, but was suddenly intercepted by a green figure. If you wish to pursue them, you must first pass through me. The beam struck Piccolo squarely in the left shoulder. After consuming the senzu bean that Krillin had provided him, his injuries healed instantly, and he solemnly removed his training attire. His power surged to 6 million. However, even with this increase, he remained leagues apart from Cooler. Tears welled in Gohan's eyes as he cast a final glance at Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. I will gather the Dragon Balls and bring you back to life. Gohan's expression grew resolute as he hurriedly lifted Goku and soared towards Krillin's location. The immediate priority was to inform Krillin to relocate, for Cooler would inevitably locate the Namekians through their energy signatures. Cooler's countenance darkened as he observed Gohan carrying away Goku. You Namekians, I do not have the leisure to play with you. Be aware of the consequences of angering me. Meanwhile, Piccolo had steeled himself for the ultimate sacrifice. Well then, it seems you will entertain me for a while. As for the consequences, we shall see. A tide of energy surged from Piccolo, but Cooler remained unfazed, watching Piccolo's display with an impassive demeanor. Come on. As Piccolo finished his power-up and prepared to launch an assault, he suddenly felt Cooler's hand pierce through his abdomen. Piccolo coughed up a mouthful of blood. What? When did this happen? Cooler's expression was devoid of emotion as he remarked, I expected you to present some surprise. But it seems I overestimated you, worthless trash. With that, he withdrew his hand, intending to chase after Gohan, only to find himself unable to move. Piccolo had extended his arm, desperately locking onto Cooler. Let go of me, you fool. I told you, if you want to find them, you must first contend with me. Cooler pummeled Piccolo's head repeatedly, leaving bruises all over, yet Piccolo refused to relinquish his grip. Gohan, I'm sorry, but this is all I can do. The rest is up to you. Tears of despair trickled from Piccolo's eyes as he clung tighter to Cooler. Damn you, Namekian. Die. Cooler shot 2 beams of destruction directly through Piccolo's chest, then discarded the unconscious Namekian like refuse. He turned to pursue Gohan. But Gohan was already nearing Krillin and had vanished from sight. Frustrated, Cooler vented his wrath upon Piccolo, slowly descending beside him, trampling him repeatedly. Eventually, with his anger spent, Cooler reconsidered. That little brat will surely return to rescue this fool. Consider yourself fortunate. I'll allow you to live a little longer. Thus, Cooler hoisted the barely conscious Piccolo and returned to his spaceship. Krillin, anxiously awaiting Gohan's return, finally spotted him, though not in a victorious manner. Seeing that Goku was barely clinging to life, Krillin rushed forward, asking, Gohan, what happened to Goku? How did he get so badly injured? Gohan barely had time to explain. Uncle Krillin, the situation is dire. Quickly inform the Grand Elder. We must relocate. Without further questioning, Krillin hurried to find Elder Murray. However, the response he received was disheartening. I can't believe Mr. Goku was defeated. We have brought him to this fate. The Grand Elder seemed to make a grave decision. You must leave. Even if we flee together, we are too large a target to remain undetected. Take the Dragon Balls and leave at once. Dondi, come here. The Grand Elder called to the timid Dondi. You must accompany Mr. Krillin and the others. Dondi. The Grand Elder turned to Krillin. Currently, the only one who can assist you may be this child. He then produced a Dragon Ball and handed it to Krillin. Please, Grand Elder. Dondi cried, tears streaming down his face. Yet the Grand Elder remained resolute. This is an order. Only with you will Mr. Krillin and the others be able to collect the Dragon Balls to resurrect us. This is your mission. Under the Grand Elder's persuasion, Dondi reluctantly followed Krillin, together with Gohan. They supported Goku, urging Dondi to hold on to his neck as they fled at the fastest possible pace. After 25 minutes of searching, they discovered a concealed cave far from their previous base. Krillin first helped Dondi down, then handed Goku to Gohan, entering the cave to ensure its safety before calling the others inside. Krillin retrieved a universal capsule, and with a resounding boom, a half-circular room materialized before them. Thank goodness Bulma had prepared this shelter just in case. Let us go inside. Once inside, Gohan and Krillin gently placed Goku on a bed. At that moment, Goku's brow furrowed tightly, his face pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably. His left hand clutched his chest, as if an invisible hand were squeezing his heart, leaving him gasping for breath, punctuated by muffled groans. The sight left Gohan and Krillin momentarily at a loss for what to do. After a brief pause, Krillin finally inquired, Gohan, what exactly transpired? Gohan recounted their harrowing ordeal in detail, concern etched on Krillin's face. I can't believe Goku's heart condition would flare up now. Why so soon? And to make matters worse, Piccolo's fate is uncertain. This is disastrous. Then Krillin remembered that Dondi, being a Namekian of his kind, might possess healing abilities. Dondi, do you have the power to cure this ailment? Dondi lowered his head in disappointment. I regret to inform you that I can only heal external injuries. I am powerless against this. Kneeling beside Goku, tears glistening in his eyes, Gohan grasped Goku's right hand. I'm so sorry, Dad. I never imagined I would fail to alter such a tragic fate even in this life. Vivid images flooded Gohan's mind of the future where Goku succumbed to heart disease before him. No, I will not allow such a tragedy to unfold again. I want to let Mom shed tears in the night. Driven by rage, Gohan stood abruptly, heading for the door. Krillin seized his arm. Gohan, where are you going? Uncle Krillin, I am going to defeat Cooler, reclaim the Dragon Balls, and resurrect Dad, Uncle Piccolo, and those innocent Namekians. Though aspirations were lofty, reality was harsh. And Krillin doused Gohan's fervor with cold, hard truth. Gohan, in your current state, you would only meet your demise at Cooler's hands. Do not act recklessly, otherwise Piccolo's sacrifice to buy you time would be in vain. At this, Gohan's heated emotions began to cool. I'm sorry, Uncle Krillin. I was irrational just now. Suddenly, Krillin recalled that the room was equipped with a communication device to contact Bulma, who could send the heart medication. The two rejoiced and hurriedly located the satellite phone within the room to call Bulma. Chapter 17. What? Vegeta's support. What did you say? Goku has suffered a heart attack? Even that so-called Super Saiyan has been defeated? Bulma incredulously reiterated the news brought by Krillin. What is Goku's condition now? She inquired anxiously. It looks quite severe. Overall, it's not good at all. Hurry and think of a way to get the medicine over. Even Piccolo has been taken by that guy. And his fate is uncertain. The situation is truly dire. Krillin's voice was laden with sorrow. All right, wait for me. I'll go fetch the medicine from Chi-Chi right now. Bulma abruptly hung up and dashed towards the Capsule Corporation. But how am I supposed to reach New Namek? She pondered on her way. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Of course, that round spaceship Son Goku used to return to Earth is still at my house. With this thought in mind, she quickened her pace and soon arrived at Goku's home. Knock, knock, who is it, knocking so urgently? As soon as Chi-Chi opened the door, Bulma seized her. Where's the medicine? Quickly, give it to me. Chi-Chi, still bewildered by the situation, was momentarily annoyed by Bulma's urgency. After Bulma explained the circumstances, Chi-Chi understood. By the way, what about Goten? How is my Goten? She exclaimed. No, I must go personally. Chi-Chi began to gather her belongings, but Bulma interrupted her. Goten is fine. Goku's situation is critical, and you don't know how to operate the spaceship. Just give me the medicine, it's urgent. After a moment of contemplation, Chi-Chi was ultimately persuaded and handed over the special medicine Trunks had brought. Take care of Goku and Goten. Chi-Chi clasped her hands together, praying for the two. Bulma hurried back to the Capsule Corporation, locating the universal capsule for the round spaceship in her laboratory. She proceeded to the yard and set the destination. Coincidentally, Vegeta had emerged from the gravity chamber for a brief moment. Noticing Bulma's frantic demeanor, he curiously inquired, Hey, Bulma, what got you in such a flurry? Bulma, slightly surprised by Vegeta's presence, urgently responded, Goku is in a critical state, and I need to rush to New Namek with the medicine. Hearing about Goku's plight, Vegeta's expression shifted to one of concern. Kakarot? You mean Kakarot? Why has he gone to New Namek again? It was then that Bulma revealed that Kakarot had secretly traveled to New Namek to confront Cooler. How dare he face such a foe alone without my knowledge? Does he think I would hold him back? Vegeta mused, brimming with determination. Just wait, Kakarot. I couldn't personally destroy Frieza before, but now the tables have turned. If you can defeat Frieza, then I shall vanquish Cooler to prove my superiority. I will not allow you to perish at the hands of such a creature. The only one who can kill you is me, the proud Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. Vegeta's confident laughter echoed in Bulma's ears. How can you still find this amusing? Bulma retorted, pulling him from his thoughts. Vegeta, regaining his composure, declared, Bulma, I've made my decision. I will go to New Namek, realizing the potential benefit of his presence. Bulma responded, right? If you go to New Namek, you can assist Goku against that monster. How did I not think of this before? Vegeta, displeased, corrected her. Do not misunderstand. I am not going to help Kakarot. He can only die by my hand. I will also eradicate Frieza's lineage to resolve my past regrets. Seeing through the pride of the prince, Bulma replied, all right, whatever you say. Here, take this. It's Goku's medicine. The spaceship's destination is already set. Without another word, Vegeta took the medicine and boarded the spaceship. This ship has been modified by me, so it's much faster than before. You'll reach New Namek in just 2 days. Vegeta nodded and promptly closed the hatch. The spaceship shot into the sky like a bullet, racing towards its destination. Meanwhile, Bulma called Krillin once more. How's it going, Bulma? Krillin's anxious voice came through the phone. Don't worry, Krillin. Vegeta has already set off. Bulma reassured him. Krillin was taken aback. What did you say, Vegeta? In his mind, Krillin had not yet adjusted to Vegeta's previous persona. Why did you let that guy come? What are you saying? Isn't he going to help you all deal with that monster? Bulma interjected. Krillin sighed, with his temperament. It would be a miracle if he doesn't cause more chaos, let alone fight alongside us. He then hung up the call. After calming Goku, Goten approached Krillin to inquire about Bulma's situation. Don't mention it, Goten. How could Bulma let Vegeta deliver the medicine to Goku? Knowing Vegeta's true nature from a previous life, Goten remained unperturbed. What does it matter? With Uncle Vegeta's strength, his arrival might actually increase our chances. Krillin sighed. Let us hope so. Unlike Krillin, Goten remained optimistic. In the spaceship, Vegeta could hardly contain his excitement. Wait for me, Kakarot. Only I have the right to slay you. After indulging in his fantasies, Vegeta adjusted his posture and fell into a deep slumber, determined to be at his peak before arriving at New Namek. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. On the other side, Cooler's forces had gathered 6 Dragon Balls, with only one remaining to fulfill their wish. Cooler roughly threw Piccolo to the ground. Take this Namekian and ensure he remains alive. Keep a close watch on him. Thus, Dor took Piccolo away. Cooler then addressed his subordinates. Well done, everyone. However, I do not wish to wait too long for that last Dragon Ball. Dor felt a wave of dread. If that guy gathers all 7 Dragon Balls, I will never have a chance to rise again. I must find the 7th Dragon Ball before they do. Perhaps I still have a chance to turn the tide. Unbeknownst to Dor, Cooler was already aware of his hidden intentions. Dor, your progress seems rather slow. Are you truly searching for the Dragon Balls? Startled by Cooler calling his name, Dor stammered. Oh, of course. I am doing everything I can to find the Dragon Balls for you, Your Majesty, but this Namek is simply too vast. You must work harder. This last Dragon Ball depends heavily on you. Though Cooler despised Dor's face, he still had to maintain appearances. Dor realized time was running out and suddenly vanished from his spot, initiating a thorough search of Namek. The remaining 2 members of the mechanized squad also began their final search. At this moment, Dor, under Cooler's orders, threw Piccolo into the healing chamber. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow loomed behind him. Change. Chapter 18. The Conspiracy of Dale's Weight. Gula called out to the kneeling Frieza, who was eager to continue his search for the Dragon Balls. My lord, what is your command? Frieza inquired respectfully, resting on one knee. Gula slowly produced a fruit from the Tree of Might. What is the meaning of this, my lord? Frieza asked, puzzled. Gula spoke with a sinister tone. Follow Dale's. And when you find the Dragon Balls, seize the moment. Do not allow him to return alive. The malevolent expression on Gula's face sent a chill down Frieza's spine. However, upon receiving the fruit, he felt a surge of joy that outweighed his fear, though he still pretended to decline. But my lord, this fruit. Take it. Without its enhancement, you are no match for Dale's. I shall not disappoint your expectations, my lord, Frieza declared, taking the fruit and hastily pursuing the direction in which Dale's had departed. Meanwhile, Dre, having swapped bodies with Jinyu, was following Gula's orders to place Piccolo in the healing pod, unaware that their conversation had been overheard by Jinyu. Once Frieza left, Jinyu's figure slowly emerged before Gula. My lord, I have placed the Namekian as you commanded and stationed guards. Gula nodded, replying, well done, Dre. You should accompany them to search for the Dragon Balls. Little did they know that this suited Jinyu's plans perfectly. It was not yet the right time to execute his scheme, as he needed a stronger body to ensure success. And Frieza, carrying the fruit, was the ideal candidate. At that moment, Dales was aimlessly searching for the whereabouts of the Namekians. I must acquire the Dragon Balls and wish for eternal life. With that, I will utilize the Scion traits to grow stronger. Gula, I shall make you experience the terror of my dominion. Dales, lost in his fantasies, wore a blissful grin, as if his desires were within reach. Shortly thereafter, Frieza caught up with Dales. Dales, what brings you here? Dales asked, slightly surprised. Lord Gula has sent me to assist you. Frieza replied. TCH, Gula is certainly cautious. However, I could easily find a reason to eliminate this weakling. Perhaps it is the fault of your incompetent subordinates. Gula. Dales dismissed Frieza's presence and continued his search for the Namekian village. Meanwhile, Krillin paced anxiously in the living room. Why hasn't Vegeta arrived yet? Uncle Krillin. Didn't Bulma say it would take at least 2 days? Yes, let's hope those Namekians remain undetected until Goku recovers. For over a day, Goku had been in a semi-comatose state, unable to eat or drink, as Krillin and Gohan kept vigil by his bedside, both unable to find rest. During this time, Gohan had not been idle. After being persuaded by Krillin, he set up Bulma's gravity chamber on the other side of the cave. Apart from caring for Goku, he immersed himself in training within the gravity chamber. It's all right. As long as Vegeta arrives tomorrow, Goku will recover swiftly, and with your training progress, Gohan, we will surely defeat that monster. Krillin thought, feeling a glimmer of comfort. Suddenly, Goku groaned, his expression twisting in pain as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Quick! Gohan, fetch a basin of warm water. Goku is in distress again. Yes. Gohan hurried to the kitchen and prepared a basin of warm water, gently wiping Goku's forehead. Where am I? In his dream, Goku found himself engulfed in darkness. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared, drawing him closer, his vision gradually sharpening. Nanny? Gula. Goku beheld the horrific scene of Gula wreaking havoc. Piccolo. Krillin. Gohan. Piccolo lay dismembered, his body unrecognizable, while Krillin had been pierced through the heart. Bloodied and lifeless on the ground. Even Gohan was left with a severed arm, barely clinging to life as Gula held him aloft with one hand, laughing maniacally. Poised to end Gohan's life. No. Goku's fury could no longer be contained, unleashing every ounce of his strength in a desperate attempt to avenge his loved ones. At that moment, his Super Saiyan form radiated an unparalleled rage. Yet, no matter how fiercely he swung his fists, he could not reach Gula, helplessly witnessing the gruesome spectacle unfold before him. In reality, Goku thrashed about, nearly overwhelming both Gohan and Krillin. Goku, please calm down. Vegeta will bring the medicine soon. Dad. Dad. Gohan shouted in desperation, trying to soothe him. Moments later, Goku suddenly ceased his struggles, slipping back into unconsciousness. Gohan, alarmed, shook him vigorously. Dad. Dad, what is wrong? Gohan. Goku has merely fainted. There is nothing we can do now but pray for Vegeta's swift arrival. Krillin reassured. Hearing this, Gohan wiped his tears and covered Goku with a blanket. Meanwhile, Dales finally located the last village. At last, I found it. It seems fortune is on my side. This final Dragon Ball shall be mine. I shall wait for those fools to clash with Gula. Then seize all the Dragon Balls in the chaos. Ha! Dales envisioned a bright future, his heart racing as he descended nearby. Frieza, too, planned to eliminate Dales after finishing off the Namekians and claiming the Dragon Balls. As they entered the last village, a Namekian resembling Nail blocked their path. You are not welcome here. Leave at once. The Namekian said, displeased. That won't do. We are under orders from Lord Gula to seek the Dragon Balls. Hand them over willingly to avoid unnecessary suffering. Dales retorted with a fierce glare. To be frank, the Dragon Balls are no longer here. Dales, unwilling to believe, sneered. It seems you are determined to suffer. He turned to Frieza. Do you wish to take this one? Frieza feigned weakness. No? I fear this fellow may be stronger than I. It's best left to you. Dales cursed him silently and charged at the Namekian like lightning. Meanwhile, Vegeta was less than a day's journey from New Namek, slowly opening his eyes. His stomach growled, and he rummaged through a multi-purpose capsule given to him by Bulma. Inside were some compressed biscuits, the only emergency rations available in the cramped spaceship. Frieza's brother, huh? I hope your power does not disappoint. Vegeta bit into the biscuit and sipped water, eagerly anticipating the moment he could personally obliterate this foe. Chapter 19. The Death of Dallas. The figure of that Namekian suddenly crashed into a house. Now you understand the disparity between us, do you not? Hand over the Dragon Balls and cease your futile resistance. Dallas sneered. Damn it. I never expected that even the assimilated combat-type Namekian would be no match for you. Stop. At that moment, the Grand Elder, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, was stunned by the sight of Dallas. Mr. Goku, you cannot be. The Grand Elder gazed incredulously at the newcomer, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku. Dallas, puzzled, retorted, What Goku? I am Dallas, a warrior of the Saiyan race. I have come on the orders of King Cooler to seek the Dragon Balls. I cannot believe this. Grand Elder, this place is perilous. You must flee at once. Neck? What are you saying? As the Grand Elder, how could I abandon you all? Enough chatter. If you do not hand over the Dragon Balls, you will all face death together. After you perish, I will search for them myself. Dallas, infuriated by the two's indecisiveness, seethed. But the Namekian named Neck interjected. You absolutely cannot kill the Grand Elder. He is the creator of the Dragon Balls. If you slay him, they will merely become worthless stones. Dallas's expression darkened instantly. If I cannot kill him, can I not kill you? Seeing this, the Grand Elder grew anxious. The Dragon Balls are indeed not here with us. Dallas's patience had reached its limit. Do not play games with me. Tell me where the Dragon Balls are, or I shall slaughter every Namekian here except you. With that, in a bid to instill fear, he unleashed a purple beam that pierced Neck's chest. Neck. The Grand Elder was immediately overwhelmed with emotion, cradling Neck in his arms. For these Namekians were like his own children. This is merely a warning. If you do not reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, I will ensure that the remaining surviving Namekians meet the same fate before your eyes. Dallas's tone was laced with menace. Behind him, Frieza could not help but lament Dallas's ruthless methods. It was no wonder Cooler sought to eliminate him. His very nature was a ticking time bomb for betrayal. Though the Grand Elder loathed Dallas with every fiber of his being, he understood he was powerless to protect his people. I'm sorry, Mr. Goku, Mr. Krillin, and Mr. Gohan. After much hesitation, the Grand Elder finally spoke. The Dragon Balls were taken by warriors from Earth several days ago. I have told you everything. Now leave this place. Frieza quickly realized that these were indeed the companions of the Namekian captured by Lord Cooler days prior. Upon hearing this, Dallas was consumed by rage. Die! A torrent of purple energy erupted from his hands, engulfing the village behind the Grand Elder. The anguished cries of countless Namekians filled the air, ultimately reduced to mere dust. Seeing Dallas's treachery and the slaughter of his entire race, the Grand Elder contemplated fighting back. But Dallas would not allow him that satisfaction. He swiftly knocked him unconscious and prepared to depart. Frieza, let us leave. Yet strangely, Frieza remained rooted to the spot. Humph. If you wish to stay here with the restless souls, so be it. With that, Dallas turned to exit. But Frieza's voice resonated from behind him. I fear you shall not leave. You will remain here to accompany those deceased Namekians. Dallas, incredulous, turned his head, convinced he had misheard. However, when Frieza produced the fruit of the Tree of Might, the realization struck him. Cooler had never intended for him to return alive. Damn it. Frieza smirked disdainfully. Your strength may surpass mine, but if I were to consume this fruit as well, who knows who would emerge victorious? At that moment, Dre, possessed by Jinyu, arrived on the scene, witnessing the unfolding drama. Dre, you arrived just in time. Observe how I obliterate this ignorant scion. With that, Frieza consumed the fruit in one gulp. Instantly, his energy surged, and his muscles grew more defined. This newfound power instilled fear in Dallas, as his scouter shattered, incapable of registering his opponent's combat strength. You see, this modified scouter could detect power levels up to 1.5 million. This meant that Frieza had surpassed that threshold, while Dallas, despite his recent gains from the Tree of Might, hovered around 1 million. Faced with Frieza, escape was his only option. This scene left Jinyu momentarily dumbfounded. I never imagined such a treasure could exist. Consuming just one has yielded such tremendous power. Once Frieza's strength stabilized, he cracked his knuckles, satisfied. Dallas, even if you have consumed numerous fruits, your original combat strength was so feeble that such a treasure in your hands is nothing short of wasteful. Regret your choices. You have crossed Lord Cooler. With that, Frieza shot forward like lightning to intercept the retreating Dallas. Realizing escape was futile, Dallas attempted to persuade Frieza to defect from Cooler. Look, you have seen the power of the Tree of Might. Come with me, and we can cultivate these trees on other planets. In time, Cooler will be inconsequential, and we can conquer the entire universe. Dallas's enthusiasm grew with each word. Frieza regarded Dallas with an impassive expression. Are you finished? Prepare to die. In an instant. Frieza transformed into a streak of light, charging at Dallas. But Dallas was prepared, launching a purple energy wave directly at Frieza. He had hoped to catch Frieza off guard during the brief lapse. Yet, the disparity in their strengths had widened significantly. Such an attack was akin to throwing an egg against a rock. Panic seized Dallas. No, spare me. But Frieza paid him no mind. He conjured an energy sword in his hand and, with a swift motion, pierced Dallas's abdomen. The battle concluded without any doubt. Dallas was left to ponder his unfulfilled ambitions in the afterlife. Seeing Frieza's success, Jinyu rushed over to congratulate him. Frieza, well done. Your opportunity is truly enviable. Your power has skyrocketed. Such flattery made Frieza somewhat giddy, yet he remained unaware that this individual was no longer his ally. Seizing the moment of Frieza's complacency, Jinyu shouted his name. What? This drew Frieza's gaze to meet his. Change. I shall take your body. In a blinding flash of light, their bodies exchanged places, leaving Frieza in disbelief as he stared at his own form across from him. Who are you? But all he received in response was a beam of energy that chilled him to the core. Even though Jinyu had just swapped bodies and was unfamiliar with the new form, the gap in their abilities was far too vast to be bridged by a mere drop in power. After eliminating Frieza, Jinyu dusted himself off and returned to report to Cooler, albeit with a few embellishments. That fool Dre to think he was slain by that wild monkey Dallas. After Jinyu's embellishments, Cooler concluded that Dre had perished due to insufficient support against Dallas. Frieza, splendid work. As long as we possess this Namekian, those individuals will inevitably fall into our trap. Let us await the auspicious news. The menacing laughter of Gula reverberated throughout the vessel once more. The following day, a circular spacecraft gradually descended into the atmosphere of Namek. The overwhelming aura was immediately sensed by Gohan and Krillin. This presence is Vegeta, Uncle Vegeta, they exclaimed in unison. Chapter 20. Arrival. Vegeta's descent. Vegeta gazed upon the seemingly vibrant planet before him and remarked, "Is this the new Namek? It is a pity that I am no longer in the business of selling planets. Otherwise, this one could fetch a handsome price." In the sky, Vegeta's spherical spacecraft streaked through the atmosphere like a meteor, trailing flames as it swiftly descended towards the ground. Gohan had already arrived at the site where Vegeta was set to land, waiting patiently. It turned out that Vegeta had intentionally released his aura to signal Gohan and the others of his arrival. However, this aura was also sensed by Cooler's subordinates. "Report to the king, we have detected another energy signature," one of them announced. Cooler, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation, inquired, "How strong is it?" "Approximately 1 million. Cooler chuckled. "It seems that those pesky insects can no longer restrain themselves. I believe it won't be long before what I desire is delivered to me." As the ground was smashed, creating a large crater, Vegeta's ship finally landed. The hatch opened slowly, and Vegeta emerged. Gohan rushed to his side. "Uncle Vegeta, my father's medicine." Vegeta first surveyed his surroundings and sensed the remaining life forms on this planet. He detected a powerful aura far ahead and surmised that it must belong to Cooler. Is this the extent of his power? Vegeta felt a surge of confidence. Having heard from Bulma before his arrival, he had expected something formidable. But it appeared to be rather underwhelming. After assessing the situation, Vegeta turned his attention to Gohan. A smirk crept across his face. Kakarot's brat. He then produced a vial containing the special medicine from his pocket and casually tossed it to Gohan. "Tell Kakarot to take good care of his life. For the one who can take it is none other than me, the Prince of the Saiyan Warriors, Vegeta." Vegeta crossed his arms, brimming with pride. Though Gohan was speechless, he nodded in acknowledgement. Vegeta continued boastfully, "Furthermore, when you return, tell Kakarot that after a good sleep, he can prepare to leave this planet. By the time he awakens, that thing called Cooler will have been dealt with by me." Upon hearing this, Gohan grew anxious. "No, Uncle Vegeta. Cooler's power exceeds our imagination. Even my father in his Super Saiyan form has been defeated. We should wait for him to wake up and fight together." Before Gohan could finish, Vegeta interrupted. "Kakarot's brat, do you imply that I am weaker than Kakarot? Are you looking down on me?" He then delivered a light punch to Gohan's stomach. A minor lesson from the prince. Gohan doubled over in pain. Vegeta's expression regained its confidence. "No wonder you were confused about the situation. You still do not realize that not only Kakarot can transform into a Super Saiyan, I have mastered that form as well. Now, I am the strongest in the universe. That Cooler? I can obliterate him with ease." He struck a classic pose of arrogance. "I did not mean that. It's just that Cooler's power is truly formidable. And he claims to have transformations beyond Frieza. Moreover, Uncle Piccolo is still in his hands. We should not act recklessly." Gohan insisted through gritted teeth. Vegeta dismissed him, not even glancing in Gohan's direction. "Kakarot's brat, you have no idea how powerful a Super Saiyan is. While I am still calm, you should leave. Regardless of any transformations that Cooler possesses, they are futile against my might." Vegeta tilted his head slightly, wearing an infuriating expression. "As for that Namekian, let him die." With that, he shot off towards Cooler like a ray of light. Gohan, realizing he could not persuade him, decided to return with the medicine. In the cave, Krillin had been anxiously awaiting Gohan's return, and finally, he saw him enter. Inside, as Gohan prepared a cup of hot water to administer the medicine to Goku, Krillin inquired, "Gohan, where is Vegeta? Why is he not with you?" Gohan's expression darkened. "Uncle Vegeta insisted on going to defeat Cooler himself. I couldn't dissuade him." Krillin, however, was not surprised. His behavior was within my expectations. "This is troublesome." His expression grew conflicted, but he quickly resolved himself and stood up decisively. "Gohan, you stay here and take care of Goku. I'm going out." "Uncle Krillin, are you?" Gohan began to suspect. "We cannot let that guy Vegeta duel with that monster alone. I will go assist him. If he loses, I can bring him back," Krillin said, although he appeared indifferent. It took a great deal of courage for him to take this step. "No, Uncle Krillin, I must go too. Gohan could not bear to witness his friends being ravaged by Cooler again. That's unnecessary. If you go too, who will take care of Goku if something happens to me? Besides, we cannot leave your mother with worries. Trust me, I will be fine. Krillin reassured, patting his chest before following Vegeta's energy signature. Meanwhile, Vegeta encountered Nez, who was searching for Dragon Balls. Who are you? That question should be mine. But judging by your ugly appearance, you must be one of Cooler's lackeys. Vegeta replied, arms crossed, exuding arrogance. I see now. You must be the scion who interfered with Lord Cooler's plans a few days ago. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I might spare your life. Nez threatened maliciously. That depends on whether you have the capability. You dare to underestimate me. Nez, humiliated and enraged, launched an attack on Vegeta. Vegeta effortlessly countered with a series of moves, causing a thick cloud of smoke to rise. However, this tactic was trivial against Vegeta, akin to showing off before a master swordsman. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta remained unscathed, not even a hair out of place. Is this your full strength? Nez was filled with terror. This is impossible. My scouter indicates you have only 30,000 battle power. A confident smile graced Vegeta's face. A scouter? Allow me to demonstrate. Vegeta slightly increased his aura, and even at half his normal state, it left Nez speechless, causing the scouter to explode. How is this possible? A scion with such immense power? Nez's reaction fed Vegeta's vanity, allowing him to revel in his display of strength. Let me tell you. Scions have no limits. With that, Vegeta conjured an energy wave with a single hand, swiftly sending Nez to meet his ancestors, clean and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. With such a weakling, Cooler is hardly impressive. With that, Vegeta soared once more toward Cooler's direction. Inside his ship, Cooler, informed by his subordinates, had learned that a powerful energy signature was rapidly approaching. He slowly opened his eyes from the confines of his stroller. It appears that guests have arrived. Meanwhile, the attentive Jinyu is secretly pondering his own calculations. Has he come? Is it Son Wukong or Vegeta? I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me. The fiercer the battle, the better. Chapter 21. What? Has Vegeta fallen again? As he gazed upon the spaceship identical to Frieza's, unsettling memories flooded Vegeta's mind. Come out, you garbage, and face your demise, he bellowed, his voice echoing in the air. Suddenly, the spacecraft's hatch swung open, and a beam of purple energy shot forth from the darkness within. Vegeta skillfully sidestepped, retreating a mere 2 paces. Slowly, Cooler emerged from the ship, flanked by his subordinate, Jinyu, and others. Is it just Vegeta? No Dragon Balls in sight. It seems the timing is not in my favor. Jinyu silently abandoned his plan to seize the opportunity. Ah, aren't you that wild monkey from a couple of days ago? Who are you? Cooler inquired, scrutinizing the unfamiliar face before him. In light of your impending demise, I shall reveal my identity. I am the proud prince of the warrior race, the Scions Vegeta, he declared, proudly gesturing to himself. Cooler pondered for a moment. Oh, so you are the remnant of the Scions exterminated by Frieza. Pray tell, Prince, what brings you here? He replied with a sardonic tone. Although Vegeta felt a flicker of annoyance at Cooler's words, he responded, I have heard that you defeated Kakarot, and it is my regret that I could not slay Frieza myself. Thus, I aim to kill you to prove that I am stronger than that fool. Cooler's expression was inscrutable. I see. So you and that monkey are allies? But let me make it clear, I am nothing like that waste, Frieza. Do not dare to compare me to him. I will inform you that Kakarot and I are not comrades, only I possess the ability to kill him. And you are not worthy. The prideful banter between them was palpable. I advise you to surrender the Dragon Balls, and I may leave your remains intact, Cooler threatened, his demeanor darkening. You desire the Dragon Balls? Then come and claim them by your own merit. It seems you wild monkeys are all the same, refusing to heed warnings. Cooler's aura surged, a purple flame erupting around him. Vegeta, sensing Cooler's energy, eagerly responded, It appears you are indeed stronger than that trash Frieza. This is even better. An invigorating warmth coursed through Vegeta as energy surged into his back. His hair transitioned from glossy black to a shimmering golden hue, and his aura harmonized with the same color. With a roar, Vegeta successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. This powerful energy was also detected by Krillin, who was en route. Is that Vegeta? How formidable! Could he have transformed into a Super Saiyan? Krillin thought, elated. This time, perhaps Vegeta can truly vanquish that monster. Vegeta's display exceeded Cooler's expectations. I can't believe you can transform into this form. Vegeta swelled with pride. Of course, I am far stronger than that lowly warrior Kakarot's Super Saiyan form, for I am of royal Saiyan lineage. Call me Super Vegeta. Rest assured, I will soon send you to hell to reunite with Frieza. As his words fell, Vegeta's figure vanished from sight. A powerful punch landed squarely in Cooler's abdomen, the force seeming to penetrate his very being, causing him to spit out saliva. Following this, Vegeta delivered a swift kick, catching Cooler off guard and sending him crashing into a nearby rocky hill. As the dust settled, Cooler wiped the spittle from the corner of his mouth. His subordinates, witnessing their king's humiliation, rushed to retaliate against Vegeta, but Cooler halted them with a gesture. Their intrinsic pride forbade such a display. You are indeed stronger than the other monkey, Cooler conceded, and Vegeta's arrogance swelled further. Is this truly your strength? I have yet to unleash even a fraction of my power. Though wise individuals recognized this as mere bravado, Cooler refrained from contradicting him. Knowing that the best way to silence an opponent was through action, Cooler elevated his energy once more, now at full power in this form. Humph. Do not get too complacent. This time, do not think to catch me off guard as before. Rest assured, I will thoroughly subdue you. Vegeta clenched his fists, his warrior blood igniting with fervor. Cooler struck first, launching rapid-fire death beams from his fingers like a machine gun. Yet Vegeta, agile as a dragon, dodged with grace while closing the distance. Finally, they were within mere feet of one another, and Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Cooler. Quick to react, Cooler raised his arms to block, but the overwhelming force still sent him flying several meters back. Feeling the sting in his arm, Cooler seethed with anger. You insolent monkey. How dare you treat me so? A massive surge of purple energy coalesced in Cooler's palm. Unwilling to be outdone, Vegeta retaliated with his signature move, the Gallic Gun. The titanic energies clashed in the air, neither yielding an inch, locked in a stalemate. Damn it! Vegeta cursed inwardly, astonished that Cooler could withstand his current power. Yet, proud as ever, he refused to concede defeat. Ultimately, the energy could no longer endure the pressure from both sides, resulting in a spectacular explosion. As the energy dissipated, Cooler's laughter echoed from the opposite side. What are you laughing at? Vegeta inquired, perplexed. After that exchange, I have fully grasped the extent of your so-called Super Saiyan power. What? You mean that was merely a trial? Vegeta burst into laughter. You truly are boastful. Do you mean to say you have yet to unleash your full power? Cooler's expression darkened. I never anticipated being forced to reveal my ultimate form by a band of monkeys. However, consider yourself fortunate. I have used this form only a handful of times since my birth. I told you, do not compare me to that waste Frieza. It is because I possess an additional transformation. With that, Cooler assumed a strained posture, letting out a primal roar. His physique grew more imposing. His previously smooth head sprouting four sharp horns, and spikes emerged from his wrists, while a mask-like structure obscured his mouth. Soon, he had completed his transformation into his final form, a power that far exceeded anything Vegeta had imagined. Cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's brow as he stood frozen in disbelief. How is this possible? In an instant, Cooler's figure vanished, reappearing silently behind Vegeta, a concentrated energy sphere poised against his back. In a flash, Vegeta was sent hurtling through the air, utterly unaware of it all. Now, you shall witness true hell. At that moment, Krillin hurriedly arrived, hiding behind a nearby pile of stones. Upon arrival, he saw Vegeta being mercilessly pummeled by Cooler. That Vegeta, Cooler seized Vegeta by the hair, repeatedly slamming his head against the ground, blood streaming from Vegeta's wounds, yet Cooler showed no signs of relinquishing his grip. This sight filled Krillin with anxiety. Alas, if this continues, Vegeta is bound to meet his demise. Chapter 22, Krillin's determination. Vegeta's aura surged once more, breaking free from Cooler's grasp with a powerful explosion of energy. He wiped the blood from his face with his elbow, a look of disdain marking his features. What a joke. Do not let your pride blind you. I am Super Vegeta, the proud prince of Saiyans. With a fierce roar, Vegeta's energy intensified. How could I possibly be defeated by a creature as hideous as you? Vegeta pressed his hands together in front of his chest, gathering an energy sphere, from which an array of energy blasts erupted, hurtling towards Cooler. The onslaught struck Cooler with great force, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. Yet, his voice emerged from the haze, revealing that he had sustained no injury. Your courage is commendable, but it pales in comparison to your actual strength. This so-called Super Saiyan is nothing remarkable. Cooler scoffed, waving his hand dismissively and sending Vegeta's attacks flying. A purple beam shot towards Vegeta. Instinctively, Vegeta dodged the attack. But in the next moment, Cooler's figure appeared directly behind him. Look behind you, Cooler's voice echoed ominously in Vegeta's ear. A cold sweat broke out as Vegeta quickly tried to distance himself, But no matter where he moved, Cooler reappeared behind him with uncanny precision. This display terrified Krillin, who was hiding behind a rock, covering his mouth with his hands. Is this the true nature of that monster? It's utterly terrifying. Vegeta's immense power is being toyed with like a child. Krillin thought in despair. This battle is beyond my capabilities. He resolved to wait for an opportunity to rescue Vegeta when Cooler might let his guard down after a potential victory. Cooler's mocking demeanor infuriated Vegeta. How dare you toy with me? Enraged, Vegeta spun around and delivered a powerful kick aimed at Cooler's neck. A dull thud resonated as Vegeta realized that Cooler did not evade. He absorbed the blow without flinching, his neck remaining unmoved. Vegeta transformed his fear into rage, unleashing a flurry of punches towards Cooler's abdomen. After a relentless barrage, Cooler finally showed a flicker of response, lowering his head slightly and contemptuously gazing at Vegeta. Is this your attack? The situation had evidently exceeded Vegeta's expectations. Steeling himself, he created distance once more, but Cooler remained stationary. Vegeta concentrated his energy into his palms, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. Yellow energy began to coalesce in his hands. Final flash, Vegeta proclaimed, as if the name itself could amplify its power. The yellow energy surged towards Cooler like a ravenous tiger. Cooler merely squinted, channeling his own energy to his hands, with a purplish aura enveloping him. He straightforwardly met Vegeta's attack head-on. As a being whose power exceeded even Frieza's, Cooler sought to dominate this man with equal pride. Come, let me see if your full strength can excite me. Cooler's maniacal laughter echoed in Vegeta's ears. How can there possibly be someone stronger than a Super Saiyan? The legends proclaim that Super Saiyan power reigns supreme across the universe. Vegeta's mind raced, grappling with disbelief and resentment, mixed with a tinge of fear. He had always believed that attaining Super Saiyan strength meant standing at the pinnacle of the cosmos. Yet, Cooler's presence shattered that illusion. Vegeta, now confronted with an insurmountable force, could scarcely fathom the notion of further surpassing his limits. Despite his incredulity, unwillingness, and a hint of terror, his pride forbade him from retreating. Cooler. My strength is not limited to this. I'm only using half of my power, he declared, struggling to bolster his energy once more. Cooler, recognizing Vegeta's desperation, feigned ignorance of his weakened state. Though you are a monkey, I acknowledge your pride. Give it your all to entertain me. Though Cooler's footing wavered slightly, his formidable strength remained unshaken. After 2.5 minutes of relentless assault, Vegeta felt his energy waning. Cooler sensed it too. The opportunity has arrived, he thought, swiftly tearing through Vegeta's attack, leaving the Saiyan stunned. How is this possible? My final flash. But Vegeta lacked the stamina to resist any further. Have you exhausted your strength, Prince? Cooler approached Vegeta with deliberate slowness. Vegeta attempted to retaliate, throwing a feeble punch, but it was utterly ineffective. Cooler effortlessly caught Vegeta's fist, applying pressure until a sickening crack echoed, prompting a pained scream from Vegeta. You bastard! Vegeta cried. Don't be so harsh. It is you who is outmatched. I have given you ample opportunity to perform. Cooler lifted Vegeta with one hand, delivering a series of punishing blows to his abdomen. Do you know why I have indulged you for so long? Because I have scarcely used this form until now. You are fortunate to have compelled me to this extent. Thus, I shall reward you by allowing you to fully experience the terror of my power. Be grateful. Cooler's smile was twisted, as if he relished in some grand vengeance. Yet, his fist did not relent, landing blow after blow upon Vegeta's face and body. Soon, Vegeta was battered and bloodied, his form a grotesque sight. With his visage marred and a mixture of saliva and blood oozing from his mouth, Krillin could hardly bear to witness the scene. Vegeta, now on the brink of unconsciousness, was cast aside by Cooler like a discarded rag doll. Surely, even your pride would not allow you to become a captive. I am merciful enough to send you to hell with your pride intact. Rest assured, I will soon send another monkey to join you. The Science will ultimately be extinguished at my hands. With that, Cooler concentrated energy into a lethal beam. Krillin could no longer contain himself. Goku, Master Roshi, grant me strength. He sprang forward, Cooler. Krillin emerged from behind Cooler, and at that moment, a powerful energy wave struck. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed to Vegeta's side, while Cooler, caught off guard by the sudden assault, sustained a wound on his left arm. Furious, Cooler quickly spotted Krillin preparing to unleash another attack, but found the small warrior with his eyes tightly shut, hands poised at his temples. Solar flare. As a blinding light filled Cooler's vision, Krillin seized the moment to escape with Vegeta in tow, fully aware that they could not escape in a short span of time. Krillin led Vegeta to take refuge among the nearby piles of rocks. As the radiance faded, only Guldo remained at the scene, bewildered and at a loss. Chapter 23. Yukong awakens realizing the situation. Gula's anger flared, and he instantly soared into the sky, shouting, "Who dares to snatch food from my grasp? Show yourself." The silence that enveloped the surroundings only fueled Gula's wrath, and his malevolent aura surged uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Krillin, who was hiding in fear, trembled at the thought of being discovered, praying for his concealment to remain intact. "If you refuse to come out, I won't hesitate to obliterate this area," Gula declared, his voice echoing ominously. With no response, he unleashed a barrage of energy waves, bombarding the vicinity indiscriminately. Is this monster truly insane? Master Mateto, Yukong, Gohan, farewell. Krillin shut his eyes tightly, cradling his head in despair, caught in a turmoil between life and death. Yet, fortune favored him. After 2.5 minutes of relentless bombardment, Gula's fury seemed to wane. He ceased his onslaught and announced, "Earthling, I am aware you are nearby. You have one day to deliver the last Dragon Ball to me, or else the life of that Namekian will be forfeit, and I shall destroy this planet." With that, Gula departed. Krillin waited a moment longer, ensuring Gula had genuinely moved on before daring to emerge. Fearing detection by Gula's sensors, he cautiously concealed his energy, carrying Vegeta back slowly. After approximately an hour, Vegeta's hazy consciousness began to flicker with awareness. "Am I dead?" he murmured weakly. "No, you reckless fool. I nearly lost my life saving you from that monster," Krillin complained, his frustration palpable. This only deepened Vegeta's despondence. "Nanny? Who asked you to save me? As the proud prince of the Scion warrior race, my dignity demands I die on the battlefield, not flee in cowardice. Take me back." With that, Vegeta feebly swung his fist at Krillin, though his current state rendered the blow little more than a gentle massage. "Are you out of your mind? How ungrateful can you be? I risked my life to save you, and you want to return to certain death." Krillin, surprisingly bold, retorted. He then dropped Vegeta's body, feigning an intent to walk away. "Humph, who told you to save me? I would rather die at his hands." After taking a couple of steps, Krillin sighed in resignation. "What am I to do with you? Why must you be so stubborn?" He turned back, once more hoisting Vegeta and heading towards their base. Meanwhile, Gula presented a sapling-like object to Jinyu, who had transformed into a new form. "My lord, what is this?" Jinyu asked, puzzled. "Tomorrow, when those monkeys bring me the Dragon Balls, I will eliminate them all right here. Then, you shall plant the sapling of the Tree of Might. Once the fruit ripens, we shall depart." Jinyu finally understood that it was indeed the sapling of the Tree of Might, something he had only heard of during his time in Frieza's army. He cherished the sapling as a precious treasure. After 2.5 hours of travel, Krillin finally arrived at the base, carrying Vegeta. Inside, Gohan anxiously awaited by Goku's side, hoping for his swift recovery. After administering medicine, Goku's expression appeared somewhat more relaxed, yet he remained unconscious. Upon hearing Krillin enter, Gohan rushed over with Dandy. "Uncle Krillin, what happened to Uncle Vegeta?" Gohan gasped, horrified at the sight of the bloodied Scion. "Help me get him inside, Gohan. I can barely hold on." Exhausted from the 3.5-hour trek, Krillin collapsed onto the sofa after placing Vegeta on another bed. After a brief rest, Krillin recounted the tale of Vegeta's defeat, Gula's final stance, and the ultimatum given. "How could this happen, Uncle Piccolo?" Gohan stood frozen, overwhelmed by despair. His heart brimmed with frustration. On one hand, he loathed his own weakness, while on the other, he yearned for his father's awakening. Yet, he questioned himself, despite his rigorous training since his rebirth, how much could he truly improve in just 3 months? Recalling his past life, where years of arduous training led him to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan, a wave of helplessness washed over him. Rising in anger, Gohan plunged into the gravity chamber, realizing that only by dedicating himself wholly to training could he hope to increase his chances of victory. Krillin, noticing Gohan's anxiety, inquired of Dandy whether he could heal Vegeta. Despite Dandy's lingering resentment over Vegeta's invasion of Namek, he complied with Krillin's request. In times like these, every additional ally could tip the scales of fortune, and personal grievances had to be set aside. Under Dandy's nurturing green aura, Vegeta's wounds healed at a visible pace. And soon, he was restored to his former self. Yet, the revived Vegeta felt nothing but frustration. He glanced at the unconscious Goku beside him. "Kakarot, you told me the power of a Super Saiyan should be unrivaled across the universe. Why did I lose to that grotesque creature?" A surge of anger coursed through him. "Am I truly that weak? What would you do in my place?" In that moment, he sought an answer from the man lying beside him. Krillin observed Vegeta, who lay like a lifeless husk, and wondered if Gula had somehow damaged his psyche. He approached and waved a hand before Vegeta's eyes, but there was no response. The situation weighed heavily on Krillin's mind. As evening fell, Gohan remained entrenched in the gravity chamber, Vegeta silent in his state, and Krillin, exhausted, succumbed to slumber on the sofa. Suddenly, Goku's eyelids fluttered, and he stretched languidly. Awakening at last. Noticing the statue-like Vegeta and the sleeping Krillin, confusion washed over him. Vegeta, what are you doing here? Vegeta merely glanced at Goku, his tone indifferent. You are awake, Kakarot. Krillin, roused by the commotion, rubbed his eyes, his expression widening in astonishment. Goku, you are finally awake. Overjoyed, he leaped to Goku's side and eagerly shared the good news with Gohan. Upon hearing of his father's awakening, Gohan abandoned his training and rushed into the room, enveloping Goku in a warm embrace. After exchanging pleasantries, Goku finally broached the subject. What is the current situation? What about Gula? And how did Vegeta end up here? As Krillin provided answers, Goku gradually pieced together the events that had transpired. Chapter 24. Last-minute efforts. Goku wore a grave expression. He had not anticipated that so much could transpire during his unconsciousness. Piccolo had been captured, leaving his fate uncertain, and even Vegeta, transformed into a Super Saiyan, had suffered defeat. It seemed that even upon his recovery, he might not stand a chance against that formidable foe. Furthermore, Gula indeed possessed another transformation, a truly formidable adversary. Shifting the conversation, Goku addressed Gohan and Krillin, expressing his gratitude for their efforts. Both Gohan and Krillin scratched their heads, indicating that it was nothing. Goku's gaze fell upon Vegeta, who sat silently in the corner. Vegeta, thank you for the special medicine you sent. Vegeta, with an air of pride, turned his head away but couldn't help but inquire, Kakarot, what are your plans moving forward? Gohan and Krillin shared eager expressions, hoping for a brilliant strategy from Goku. After a moment of silence, Goku resolutely declared, we still have a day left. Let us continue training. Every bit of strength we gain increases our chances of victory, does it not? Since a Super Saiyan is not a match for that guy, we shall strive to surpass the Super Saiyan itself. Vegeta's expression shifted to one of shock. Could it truly be possible to surpass the Super Saiyan? This was a notion he had never considered, nor did he believe it could be achieved. I do not know, but how can one know without trying? Besides, we have no other options. Even if we ultimately fail, there will be no regrets. Goku's demeanor remained calm, even tinged with excitement, devoid of any fear of mortality. Vegeta's shock transformed into a slight smile. Humph, Kakarot. Everything is left unspoken. Meanwhile, Gohan silently vowed that this time, even if it cost him his life, he would ensure everyone survived, vowing never to let the tragic future repeat itself. If I can survive this time, I will spare no effort to grow stronger. I must protect everyone. Thus, the group once again approached the entrance of the gravity chamber. Kakarot, do not hold me back, Vegeta exclaimed. Rest assured, Vegeta. The two exchanged a knowing glance and prepared to enter together. Gohan wished to join but was stopped by Goku. Gohan, this enemy is unlike any other. Leave this to your father. Dad, I want to go too. Goku patiently reasoned. Gohan, Gula's power is beyond imagination. If anything were to happen to you, I could never explain it to your mother. Krillin chimed in. Indeed, Gohan, Gula is far too strong for us to handle. Gohan's expression was resolute. I am not afraid. Dad, Uncle Piccolo was captured because he tried to save me. How can I not go to rescue him? Isn't this what you taught me since childhood? I am your son. We can die together if need be. Hearing these words, Goku sensed Gohan's determination and ceased his objections. Vegeta chuckled, Kakarot's son. I did not expect you to possess such courage. Gohan, during our training, we may not be able to look after you. If you cannot endure, make sure to come out, Vegeta warned. Gohan nodded, and Goku addressed Krillin. When the time comes, remember to call us. It's up to you, Krillin. Krillin agreed. And the three entered the gravity chamber in succession. Goku turned to Vegeta, set the gravity to 200 times. Gohan, can you handle it? No problem. Vegeta replied nonchalantly. I can manage, Dad. Having trained on King Kai's planet, in the spaceship, and in the gravity chamber, Gohan's foundational strength was formidable. Thus adapting to 200 times gravity was not a challenge for him. Goku continued, Vegeta, I have an idea. Since we aim to surpass the Super Saiyan, we must first acclimate to this form, treating it as our everyday state. This will not only help us adjust but also allow us to identify any shortcomings of this form for improvement. Vegeta smirked. I have my own training methods. Damn. Kakarot truly knows how to strategize, even devising such a training approach. Though he feigned indifference, Vegeta's body remained honest, as he involuntarily maintained his Super Saiyan form throughout the day's training. Haha. Even with just one day, this initial step already signifies significant progress, Goku remarked. As the hours passed, Goku approached Gohan. Gohan, your father is going to spar with Vegeta. Pay close attention. Gohan nodded earnestly, as he had seldom witnessed his father battle. Vegeta, let us spar. Goku called out to Vegeta, who was meditating on the other side. Vegeta opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Kakarot, I have awaited your words for a long time. Let us see just how much distance remains between us. Vegeta turned, unleashing his aura, enveloped in golden flames. So you can truly transform into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta. Do not underestimate me. Do you think I am bluffing? Goku unleashed his own aura, transforming into a Super Saiyan with a battle cry. The two assumed their combat stances, ready to engage. It's time to get serious. Ah, bring it on. Vegeta was the first to strike, his form becoming a golden blur as he charged at Goku. Goku, sensing the urgency, swiftly raised his defenses. Vegeta's fists collided with Goku's arms like a tempest, producing a series of muted thuds. Seizing an opportunity amid the flurry of blows, Goku connected a punch to Vegeta's cheek. Yet the stubborn Saiyan absorbed the impact with sheer resolve. This is not good, Goku lamented. Vegeta pressed the assault, soaring into the air. Take this, Kakarot. He positioned his hands behind him, preparing a Gallic gun, while Goku mirrored him with a Kamehameha stance. Their energies coalesced like a river flowing into their palms. Kamehameha, Gallic gun. As the yellow and blue energies shot forth, they converged in a clash of titanic forces. Gohan, witnessing the cataclysmic display of power, was awestruck. Even though he had wielded such strength in a previous life, it was still overwhelming to behold. He marveled at how sturdy Bulma's gravity chamber was, enduring such destructive forces from two Super Saiyans without faltering. In that fleeting moment, the combined energies of the two warriors became unsustainable, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that struck the gravity chamber with devastating force. The chamber trembled under the onslaught, its walls bearing the marks of the encounter. While the floor was littered with remnants of energy, both warriors, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, found their hands trembling from the immense output of power. Yet, even as their energies waned, their resolve to continue the battle remained unyielding, and they began to exchange blows with precision and ferocity. The exquisite combat techniques mesmerized Gohan, who had previously lacked guidance in his past life. This was precisely what he had yearned for. Kakarot, I never anticipated that even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, I could only achieve a stalemate with you. Haha, Vegeta, after all, I shall not remain stagnant forever. The two became engrossed in their duel, their minds solely focused on each other, with nothing else in their sights. The battle raged on for approximately an hour, until both were utterly spent, collapsing onto the ground in sheer exhaustion. Chapter 25, The Final Battle with Gula Father, Uncle Vegeta. Gohan exclaimed upon witnessing the scene, hastily shutting off the gravity device and calling for Dandy. As Dandy and Krillin entered the gravity chamber, they gasped in astonishment. Were Goku and Vegeta about to destroy this place? Truly, the destructive power of the Saiyans was formidable. Sweat trickled down Krillin's bald head. After Dandy's treatment, both Goku and Vegeta finally regained their strength. Kakarot, do not get complacent. Next time, I will defeat you, Vegeta declared. Haha, I look forward to it, Vegeta. With the reassurance that Goku and his companions were unharmed, Krillin and Dandy exited the gravity chamber. The three resumed their training. Goku approached Gohan and asked, So, did you learn anything? Gohan nodded enthusiastically. It was incredible. The battle between you and Uncle Vegeta was extraordinary. I learned so many techniques. Goku ruffled Gohan's hair. Indeed, not only did you learn a lot, but I also gained invaluable experience from this fight. Vegeta is truly impressive. After their exchange, Goku continued training with Gohan. Time flew by, and soon it was the next morning. Krillin stood outside the gravity chamber, reminding Goku of the time. Reluctantly, the three concluded their training and returned to their quarters, where they took a shower, changed clothes, and enjoyed a hearty meal. After a brief rest, Goku and his companions were ready to confront Gula. Once all preparations were complete, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin set off to rescue Piccolo and defeat Gula. Everyone, this battle will be exceptionally perilous. Exercise caution, Goku warned. Vegeta merely scoffed. Kakarot, don't get it twisted. Once we defeat Gula, you will be next. Prepare yourself. With that, he soared ahead towards Gula. Goku watched Vegeta's departure. I am well aware. Then he turned to Krillin. Krillin, grab the Dragon Ball. We are departing. Krillin glanced at the 4-star Dragon Ball nestled in the corner before picking it up. After several minutes of flight, the four finally arrived near Gula's spaceship. Goku called out, "Gula, we have arrived. Come out." Inside the spaceship, Gula grinned sinisterly at the sight of Piccolo, who had been brought in by his subordinates. Although Piccolo had regained some breath thanks to the healing pod, he remained on the brink of collapse, utterly unable to resist. Ha ha ha, it seems those fools are finally here. My wish is about to be fulfilled. Zoiza, take this Namekian. We are leaving. Shortly thereafter, Gula appeared before the four with all his minions. Ah. It appears you have mobilized your entire army. Impressive. Gula's gaze was immediately drawn to the Dragon Ball in Krillin's arms. Meanwhile, Jinya reveled internally. Son Goku, Vegeta, splendid. Now I can take advantage of the chaos. Let the battle commence. The fiercer, the better. None of Goku's group displayed any signs of good humor. In an instant, Gohan spotted Zoiza cradling the barely conscious Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Enough chatter. Release Piccolo now. Goku demanded. However, Gula responded nonchalantly, considering your sincerity. I have a proposal. Why not face me all at once? If you can defeat me, I will return all the Dragon Balls to you, including this Namekian. At this, Gula's subordinates brought forward 6 Dragon Balls. But should you all fail to best me, not only will you forfeit your Dragon Balls, but your lives shall remain here as well. Gula's intentions were clear. He aimed to eliminate everyone present and acquire the Dragon Balls. From the beginning, he had no intention of using Piccolo as a bargaining chip. Piccolo was merely bait to lure them in. Vegeta, upon hearing this, was instantly incensed and stepped forward. Enough of your arrogance. A single prince is sufficient to annihilate you. Oh, is that not the Prince of the Scions? How did you recover so swiftly? I hope you do not intend to flee again if you cannot win this time, Gula scoffed. Furious, Vegeta was about to charge in, but Goku intercepted him. Kakarot, what are you up to? Gula, we need not fight as a group. Let us duel one-on-one. I trust you will honor your word. Goku then turned to Vegeta. Allow me to take the lead. Vegeta shrugged off Goku's hand. Do as you please. Krillin urged, Goku, this is a golden opportunity. He himself suggested we fight together, which would increase our chances of success. Apologies, Krillin. Please forgive my stubbornness. With that, Goku leaped forward to face Gula. Gula, it is regrettable that I could not fight you with my full strength last time. Let us have a proper contest now. Goku assumed his fighting stance, while Gula simply gestured for him to proceed. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, his aura causing Gula to flinch slightly. It seems you have improved since our last encounter. I wonder how your strength compares now. Before Gula could finish, Goku launched himself like a golden streak towards him. He appeared behind Gula, delivering a knee strike that sent him soaring into the air. Following up with instant transmission, Goku slammed both fists into Gula's abdomen, driving him into the ground. Seizing the momentum, Goku unleashed a flurry of attacks, stirring up clouds of dust. Fully aware that smoke would not harm him, Goku concentrated energy for a Kamehameha wave. Allow me to demonstrate this technique. Blue energy surged forth, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Nearby rocks were pulverized by the shockwave. However, the smoke obscured everyone's view, leaving them uncertain of Gula's condition at the center of the attack. Suddenly, a purple energy surged forth, overpowering Goku's Kamehameha wave and sending him staggering back. Gula took this opportunity to evade the attack radius, and Goku retracted his energy wave, wiping blood from his mouth. Gula sneered, You filthy monkey, your power has indeed sharpened since last time. Now, let me show you my true strength. Gula's form shifted once again. Soon, he transformed into his final form. This energy, it's formidable. Goku, witnessing Gula's new form for the first time, was momentarily taken aback by the sheer power. Vegeta taunted, Kakarot, if you find yourself struggling, do not hesitate to call for me. I am ready to take over. Humph. What are you saying, Vegeta? I am exhilarated. Though Goku felt a shiver from Gula's aura, his excitement was undeniable, and he was eager to engage. Wild monkey, you won't be so fortunate this time. Prepare to leave your life here. In the blink of an eye, Gula vanished. Goku immediately grew cautious, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a powerful punch landed squarely on Goku's face, sending him crashing into the rocks nearby. What are you looking at? Gula's voice echoed eerily. Damn it. I can't believe I am still no match for him. It appears I must give it my all and fight to the bitter end. Having spoken, Wukong exerted every ounce of strength within him, unleashing an aura that surged forth like a tempestuous wave, leaving Gulra's minions utterly astonished. Such power was a rarity they had only witnessed in Gulra himself. with few other encounters to recall. Subsequently, Wukong steadied his energy and resumed his combat stance. Come forth, Golra. Chapter 26. A change of personnel. Vegeta appears. Excellent. This is the only way one like me should make an appearance, Goldo exclaimed as he sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Goku. Fully aware that unleashing his complete power would significantly deplete his energy, Goku resolved to end the conflict swiftly. Taking the initiative, he transformed into a streak of yellow light, charging towards Goldo. However, this time Goldo opted not to yield, meeting him head-on. The two figures collided with a speed akin to lightning, both striking simultaneously. The force of their fists generated shockwaves that scattered the birds soaring in the sky. In stark contrast to Goldo's composed demeanor, Goku felt a tremor in his arm. Not daring to underestimate his opponent, he launched another punch, landing it squarely on Goldo's cheek. Unexpectedly, Goldo, much like Vegeta, withstood the blow and retaliated with a punch of his own, sending Goku hurtling backwards. Refusing to concede, Goku sprang back to his feet, unleashing a flurry of energy blasts. Yet, to Goldo, these attacks were as futile as striking a stone with an egg. Goldo's form vanished and reappeared before Goku, delivering a swift palm strike that sent Goku soaring into the air before promptly intercepting him with a single foot. Another swift kick sent Goku crashing into the rocks below. Is this truly the extent of your power, Scion? Pathetic. Goldo mocked disdainfully. Frustration surged within Goku. Is there truly no way out? If only I had more time to train. He pounded the rocks in despair, struggling to rise, feeling overwhelmed by this formidable foe. No. I absolutely cannot fall here. I have reasons I cannot afford to lose. With renewed determination, Goku took 2 deep breaths, calming his energy. Sensing the fluctuations within him, he decided to put everything on the line with one decisive strike. This is my final move. He opened his eyes wide, placing both hands on his waist as all remaining energy coalesced into his palms. Kamehameha. Goldo, however, dismissed Goku's attack, confident that if he could withstand one, he could endure countless others. As Goku's thunderous roar echoed, his figure inexplicably appeared behind Goldo, the energy wave tearing through the air toward him with breathtaking speed. Gohan and Krillin gasped in unison. Instant transmission. Vegeta, taken aback by Goku's maneuver, clenched his fists, realizing that he himself could not have intercepted such an attack at that distance. Even he had to admire Goku's tactical mind. Goldo, caught off guard by this unexpected turn, widened his eyes in disbelief. Nanny. But it was too late for defense. Goku's energy wave struck Goldo squarely. Knowing this was his last chance, Goku poured every ounce of his energy into this singular attack. Go. The energy wave seemed to swell under Goku's roar, engulfing Goldo in its might. After 25 seconds of relentless output, Goku's stamina finally waned, leaving him devoid of energy and reverting to his normal state, crashing to the ground without a moment to assess the aftermath. When the dust settled, everyone was astonished to see Goldo at the epicenter of the attack. Though he appeared battered, only a few superficial cuts and dirt marred his form. It was evident that Goldo, brother of the king, possessed resilience that rivaled even that of the king himself. How is this possible? My father's full power attack barely. Gohan exclaimed in disbelief. Is this guy a monster? Krillin felt his legs weaken. Only Vegeta, sensing the moment had come for him to step in, readied himself. You've hurt me, wild monkey. Now, you will feel my wrath. Goldo seethed in rage. In an instant, he appeared beside Goku, kicking him into the air, then unleashing a barrage of punches upon Goku's abdomen, venting his fury. Exhausted, Goku resembled a helpless punching bag, absorbing the blows. Soon, he was left bruised and bloodied, crying out in agony. Father. Gohan could no longer contain himself and prepared to jump in, but Krillin held him back. Vegeta, unable to remain idle any longer, finally intervened. He saw Goldo pointing a finger at Goku, purple energy coalescing ominously. Since you've already lost, I'll send you to hell. Goku, lacking even the strength to widen his eyes, managed a weak smile. I'm sorry, Gohan, Krillin, Chi-Chi. It seems this is where my journey ends. How regretful. Just as Goldo unleashed his death ray, Vegeta suddenly appeared in front of Goku, deflecting the attack with a single slap. He then kicked Goku towards Krillin, who caught him deftly. Goku. Father. They both cried out anxiously. I'm fine, but that Vegeta guy could be a little gentler, Goku managed to say with difficulty. On the battlefield, Vegeta boldly declared, Now, let me deal with you, ugly creature. Goldo merely shrugged, indifferent. I don't mind changing the order of sending you to hell. Of course, if you prefer to come at me together, I have no objections. Vegeta's pride ignited with fury at these words. He would not allow anyone to outshine him in his presence. Pointing a thumb at himself, he declared, "You wretched creature. Don't get too cocky. Last time was merely a lapse in my vigilance. This time, you will witness the might of Super Vegeta." Before he finished speaking, a golden aura enveloped him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. His gaze quickly focused on the spot where Goku had recently struck Goldo. In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Goldo, delivering thunderous punches to his abdomen, forcing him to retreat. Krillin cheered with excitement. "This is fantastic. I can't believe Vegeta is gaining the upper hand. Goldo must be starting to tire. Perhaps this time he can truly defeat him." However, Gohan's expression remained grim as he observed that despite Vegeta's fierce assault, it had yet to inflict any substantial damage on Goldo. Goldo's expression darkened. And as Vegeta pressed his advantage, he gathered energy in both hands, launching a powerful blast directly into Goldo's abdomen. Goldo flew back, akin to a kite severed from its string. Vegeta swiftly followed, delivering a soaring kick that sent Goldo hurtling into the sky, followed by a massive explosion that lit up the heavens. After this flurry of attacks, Vegeta took a moment to breathe, thinking to himself, even if Goldo is strong, after enduring so many assaults, he should be gravely injured, if not dead. Yet reality once again proved to be a harsh teacher. Goldo's sinister laughter echoed from within the smoke. "Humph, wild monkey, cease your trivial schemes. Do you truly believe that incessantly attacking my vulnerable spots will inflict a significant blow upon me? You grossly underestimate the physical resilience of my kin, which is far beyond the comprehension of a mere insignificant character like yourself." With that, Gula's aura surged once more, and despairingly. It bore no distinction from the formidable presence he had initially exhibited, showing not a hint of diminishment. Chapter 27. Is Piccolo dead? Gohan's outburst. Vegeta was enveloped in a golden aura, standing in stark contrast to the purple flames surrounding Cooler, which were significantly larger. How could this be? His energy showed no signs of waning. Vegeta's eyes widened as he felt an immense pressure weighing down on him. Cooler laughed once more, stating, "It's commendable that you have fought me to this extent. However, I have grown weary of this game. I shall annihilate every last one of you barbaric monkeys." The ever-watchful Jinyu was taken aback by Cooler's overwhelming strength, surpassing even Frieza's. Though he knew that Cooler had an additional transformation, he had never witnessed it firsthand. He could only silently pray that Goku and Vegeta would conjure another miracle. Otherwise, he would have to resign himself to serving Cooler wholeheartedly. Cooler was now fully enveloped in a purplish-white aura, unleashing his full power to expedite his goals. The very ground trembled and buckled under the weight of his formidable energy. Vegeta, understanding that retreat was not an option, steeled himself against the pressure and charged forward. His fist rained down upon Cooler like a tempest. Yet Cooler's reflexes were as swift as a serpent strike, effortlessly evading each of Vegeta's attacks. Seeing his efforts thwarted, Vegeta's anxiety became palpable, and he resorted to anger as a fade for his emotions. "You will not underestimate me," he declared, quickly repositioning himself. His strikes lost all semblance of strategy. Chaotic energy blasts hurled toward Cooler. Cooler casually swatted them aside, taunting, "Prince, are you frightened?" Cooler's face bore a resemblance to Frieza's of yore, igniting memories of the terror Vegeta had felt under Frieza's dominion on Namek. The current situation felt like a haunting reprise. Yet this creature before him was far more powerful than Frieza had ever been. Why, despite my newfound strength, can I not escape Frieza's shadow? Vegeta pondered, thoughts drifting to Kakarot's words about transcending Super Saiyans. He fantasized that if he possessed such power, defeating Cooler would be effortless. With a cry of despair, Vegeta unleashed a final flash, hoping to obliterate his nightmare. In that moment, Gohan seized the opportunity to rescue Piccolo. "Krillin, please take care of Dad," Gohan implored. "What are you doing, Gohan?" Krillin asked, bewildered. "Now is the perfect time. I must save Uncle Piccolo." Without another word, Gohan soared toward Cooler's ship. "Wait, Gohan." Krillin had no time to intervene. Soon, Gohan decimated a large number of Cooler's minions. Jinyu, noticing the chaos, chose not to intervene but ordered his subordinates to halt. In the midst of Gohan's confusion, Jinyu casually tossed Piccolo to him, leaving Gohan momentarily stunned. "Why?" he questioned. Jinyu merely replied, "Get lost." With little time to ponder, Gohan took Piccolo and fled. "Lord Jinyu, why is this happening? Will Lord Cooler be angry?" one underling asked. To which Jinyu simply shot him a glance and replied, "Humph, keeping that one around serves no purpose now. It matters not whether he lives or dies, for they will all perish at Cooler's hands." Soon, Gohan had returned to Krillin, carrying Piccolo. "That's great, Gohan. You're unharmed," Goku observed, noticing Gohan bore no injuries. "I finally saved Uncle Piccolo." But their moment of triumph was abruptly interrupted by a scream. On the other side, Cooler unleashed a purple energy wave that shattered Vegeta's onslaught, initiating a brutal assault on him. Vegeta, like a mere punching bag, was battered back and forth through the air, blood soaking his garments, with the sickening sound of bones cracking echoing around him. Eventually, Cooler grew bored, firing a death beam that pierced through Vegeta's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Vegeta, unwilling to surrender, struggled to rise but lacked the strength, collapsing to one knee. Clutching his gaping wound, he gasped for breath as blood continued to flow freely. In that moment, he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form. Cooler approached, placing a foot upon Vegeta's head, reminiscent of Frieza's past cruelty. "I've grown tired of this game," Cooler declared. "I had intended to kill all of you from the start. That Namekian was merely bait to lure you here. Otherwise, I would have disposed of him long ago." Cooler laughed triumphantly. Vegeta, seething with rage, could find no words. The proud Saiyan prince was at the mercy of another, reduced to mere prey. Yet, despite his despair, he was powerless to alter his fate. Cooler's beam was aimed at Vegeta's forehead when a voice interrupted. "Stop. If you dare move, I will destroy the Dragon Balls." The voice belonged to Krillin. Cooler glanced up and, in an instant, stood beside Krillin, seizing his hand. This sight sent chills down both Krillin's and Gohan's spines. "That cannot be. This is my prize," Cooler said, his demeanor shifting to one of delight as he took the Dragon Ball from Krillin, yet he refrained from harming him, leaving Krillin perplexed. Cooler slowly handed the Dragon Ball to Jinyu, then, like a grim reaper, pronounced their doom. "Now, prepare to die together. Be grateful, for you shall perish in each other's company." A sphere of energy coalesced in Cooler's hand, unleashing a barrage of purple beams that shot toward them like lightning. Krillin, quick on his feet, pulled Vegeta away, while Gohan swiftly grasped Goku to evade the onslaught. Yet, the beams accelerated, their range expanding. Gohan and Krillin dodged continuously, but Goku and Vegeta, hindered by their injuries, were grazed. Gohan suddenly remembered Piccolo. He looked up, horrified, as Cooler's beams once again struck Piccolo's battered form, his eyes dimming as he coughed up torrents of purple blood. "Stop! Please stop!" Gohan cried, but Cooler showed no signs of halting. Ultimately, amidst the relentless assault, Piccolo's body was ravaged beyond recognition, drawing his last breath. "Uncle Piccolo!" Gohan's heart-wrenching scream echoed through the chaos. In an instant, the world darkened. Thunder roared, and debris swirled violently, as even the ground's shattered stones seemed to float in the air. Gula seemed to sense an anomaly and ceased his assault. What was happening? Gula was uncertain about the unfolding events. Gohan's emotions began to spiral out of control. His eyes turned a ghostly white, and his hair began to sway, oscillating between golden and black hues. Goku and Vegeta understood that this signified a breakthrough towards the Super Saiyan transformation. What? This young man is also on the verge of becoming a Super Saiyan? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. "I never imagined." "Gohan, the final glimmer of hope now rests upon you," Goku murmured. At this moment, the second Saiyan had no choice but to place his last hope in Gohan. Although Krillin did not fully comprehend the situation, he could distinctly feel Gohan's energy surging exponentially. "Gula, I am truly enraged." Chapter 28. Super Saiyan Son Gohan. Gohan's body was undergoing a profound transformation, as a familiar power surged throughout him. This was the power of a Super Saiyan. At this moment, he felt as if the blood coursing through his veins was akin to magma on the brink of eruption, burning fiercely within him. This sensation was even more intense than when he first transformed into a Super Saiyan in his previous life. His muscles began to swell, his irises gradually shifting to a vibrant emerald hue, while his disheveled black hair stood on end, transitioning to a golden hue, reminiscent of a butterfly poised to break free from its cocoon. With a furious roar, Gohan unleashed a golden aura that erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. His iconic golden hair danced in the air like flames consuming the sky. The initially faint energy surged explosively, surpassing even the Super Saiyan forms of Kakarot and Vegeta. The force radiating from him nearly sent Krillin tumbling away. Around Gohan's emerald pupils, veins of crimson coursed. And at that moment, his focus was solely on the formidable Cooler before him. He vowed to personally avenge Piccolo by vanquishing this monster. Gently, Gohan set Goku down on the ground. "Uncle Krillin, I leave my father and Uncle Vegeta in your care. Please ensure they stay at a safe distance." His tone grew somber and detached. In this moment, Gohan embodied the essence of a warrior driven by rage. His imposing silhouette reminiscent of Goku's first transformation into a Super Saiyan on Namek. "Gohan, you must be cautious," Krillin exclaimed as he took Goku into his arms. grasping Vegeta with one hand while leading them towards a nearby rock for shelter. Is this truly Gohan? I never imagined he would grow to be this powerful. Krillin marveled at the battlefield. Indeed, the speed of his growth has exceeded my expectations. Goku replied with difficulty, astonished that Gohan, whom he had always shielded, was now shouldering the weight of their collective mission against Cooler. Vegeta, I believe this child will eventually surpass both of us. No, perhaps he already does. Goku teased his dear friend. Humph. Vegeta said nothing, merely turning his head away in pride. Cooler gazed at the audacious youth before him, perplexed that the death of a single Namekian could birth such a Super Saiyan. Little did he know that the source of a Super Saiyan's power lay in their fury. And Gohan was truly among the elite. With sufficient rage, even a god of destruction could be challenged. Cooler, you have gravely erred in slaying Uncle Piccolo. I demand blood for blood. Gohan spat, his teeth clenched with conviction. Meanwhile, Jinyu could not help but feel a swell of hope. Initially, witnessing Kakarot and Vegeta struggle against Cooler, he had resigned himself to being subordinate to Cooler. Yet, Gohan's emergence reignited Jinyu's optimism, and he silently cheered for Gohan's success. To Cooler's surprise, he erupted into laughter. Ha ha. So what? Do you think this transformation makes you my equal? Have you forgotten the fates of those two monkeys? You will not be the exception. Your struggles will only delay your demise. Cooler scoffed derisively. Yet, Goku and the others understood that mere Super Saiyan power could not contend with Cooler, especially with Gohan's initial transformation. They felt a surge of anxiety for Gohan. In an instant, Gohan launched himself at Cooler like a cannonball. Drawing upon his past experiences with Super Saiyan transformations in the training from King Kai and others, Gohan surprisingly matched Cooler blow for blow, exhibiting prowess that rivaled Goku and Vegeta. However, a moment's lapse led to Gohan being struck and sent flying. Quickly adjusting in midair, he concentrated energy into a devastating force. Masenko. Gohan unleashed a powerful attack, while Cooler retaliated with a purple energy blast. The two energies collided, creating an explosion of brilliance. To everyone's astonishment, Gohan's attack consumed Cooler's energy and surged toward him. What? Cooler realized too late. He had underestimated this seemingly inconspicuous child. He swiftly raised his arms to shield his chest, attempting to deflect the incoming assault. Ultimately, he managed to halt the energy. But the impact forced him to carve a trench into the ground. As the brilliance faded, Gohan appeared before Cooler like a phantom, his fist laden with boundless fury. This punch is for the innocent Namekians you harmed. This punch is for my father, and this punch is for Uncle Vegeta. Gohan's iron fist rained upon Cooler's abdomen, as if only through this could he release his pent-up rage. Cooler staggered under the relentless assault, saliva flying from his mouth. But Gohan was not finished. He pressed the advantage, launching Cooler skyward with a powerful kick. Countless energy blasts erupted from his palms, targeting Cooler's face. Then, Gohan vanished once more, reappearing behind Cooler, fingers poised like a sword at his forehead. This will be your end. Special beam cannon. Gohan shouted, unleashing a searing energy beam that pierced through Cooler, driving him toward the ground. The earth beneath them cracked under the strain of Gohan's relentless barrage. Krillin leaped in excitement. Yes, Gohan has succeeded. Yet, Goku and Vegeta remained silent, their gaze fixed on the spot where Cooler was about to land. Dust and smoke engulfed the area, obscuring Gohan's view. He suspected Cooler would not be so easily defeated. Indeed, a cold voice emerged from the haze. I admit I underestimated you. Your previous attack stung more than I anticipated, but this is where it ends. I am quite angry now. As the smoke dissipated, Cooler stood infuriated, his armor-like chest now shattered and marred by Gohan's previous blow. Krillin's smile faltered. This opponent was indeed tenacious. Humph. Good. I was just thinking that letting you die so easily would be too merciful. Gohan replied, expressionless. The second round of battle was imminent, as both warriors vanished from sight. The air was filled with the explosive sounds of their fists colliding, a testament to the ferocity of their conflict. However, it was not long before Gohan began to falter under Cooler's renewed onslaught. Cooler's grin became increasingly manic, his fist raining down upon Gohan like a torrential downpour. Due to the inherent power disparity, Gohan could only evade and block, seeking an opportunity. But Cooler showed no mercy. What's wrong, brat? Wasn't your earlier assault fierce? Why do you hesitate now? Such arrogance. Gula's attack speed surged once more, leaving Gohan struggling to respond. Yet, he remained resolute, unwilling to concede. However, reality dealt Gohan another harsh blow. Gula concentrated his energy into his fist, enveloping it in a layer of violet flames, which effortlessly shattered Gohan's defenses. A single punch landed squarely on his abdomen, the force propelling Gohan backward like a cannonball. He skidded across the ground for several hundred meters, smashing through numerous rocks before finally stabilizing himself. Gohan, in agony, clutched his belly and retched several times. Krillin, witnessing this scene, felt a knot tighten in his throat. It was over. Even Gohan was on the verge of defeat, and their fate seemed sealed. Yet, suddenly, Goku's voice resonated in his ears. "Have faith in that boy, Krillin." As Krillin's gaze met Goku's, his resolve began to solidify. Indeed, he was your son. He could surely conjure extraordinary miracles. With this thought, Krillin found solace and smiled. Chapter 29. Gohan's Talent, the Kaioken Technique. Before Gohan could catch his breath, Gula's relentless assault commenced. With a sinister grin, he concentrated his energy at his fingertips, forming an immense energy sphere capable of cataclysmic destruction. "What will you do, you insolent brat? Dare to take this on? A friendly reminder, if you dodge, this planet will be obliterated in the blink of an eye." Krillin, struck with fear, gasped, "Is he insane? If Gohan retreats, he'll perish with us." Yet, Vegeta, who had remained silent for a long while, interjected, "No, he knows Kakarot's son will never back down." How infuriating. Indeed, as Vegeta predicted, Gohan surveyed the faces of Krillin and the others behind him, gritting his teeth as if making a monumental decision. "I won't allow anyone to die before my eyes again. I will use my hands to protect them. Come forth, you demon." Gohan roared, placing his hands on his hips as energy surged and coalesced into a Kamehameha wave. "Go." With a powerful thrust of his palms, the blue beam charged fearlessly towards Gula's attack. The two energies collided, creating a massive shockwave that warped the surrounding space. However, Gohan appeared to struggle. His muscles were taut, akin to steel, as he clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead and arms, as if bearing an insurmountable burden. Observing Gohan's distress, Gula taunted, "Stop struggling. You resemble an ant attempting to shake a tree. Pathetic. You monkeys, with your meager strength, dare to assume the role of saviors? Do you think you can challenge the laws of this universe? Dream on. Your so-called justice is merely a joke in the face of my absolute power. Prepare to perish." With that, Gula intensified his grip. Gohan gasped, "I never wished to be a savior. I simply want to protect everything I hold dear, nothing more." He roared with all his might, his expression twisted in agony, feeling as if his body might shatter at any moment. Perhaps he should have succumbed to this overwhelming power. But his subconscious screamed that he could not give in. He bore the lives of Goku, Krillin, and the hope of Namek on his shoulders. Gohan felt every cell in his body straining, yet he could not halt the oncoming attack. He understood that the only option was to expend every ounce of his strength to mitigate the blow and ultimately absorb it with his own body. And indeed, as Gohan anticipated, Gula's attack diminished slightly under Gohan's defiance, its speed also reduced. Yet, it still surged toward him, overwhelming his Kamehameha. With no alternatives left, Gohan could only brace himself against the remnants of the energy. Gohan's figure was engulfed by the force, his anguished cries resonating through the heavens. Krillin, witnessing this, fell to his knees in despair, shouting, "Gohan!" Goku and Vegeta mirrored his sorrowful expressions. As the smoke cleared, Gohan reverted to his normal state, his attire tattered, his upper body exposed, bloodied and trembling, utterly exhausted. He had withstood Gula's apocalyptic attack with sheer physical resilience. "I cannot lose," Krillin exclaimed joyously, relieved that Gohan was still alive. Yet the current situation remained grim. Gohan lacked the strength to fight on. Suddenly, Krillin remembered the sins of being he had saved for himself, which had yet to be utilized. Without hesitation, he rummaged through his clothes until he found the precious bean at his belt. "Humph, what a tenacious little brat. In that case, I shall see this through to the end and finish you off." Flashes of Gohan's memory surged through his mind. From Goku taking him to train under King Kai, to his promise to Chi-Chi to find a job for peace of mind, and the days spent on Namek. Each moment etched deeply in his memory, like a cinematic reel. Gohan felt death's presence once more. Am I still unable to achieve it? At that moment, a peculiar sensation enveloped him, reminiscent of his initial experience within this body. His situation could indeed be described as an amalgamation, where his consciousness merged with the original. As he neared death again, this extraordinary feeling sparked an awakening within him, a talent born of the fusion of two souls. Alas, he had no opportunity to put it into practice. Unexpectedly, I have suffered such a crushing defeat. Father, mother, everyone, I am sorry. Tears streamed down Gohan's face. Yet, Gula's death ray was already barreling towards him. In that critical moment, a ki blast surged forward, intercepting Gula's attack. Krillin's small yet determined figure stood resolutely before Gohan. He hurriedly lifted Gohan, offering him the Senzu bean. Gohan, eat this quickly. It's the last one, Krillin urged, panic evident on his face, fearing that Gula might strike at any moment. Gula, incensed by Krillin's interference, seethed, once, twice, you dare to obstruct me at such critical junctures? Do you truly believe yourselves to be saviors? But in an instant, the Senzu bean slipped past Gohan's lips and into his stomach. In an ephemeral moment, Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling an influx of energy coursing through him. No longer fatigued, he felt invigorated, ready to conquer the world with a single breath. Revived, Gohan's expression radiated newfound confidence. Uncle Krillin, I know how to defeat him. You must leave this place and take care of Dad and Uncle Vegeta. Krillin, aware of his limitations in this battle, willingly stepped back. Gula, now furious, realized that his previous energy expenditure had drained him considerably. Facing a fully restored Gohan would be no easy task. Humph, Gula, your time is up. I possess ample confidence to defeat you, Gohan declared, transforming once more into a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Krillin returned to Goku's side. Did that boy truly assert he can defeat Gula? Goku asked incredulously. He hasn't changed at all. He is merely dreaming. Vegeta scoffed mercilessly. Hold your judgments. Let us see how this unfolds. Vegeta, I am eager to witness how this lad plans to vanquish Gula. On the battlefield, Gohan arched his back and roared, his golden aura now entwined with a layer of crimson energy. Astonishingly, his power surged once again, rapidly closing in on Gula. How is this possible? Vegeta gasped. The Kaioken. He is combining the Super Saiyan form with the Kaioken technique. Incredible, this guarantees our victory. Goku cheered, momentarily forgetting his own wounds. Is this truly Gohan's energy? It is utterly more terrifying than Gula. Klin has long been rendered speechless by this formidable aura. Meanwhile, Gula seems to sense the impending threat and attempts to intervene, but Gohan's overwhelming presence prevents him from advancing. Ultimately, Gohan's combat power surpasses that of Gula, heralding the imminent conclusion of the battle. Chapter 30. The utter defeat of Gula as Gohan's furious roar subsided. A swirling aura of intertwined gold and crimson enveloped him, and his lustrous golden hair took on a blood-red hue under the unique energy of the Kaioken. The formidable aura altered the very currents of air around him. Once the energy stabilized, beads of sweat appeared on Gohan's forehead, and he was suddenly beset by a piercing pain coursing through his body. Indeed, the burden of this power is becoming unbearable. No, I must endure until Gula is vanquished. I need a swift resolution. Although the power gained from the Kaioken was unparalleled, the combined strain of two amplifying states placed tremendous stress on his physique. At that moment, Gohan felt as if he were a pressure cooker on the verge of explosion, every movement causing his muscles to tear and reassemble, sending waves of distress through him. He even felt as if his bones were on the brink of shattering. There was no time for contemplation. He had to eliminate Gula before his body collapsed. This was Gohan's final opportunity. Humph, what a farce, wild monkey. No matter how you transform, you cannot possibly defeat me. Gula retorted flippantly, though a flicker of panic stirred within him. Gohan's figure remained motionless for an instant, but in the next, he vanished from sight. Before Gula could react, he was sent hurtling away, unaware of Gohan's point of attack. How can this be? Gula frantically adjusted his position, desperately scanning for Gohan's presence. However, in the Kaioken's amplified state, Gohan had reached the pinnacle of speed, eluding Gula's grasp. Damn it! Suddenly, a sharp pain forced Gohan to halt his assault, allowing Gula to finally catch sight of him. You insufferable little brat! Gula exclaimed, charging at Gohan in a fit of rage. Yet, Gohan, having regained his composure, unleashed his overwhelming power once more. From a distance, Goku discerned the troubling signs. This was bad. Simultaneously utilizing Super Saiyan and Kaioken was an excessive burden on Gohan's body. He might not last much longer. Goku's expression was one of deep concern. He yearned for a way to assist Gohan. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he could channel the remaining energy from the others into Gohan, it would at least prolong his endurance. Krillin, Vegeta, hurry. Transfer your remaining energy to Gohan. Without hesitation, Krillin extended his arm alongside Goku's. A surge of green energy flowing into Gohan, providing him with some relief. However, the obstinate Vegeta would never willingly transfer his energy to the son of a lower-class warrior. Are you joking, Kakarot? That brat's power now surpasses that of a Saiyan prince. What a humiliation. You expect me to lend my strength to him? Vegeta seethed. Vegeta, this is not the time for pride. The only chance to defeat Gula lies with Gohan. Goku insisted earnestly. What? You think I'm being childish? Vegeta retorted, momentarily disregarding his bleeding wounds, his emotions surging. I refuse to lend my power to that brat. He stubbornly turned away. Goku and Krillin could only sigh in exasperation. On the battlefield, Gohan's figure flickered like a streak of golden light, his massive iron fist mercilessly pummeling Gula, forcing him to retreat. Impossible. How can this little brat's power be? Before he could finish, Gohan landed a solid punch directly into Gula's mouth, silencing him. Another fist struck Gula's cheek. And Gohan pressed his advantage, delivering a knee strike to Gula's abdomen that caused him to spit blood. You are finished, Gula. Gohan's cold voice echoed, like a death knell. In an instant, he vanished again, reappearing behind Gula, hands poised to strike, crashing down upon Gula's back, driving him into the rocks below. Moments later, Gula staggered from the rubble, wiping the blood from his lips, clutching his stomach in pain, his eyes filled with fury. Don't get ahead of yourself, brat. Initially, Gula had intended to conserve energy, but Gohan's displayed strength left him no choice. As a cosmic ruler above Frieza, he would never allow himself to be defeated by a mere child. That would be an unbearable disgrace. Gula ceased to hold back, unleashing all his power. A whirlwind of sand erupted around him, the force of his energy reducing nearby rocks to dust. How can this monster still have the strength to unleash such power? Krillin marveled. Goku, however, saw through the situation. No, Gula had been cornered by Gohan. This was likely his final stand. Really? That's fantastic, Krillin exclaimed, joy lighting up his face as he envisioned victory. Gohan remained silent, his gaze fixated on the beleaguered Gula. Meanwhile, Gula had expended all his energy. Both opponents now found themselves in a similar predicament, yearning for a swift conclusion. As a leaf fluttered by, the final battle commenced, both figures vanishing in an instant. The sound of their fierce combat resonating through the air. Despite Gula's total commitment, he was still relentlessly suppressed by Gohan. No matter how he attempted to teleport, Gohan always anticipated his moves, delivering punishing blows. Damn it! Damn it! Damn you, you wretched brat! Why must you oppose me? Gula howled in hysteria. Gohan's cold gaze swept over Gula as he spoke. Gula, you have wrought much evil. When you harmed those innocent Namekians, you should have anticipated this moment. Are you joking? The law of nature is survival of the fittest. Blame only the weakness of those Namekians. Gula raved madly. Seeing Gula's lack of remorse, Gohan chose not to engage further. Once again, a wave of agony washed over him, signaling that he could no longer afford to delay. He needed to eliminate Gula swiftly. Enough talk. Let your life serve to atone for the lost souls. With that, Gohan positioned his hands at his waist, preparing for a strike that would obliterate Gula once and for all. The rapidly compressed energy in his hands caused the very fabric of space to tremble. And even though Gula lacked the sensitivity to perceive energy, instinct compelled him to shudder in fear. But now, retreat was not an option. Gula resolved to fight with everything he had left. He too began compressing his energy, forming a purple orb in his hand. With a roar, the two cataclysmic energy waves collided in mid-air, shaking the very ground beneath them. The violent tremors nearly toppled Krillin. Incredible! Gohan is truly powerful. This must surely defeat Gula. Not only Krillin, but even Goku couldn't help but beam with pride for his son. Yet, Vegeta remained scornful, his expression one of utter disdain, feeling miserable. Gula, straining every muscle, veins bulging on his forehead, still found it impossible to halt the overwhelming energy barreling towards him. Gradually, he found himself devoid of strength, unwilling to succumb to a mere child. Impossible. It can't be. I ask, how many individuals in the universe possess the power to render the mighty Gula, the Emperor of the Cosmos, in such a disarray? Observing Gohan's formidable demeanor, a haunting memory slowly resurfaces in Gula's mind. Chapter 31. Unbearable Memories. The story traces back to before Gula arrived on Namek. His dominion originally spanned the southern galaxy, but one day, as he led his subordinates to conquer a planet, he encountered a nightmare that would not leave him. Gula's spaceship sliced through the clouds, its massive form swiftly attracting the attention of two individuals. Is that a ship from Frieza's army? Inquired a middle-aged man. Unfortunately, even Frieza would not intimidate me now. If he could annihilate the entire Scion race, then submitting to him would likely result in my demise as well. Therefore, I shall conquer the universe myself. The man laughed heartily, his gaze turning cold as he looked at the young man beside him. For starters, let us use Frieza as our pawn. Before long, Gula's ship gently descended near a plain. My lord, we have arrived. A subordinate roused the slumbering Gula. Slowly opening his eyes, he stepped down from his pod, the creaking sound underfoot echoing. Humph. It seems I must seek out stronger subordinates. You worthless lot cannot even conquer such a lowly planet without my intervention. Gula chastised them. his irritation palpable. His subordinates dared not lift their heads in fear. Months prior, Gula's forces had attempted to seize this location, but the local inhabitants, possessing formidable strength, had successfully repelled Gula's men. At that time, Gula was preoccupied with assaults on other planets, leaving this one unattended. Now, having concluded his other affairs, he had come personally to subjugate this world. Outside the ship, Gula's subordinates were perplexed. The scanners failed to register any combat power on this planet. Perhaps the machines are malfunctioning, one suggested, yet every device displayed a reading of 0. Strange, it seems the inhabitants have vanished. One of Gula's men exclaimed. What is happening? Gula asked, puzzled. We are unsure, my lord. The scanners detect no combat power, replied Frieza. Just then, the middle-aged man and the young man appeared before Gula, causing astonishment. It was not Frieza who had come, but his brother, Gula. Who are you? Gula asked, his gaze swiftly drawn to the towering man beside them. Sensing an unusual power emanating from him, the man appeared incredibly robust, with striking dark hair and a conspicuous tail. Gula recognized them as Scions. Scions? Gula scoffed. His disdain for this warlike race evident. The middle-aged man explained, So you are Gula. I must commend your insight. Allow me to ask, where have the inhabitants gone? Oh. You mean the locals? They were all killed by my Broly. The man grinned maliciously. It was none other than Paragus and Broly. Paragus gestured towards Broly, revealing his ill intentions. Oh, this revelation was indeed unexpected for Gula, yet he quickly realized that as a warlike race, it was plausible for a few exceptionally powerful individuals to emerge. But Gula's heart then turned to malice. What a fool Frieza is, failing to eradicate these remnants. And this one possesses considerable strength. Leaving these monkeys alive will surely lead to trouble. Very well. I shall clean up this mess for you. Gula's gaze hardened as he focused intently on the two. Since I have asked my questions, it is time for you both to die. He prepared to strike, but Paragus suddenly erupted into laughter, as if he had anticipated this moment. My Lord Gula, you are mistaken. I did not come here to answer your questions. I have come to send you to hell. What? Gula laughed, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. Ha ha ha, you must be terrified to spout such nonsense. Paragus, infuriated by Gula's flippant demeanor, retorted, as proud Scions. We have endured your kind's dominance for too long, but times have changed. From now on, I shall have the universe bow before a Scions. He extended his left arm, revealing the device controlling Broly. Go Broly. Let him experience the terror of the legendary Super Saiyan. With Paragus's command, Broly charged like a wild beast, poised to tear Gula apart. Before Gula could react, Broly's form flashed like lightning, one massive hand grasping Gula's head and slamming him into the ground. He then dragged Gula's head along the surface for hundreds of meters, carving a long trench, before tossing him aside like refuse. Well done, Broly. Just like that. Paragus applauded, his long-suppressed resentment finally released in this moment. Gula, stunned by the sudden assault, soon felt a swell of fury. How could he, a mighty warrior, be humiliated by a wild monkey? Gula's subordinates attempted to rush to his aid, but Gula raised a hand to stop them. Back off. I shall personally slay this insolent monkey. He roared in anger. Gula's power surged dramatically, yet Broly remained unfazed by this newfound strength. You are weak. Broly's voice echoed in Gula's ears like a demonic whisper. Enraged, Gula charged at Broly with tremendous force, but after several exchanges, he realized that Broly surpassed his expectations. Every blow Gula landed seemed ineffective, while each of Broly's strikes landed with overwhelming force, leaving Gula struggling to defend himself. Despite his reluctance, Gula found himself with no other choice. I never imagined I would have to unleash my hidden power because of a filthy monkey. I swear, this will be the first and last time. As his words fell, Gula's aura began to surge, a gust of energy rushing towards Broly, tousling his hair. Broly felt a sense of intrigue. Moments later, Gula completed his final transformation, looking down at Broly with scorn and fury. Little did he know, his arrogance would soon lead to his downfall. Initially, Gula managed to dominate Broly, his attacks mercilessly pummeling him, causing blood to trickle from Broly's lips. Yet gradually, Gula realized that despite the ferocity of his assaults, they inflicted no substantial harm on Broly. Broly savored the taste of his own blood, laughing heartily. What a remarkable opponent. Gula, astonished to encounter someone more villainous than himself, felt a wave of disbelief. Damn you, Broly. Unleash your full power. With Paragus's command, Broly appeared to lose control, unleashing the dormant strength within him. His aura became increasingly ferocious, his hair danced wildly in the wind, gradually transforming into a hue of yellow-green. The muscles swelled uncontrollably, and even his height surged to a terrifying 2 meters. This was the legendary Super Saiyan transformation uniquely belonging to Broly. This overwhelming power compelled Gula to instinctively take several steps back. For the first time, he felt a primal fear emanating from a Saiyan. Do not let pride blind you. Gula gritted his teeth and charged forward. However, under the might of Broly in his Super Saiyan form, Gula had no chance to resist. Being tossed about like a mere plaything, crashing into surrounding rocks and vegetation, his head repeatedly grinding against the ground by that domineering strength. Eventually, having grown bored, Broly unleashed a barrage of green energy blasts, which rendered Gula unconscious in an instant. Is this how it ends? How utterly mundane. Broly's footsteps drew closer, the sound echoing ominously, while Gula feigned death, having devised an escape plan. As Broly approached, Gula suddenly sprang to life, unleashing a terrifying surge of purple energy that engulfed Broly. What? Broly found himself ensnared by this overwhelming force, unable to break free. Seizing the opportunity, Gula and his minions rushed towards their spaceship, leaving Broly helpless and bewildered. Gula glanced back, thinking, this is the culmination of all my energy. He won't be escaping anytime soon. You insufferable monkey, I shall remember this humiliation, and one day, I will repay you tenfold. Paragus could only watch in bitter defeat as Gula fled in his spaceship. Back on the ship, Gula, battered and disheveled, furiously pounded on his infant carriage. How infuriating. How disgraceful. How could I, a dignified warrior, be reduced to this by a filthy monkey? At that moment, one of the subordinates brought news of Frieza and his father, King Cold, being killed while seeking vengeance on Earth. Upon learning that his father and brother had once again fallen to the hands of the Scions, Gula erupted with rage. Scions, yet again! That foolish Frieza. How could he have let so many wretched wild monkeys escape? But then, Frieza delivered some encouraging news. You mean to say Frieza was searching for something called the Dragon Balls to grant wishes? Indeed, as far as I know. Those orbs are unique to Namek and can fulfill any desire. Gula's expression instantly transformed with excitement, and he commanded, spare no effort. Swiftly locate the coordinates of Namek. You filthy monkey, just wait. I shall devour you alive. Gula revealed a sinister grin. Chapter 32. The Mantis Catches the Cicada. While the yellow bird awaits after 2.5 months of relentless searching, Gula finally located the coordinates of New Namek. Following more than half a month of arduous flight, he ultimately descended upon the planet. However, upon witnessing Gohan's overwhelming power, memories reminiscent of a haunting nightmare resurfaced in his mind. Lost in thought, Gula was swiftly engulfed by Gohan's Kamehameha wave. A tremendous explosion erupted at the center of the attack, accompanied by blood-curdling screams that echoed like the cries of slaughtered swine. This shocking scene instilled a sense of dread in Genu, who was watching from a distance. It seems Gula is doomed. Fortunately, he has gathered the Dragon Balls for me. I must make my escape swiftly. As Gina contemplated his escape with the Dragon Balls, a panicked voice pierced through the smoke. Savaiza. As the haze dissipated, Gula was revealed in a state of utter defeat, kneeling on one knee, a picture of despair. His once formidable armor lay in shattered fragments. The mask-like plating on his face was also obliterated, and the sharp protrusions on his head had vanished without a trace. One arm hung limply by his side. Rendered motionless by the earlier attack, Gula's true form was marred by blue-purple blood at the corners of his mouth, his forehead glistening with a mixture of sweat and blood. And his body was riddled with visible wounds. Krillin, witnessing Gula's survival after such a fierce assault, couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of Frieza's race. Is their vitality truly so formidable? It's terrifying. No worries, this guy is already defeated. Just one more strike will obliterate him, Goku exclaimed with excitement. TCH, Vegeta, having observed the entire ordeal, felt an intense frustration that he was not the one standing triumphantly on the battlefield. He longed to possess the power that Gohan wielded. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan was not as composed as he appeared. A grim expression contorted his face. He could distinctly feel his body's organs sending out warnings. Thankfully, Gula was now at his weakest. He merely needed to deliver the final blow to avenge all the lost souls. Gohan, enduring excruciating pain, gathered energy in his left hand and staggered toward Gula, each step resonating like a countdown to Gula's demise. Panic overtook Gula as he shouted, Savaiza. What are you waiting for? Everyone attack. Tear this wild monkey apart. At Gula's command, his subordinates transformed into a death squad, surrounding Gohan with fervor. Seizing the opportunity, Gina rushed to support Gula, helping him to his feet. Since you intend to relinquish this body to me, I shall graciously accept your generous offer. Indeed. Vegeta risked everything to seize Gula's seemingly expendable body from the frozen demon clan, as Gula's form, no matter how battered, was far superior to his current weakling physique. With Genu's assistance, Gula mustered his remaining strength to take to the skies once more. Vegeta manipulated the 7 Dragon Balls with his energy, hastily departing this perilous battleground. Krillin, witnessing Gohan being besieged, could no longer remain idle. Damn it, Gohan, wait for me. Though Krillin's power level was modest, he navigated through the throng of Gula's minions with relative ease. Stop. My only target is Gula. I wish to spare the innocents. Gohan dodged relentlessly, attempting to show mercy. Even though these minions had committed countless atrocities across the universe, he was still reluctant to take lives. However, he underestimated the loyalty these wretched creatures held for Gula. As they disregarded Gohan's plea, their self-destructive tactics left Gohan feeling exasperated, as they even resorted to physically overwhelming him to buy Gula more time. At that moment, Krillin carved a bloody path through the chaos to reach Gohan. Gohan, don't be naive. These creatures, as minions of such a monster, have already drenched their hands in blood, claiming countless lives. The Dragon Balls are still in Gula's possession to save Piccolo and the others. We must break through and pursue Gula. Krillin's words struck Gohan like a thunderbolt, awakening him from his momentary weakness. How could he have shown mercy to these beings? Piccolo's life and the fate of the Namekians depended on him. Resolute now, Gohan unleashed his energy, sending the minions sprawling. Yet, they seemed endless, with wave after wave surging forth, confounding Gohan's escape. Meanwhile, Gula and Geno had reached a desolate area far from the battlefield. Geno carefully set Gula and the Dragon Balls down. Infuriated, Gula pounded the ground in frustration. Damn it. Just wait. I will return to slaughter you all. Eternal life. Boundless energy, an invulnerable body. Gula had prepared himself well. Knowing that the Dragon Balls of Namek could grant 3 wishes, he had long contemplated what he would wish for. His greedy gaze fell upon the Dragon Balls beside Geno. Hurry, hand me the Dragon Balls, Gula implored, extending his hand toward Geno. Yet, in a shocking turn, Geno, with a look of disbelief on his face, pointed his palm at his own chest. With a muffled thud, a gaping wound appeared. And Geno felt the life force of his body fading rapidly. Frieza, what are you doing? Gula exclaimed in confusion. Your wish may not come true. Geno replied with a sinister smile, his life ebbing away. Change. A radiant flash enveloped the scene. Meanwhile, through the combined efforts of Gohan and Krillin, Gula's army had been decimated with only a handful remaining. Gohan, go after Gula. Leave the rest to me, Krillin urged. Uncle Krillin, can you handle it? Gohan asked. Concern etched on his face. I may not be able to defeat Gula, but these minions are no match for me. Hurry. Piccolo is waiting for you to revive him with the Dragon Balls. With that, Gohan decided not to linger, preparing to chase after Gula. Just as he was about to take flight, a sharp pain coursed through his body. Krillin quickly caught him. Gohan, what's wrong? Are you all right? He asked anxiously. I'm fine, Uncle Krillin. Gohan replied, knowing that his time was running out, but he couldn't falter here. He needed to retrieve the Dragon Balls, defying his physical condition. Gohan resolutely pursued the direction Gula had fled. Krillin watched Gohan's departing figure, concern filling his eyes. Before long, the remaining minions had been dealt with, and a familiar green figure arrived on the battlefield. Krillin looked up, recognizing that the newcomer was Dandy. The scene shifted, revealing a green aura enveloping Goku as Dandy began to heal him. How could Mr. Goku sustain such severe injuries? Dandy marveled, witnessing someone endure such trauma for so long. Beside him, Vegeta was equally afflicted. Krillin lamented that the Dragon Balls had been seized by Gula. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Gula did not understand the Namekian language, and thus could not summon the Eternal Dragon. But soon, Dandy poured cold water on that hope. Regrettably, the Grand Elder, in an effort to facilitate your use of the Dragon Balls, incorporated the language of your Earth into the Purunga system. Thus, it is now possible to make wishes successfully in your tongue. With that, Dandy hung his head like a child who had erred. Both Goku and Krillin found themselves at a loss for words, bewildered by this unforeseen turn of events. It appears that all they can do now is hope that Gohan reaches them before Cooler makes his wish. I cannot remain idle. I must join Gohan in the search. With those words, Krillin shot off like a cannonball. This left Goku and Vegeta, the 2 injured warriors, staring blankly, rendered powerless to act. Chapter 33. The resurrection of Frieza. As the dazzling light emitted from Frieza penetrated through Gula's mouth, the souls of the 2 exchanged. Caught off guard, Gula fell prey to Genu's scheme. Upon opening his eyes again, Gula beheld his own visage, glancing at his hands, only to be suddenly seized by a piercing pain in his chest. Leaning down to inspect, he recognized Jinyu's handiwork. You are Jinyu, Frieza's subordinate. When did this happen? It was then that Gula discerned Jinyu's true identity. However, it was too late. Jinyu, controlling Gula's body, struggled to rise, extending his palm toward Gula. I apologize, King Gula, but my loyalty lies with Lord Frieza. How dare you, you wretched scum. Before he could finish, Jinyu unleashed a devastating energy blast from his palm, and thus fell the once great cosmic emperor at Jinyu's hands. Such an inglorious demise was a profound humiliation for him. Jinyu, not daring to linger, hastened to the Dragon Balls. Come forth, Shinran, grant my wish. Indeed. The scene of the wish made by the group on Namek was indelibly etched in Jinyu's mind. In an instant, the sky darkened, clouds gathered ominously, and thunder rumbled, all heralding the emergence of Porunga. As the colossal figure slowly rose from the 7 Dragon Balls, Jinyu finally beheld Porunga's true form. An aesthetic marvel that stirred a mix of emotions within him. State your wish. I can grant you 3. Yet, there was no time to dwell. He needed to hastily have Porunga fulfill his wish. On the other side, witnessing the sudden turn of events, Gohan realized Porunga had been summoned. Damn it. Am I too late? Gohan felt a surge of anxiety, knowing that the Dragon Balls were crucial for the resurrection of Piccolo and the others. Ignoring his pain, he pushed his speed to the limit. In heaven, a massive cocoon revealed a glistening egg, accompanied by an even larger Pro-Max version of the cocoon, surrounded by several sprites and angels singing melodies. That egg was none other than the former Cosmic Emperor Frieza. Beside it was his father, King Cold. You disgusting creatures. If you dare drop me, I will ensure your demise. Frieza could only roar impotently. As it turned out, individuals of Frieza and King Cold's caliber thrived in hell, continually creating disturbances. Although these troubles were minor, they caused considerable headaches for King Yama, prompting an exception to exile Frieza to heaven. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped Frieza, and his soul began to emerge from the cocoon, a sensation that left him feeling euphoric. Seeing Frieza in this state, King Cold grew anxious. Frieza, are you about to be resurrected? What about me? What about me? Father, do not worry. Once I emerge, I will certainly revive you. Frieza assured King Cold with a pat on his chest. You must remember, Frieza, do not forget. King Cold reiterated, fearful that Frieza might turn against him. As Frieza prepared to depart, he took a moment to mock the sprites and angels. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in an eerily familiar place. With a single glance, he recognized Namek. Upon seeing the person before him, he clenched his teeth and tentatively asked, Brother? Jinyu suddenly knelt before him. My lord, I am Jinyu. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly perplexed by the situation before him. He scrutinized this body. It is indeed Gula. Yet he claims to be Jinyu. Frieza inquired, You are Captain Jinyu? Receiving Jinyu's affirmative response, Frieza's anger transformed into elation. At that moment, however, Jinyu was drenched in sweat. Forgive me, my lord. I was left with no choice but to switch bodies with King Gula. Jinyu attempted to explain, but Frieza promptly helped him to his feet. Though they were brothers, Gula and he were at odds. Now, not only had Gula's body been seized by his subordinate, but Jinyu would also be working under him. Frieza could hardly contain his amusement. There's no need for explanations. My brother's demise is inconsequential. Your ability to resurrect me speaks volumes of your loyalty. At that moment, Frieza appeared to recall something, glancing at the pitch-black sky, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The dragon! Frieza exclaimed with excitement. Porunga's authoritative voice resonated once more. What wish do you desire? I can grant you 2 more. Just then, a furious voice interrupted Frieza's thoughts. Frieza? Gula. It was Gohan, arriving fashionably late. Damn it. Am I still too late? Even Frieza has been resurrected. He was now approaching Frieza and Jinyu at light speed. Frieza, staring at Gohan's approaching figure, was struck with dread as memories of Namek and Earth flooded his mind. A wave of fear and rage washed over him. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized this individual was not Goku. Just as Frieza assumed Gohan's strength was inferior to Goku's and began to relax, Jinyu recalled how Gohan had brutally defeated Gula and understood that this was no foe they could contend with. Fearing that the newly resurrected Frieza might be sent back, along with himself, Jinyu hastily grabbed Frieza and turned to flee. My lord, his power is beyond our capacity to resist. This brat even killed your brother, King Gula. Frieza was taken aback. Regardless of their fraught relationship, he was well aware of Gula's strength, which had once terrified him. Thus, Frieza had never dared to covet Gula's territory. Upon hearing Jinyu's warning, Frieza, though reluctant to let go of his hard-won prize, had no choice but to retreat. Without looking back, they fled, fearing Gohan would capture them. Gohan, now exhausted, had no desire to pursue them further. Witnessing their departure, he let out a sigh of relief. Porunga, unaware of the events that had transpired among the trio, repeatedly inquired, "What other wishes do you have?" Gohan finally remembered to wish for the resurrection of Piccolo and the Namekians. "Shenron, please resurrect all the Namekians who died on this planet. Then restore the damaged areas to their original state." As Porunga's eyes emitted a crimson glow, Gohan's 2 wishes were fulfilled. Subsequently, Porunga transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the land, and the sky returned to its former glory. On Namek, the Namekians who had been slain by Gula's forces suddenly revived one by one. Had I not already perished? What is happening? How wonderful, we are still alive. They rejoiced in their continued existence. Nearby the battlefield, a robust green figure slowly rose, gazing into the distance with a look of contentment. "Gohan, I knew you could do it." At this moment, Goku and Vegeta, having fully recovered under Dandy's treatment, hurriedly made their way towards Krillin and Gohan. Upon arrival, Krillin found Gohan had reverted to his normal state, breathless and utterly exhausted. Collapsed on the ground. Krillin initially assumed he had just endured another fierce battle with Cooler. "Gohan," he shouted, racing to his side and lifting him up. Strangely, there were no visible wounds on Gohan's body. In his dazed state, Gohan vaguely heard someone calling his name. I did it," he uttered, but soon lost all strength and fainted. Shortly thereafter, Goku and Vegeta arrived. The group quickly transported Gohan to Dandy for treatment. During the process, Dandy exclaimed in astonishment, "How is this possible?" Krillin and Goku anxiously inquired about the situation. Trembling, Dandy replied, "Gohan's bones are essentially all shattered. His injuries are far too severe. I cannot fathom how he has endured until now." Krillin stared in disbelief, mouth agape. Even the usually arrogant Vegeta found himself admiring Gohan's tenacity. Goku immediately understood. This must be the consequence of Super Saiyan and Kaioken, which placed an unbearable strain on Gohan's body. Goku gazed at Gohan with concern. Realizing that this child had matured significantly without his notice, meanwhile, Frieza and Jinyu had arrived at the 2 spherical spaceships that Jinyu had prepared in advance. "Captain Jinyu, you must tell me what transpired during my absence." Frieza's expression was grim, as if still lamenting the matter of the Dragon Balls. "My subordinates will speak nothing but the truth," Jinyu replied respectfully. However, he quickly added with an apologetic demeanor, "I am sorry, Lord Frieza, your father. I assure you, when we next acquire the Dragon Balls, I will ensure he is resurrected at once." Frieza waved his hand dismissively. "That old fool need not waste a wish. He will only issue orders and interfere with my affairs." Frieza's face darkened as he reluctantly boarded the cramped spaceship. As the self-proclaimed Cosmic Emperor, when had he ever deigned to such a state? With the ship igniting its engines, the 2 departed. Unaware of their destination, Chapter 34, returned to Earth before long, Piccolo and a group of Namekians arrived at the battlefield, strewn with the fallen. Could all this destruction have been wrought by Gohan? Piccolo felt a wave of disbelief. Yet, without time to ponder further, he was eager to discover Gohan's condition. In a matter of moments, Piccolo found himself by the others, his eyes immediately landing on Gohan, who lay on the ground, his expression filled with concern. "Piccolo!" Goku exclaimed. "How is Gohan doing?" It was only from Krillin that Piccolo learned the true extent of the battle's ferocity. When Goku revealed that Gohan's bones had shattered from overexertion, Piccolo felt a pang of anguish. How he wished he could bear Gohan's suffering. To him, Gohan was merely a child of 7 or 8. Yet he bore such a heavy burden meant for adults. A wave of shame and guilt washed over him. If only I could be stronger. Piccolo instinctively clenched his fist. However, upon hearing Krillin mention that Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan out of sheer rage after witnessing Krillin's death, he felt a flicker of relief. After an arduous 2.5 minutes of care from the strongest healer, Dandy, Gohan slowly regained consciousness. "Wonderful, Gohan. You're awake," Dandy exclaimed, relief evident in his voice. "After such a long time, I was beginning to doubt my abilities." The first thing Gohan saw upon opening his eyes was Piccolo. And for a rare moment, a smile graced his face. "Uncle Piccolo, it seems I truly did it." Piccolo smiled back, giving Gohan a thumbs up. Before Gohan could gather his thoughts, Goku's frowning face filled his vision. "Gohan, you went too far this time. Dandy said all your bones are shattered. Using the Kaioken and Super Saiyan form simultaneously has caused irreversible damage to your body. Yet, Goku quickly shifted his tone, revealing a grin. But let's be honest. If it weren't for you, we might have perished at the hands of Cooler. Gohan, you've truly grown. You saved us all. Oh, I can't believe you've surpassed both me and old Son in such a short time. Your potential is terrifying. Piccolo chimed in, joining Goku's praise. As the three shared a knowing laugh, celebrating their victory, only Vegeta stood aloof, leaning against a nearby tree. Initially, he felt envious of Gohan's strength, perplexed as to why a mere child should possess power that surpassed his own. Yet, witnessing Gohan's actions, he realized that Gohan had, in fact, saved his life. The prince's jealousy diminished, replaced by a sense of admiration. Gohan gazed at the smiling faces of his companions, feeling a profound sense of relief. He had finally protected everyone with his own strength. Soon after, the Grand Elder Muley approached Goku and the others. Goku, Gohan, thanks to you, our home has been spared from disaster, avoiding a fate similar to that of Frieza. I cannot express my gratitude enough. He firmly grasped Goku's hand. Haha. No need for that. I enjoyed the fight immensely. I never expected to encounter such formidable foes, and it was all thanks to Gohan. Looks like I need to train even harder. Goku replied, scratching the back of his head with a smile. The Grand Elder, being a man of sentiment, wished to discern the desires of those present. However, he suddenly recalled that the Dragon Balls had just been used and were still in their cooldown phase. This created an awkward silence, and the Grand Elder's gaze inadvertently fell upon Dandy beside Gohan, leading to a sudden inspiration. Ah, since Dandy can assist with your injuries, why not have him accompany you back to Earth? This way, he'll be there for any ailments you might encounter. How generous. Are you really planning to offer the strongest support? The unexpected proposal left everyone present in stunned silence. Goku, feeling a bit embarrassed, interjected, Grand Elder, we should really consider Dandy's wishes. Indeed, everyone turned their attention to Dandy, who felt overwhelmed by their scrutiny. Finally, he stammered, I am willing. Upon hearing Dandy's response, Gohan excitedly grasped Dandy's hand and leaped into the air. That's fantastic. Now, the God of Heaven will have a companion. However, Gohan suddenly recalled something important. Wait, I just remembered something. He exclaimed, awakening with urgency. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, Frieza has been resurrected. The moment those words escaped his lips, the mood shifted dramatically. Vegeta quickly approached Gohan, placing a hand on his shoulder. Are you serious? Are you certain it is Frieza? What happened, Gohan? Goku asked, bewildered. Why yes, I am certain it was Frieza. By the time I arrived, it was too late. Cooler had already used one wish. Gohan lowered his head in remorse. This isn't your fault. You did your best, Gohan, Piccolo reassured him. Yet, Vegeta exhibited an unusual excitement. This is magnificent. I never expected to have the chance to destroy Frieza with my own hands once more. If there was one regret Vegeta harbored, it was that he had never surpassed Goku. The second was not being able to personally eliminate Frieza. I'm sorry, I allowed Cooler and Frieza to escape, Gohan lamented, knowing that their actions would surely have repercussions in the future. No, Gohan, you did incredibly well. In your position, I doubt I could have done better. Goku consoled him. After a brief rest to ensure that Cooler and Frieza were not hiding somewhere on the planet, Gohan and the others split into teams to conduct a thorough search of the area. Meanwhile, Krillin returned to the previous base to pack up the house and gravity chamber. After several fruitless hours of searching, they finally concluded that both foes had long since departed the planet. Following the Grand Elder's generous invitation, Goku and his companions decided to take a moment to recuperate in the Namekian village before heading back to Earth. However, the proud Vegeta found it difficult to adjust to such a setting. Hey, bald guy. Krillin glanced around and pointed at himself. Are you talking about me? Who else is there? Didn't you just say you were packing up the gravity chamber? Hand it over. I'll be waiting for you on the ship, Vegeta ordered, extending his hand expectantly. Once he received what he wanted, he swiftly flew toward the ship. That Vegeta fellow is certainly unwilling to accept defeat to Gohan. He truly is determined, Goku mused. On the way, Vegeta thought to himself, Kakarot, just you wait. I will surpass you. The strongest scion can only be me, Vegeta. Meanwhile, after a brief rest and some casual conversation with the Grand Elder, Goku and the others felt it was time to depart. Goku, won't you stay a little longer? The Grand Elder said with reluctance. No, we really must leave. Our friends on Earth must be waiting anxiously. Goku replied. Very well, please send my regards to them. The Grand Elder called after him. Rest assured, should any future calamity arise, do not hesitate to let us know. After Goku's assurances, he, along with Dandy and Gohan, boarded the ship. A shooting star streaked across the sky, heading toward Earth. 7 days swiftly passed, and during this time, the excitement surrounding Gohan's achievements ignited a fervent training enthusiasm among everyone. On this day, after a prolonged absence, Wukong and his companions returned once more to this cherished homeland. Chapter 35, The Disappearing Broly on a certain planet in the boundless universe. The ground nearby displayed irregular depressions, within which lay 2 spherical spaceships. All right, Captain Ginyu. You should now enlighten me on the events that have transpired during this period, Frieza said as he settled onto a rock. Yes, my lord. Ever since I was brought to Earth, my life has been one of darkness and despair, tormented daily by various frogs. Captain Ginyu began, his voice breaking as he recalled a painful memory, tears streaming down his face. Frieza, embarrassed by this display, quickly interrupted, Stop, Captain Ginyu. That is not what I wish to hear. I am inquiring about the current situation of Son Goku and his companions, as well as why Cooler has ventured to Namek. Ginyu blinked, his expression momentarily blank, a sight that amused Frieza. However, he soon collected his thoughts. Yes, my lord. Currently, Son Goku, Vegeta, and even his son Gohan have all achieved the transformation into Super Saiyans. Gohan's power is particularly terrifying. He can even suppress Lord Cooler's final transformation. As Ginyu spoke, fear crept onto his face, having felt the overwhelming pressure firsthand. Such words shattered Frieza's composure. Damn it, these wild monkeys have become so formidable. How is it that even that child can transform into a Super Saiyan? The thought of being overpowered by a mere child infuriated Frieza. Just wait. I shall have my revenge, Son Goku. I will tear you to pieces. He seethed through clenched teeth, then gestured for Ginyu to continue. As for Lord Cooler's purpose on Namek, I have heard whispers aboard the spaceship. It is said that he was defeated by a mysterious and powerful man while attempting to conquer a planet. And now he seeks to utilize the power of the Dragon Balls for revenge. Frieza pondered this revelation. No wonder the prideful Cooler wishes to gather the Dragon Balls. I am curious to know what sort of being could best him. This might present an opportunity. After all, Son Goku and his companions are numerous. If I could recruit that individual. Frieza murmured, a vengeful scheme forming in his mind, a confident smile gracing his face. Captain Ginyu, let us depart, Frieza declared, rising and heading towards the spaceship. Where are we headed, my lord? Ginyu asked, trailing behind in confusion. Is it not obvious? Now that Cooler is no longer present. His territory belongs to me. We shall first venture to the planet you mentioned and seek out that man. The hatch closed, and the 2 ships soared across the sky like shooting stars, heading towards the southern galaxy. After nearly half a month of travel, they arrived at a planet within Cooler's domain, where his forces were currently engaged in an assault. It appears we have arrived just in time, Captain Ginyu. From now on, you shall assume the role of Cooler, remember? Frieza instructed. Yes, my lord. Soon, the 2 stood before the leader of the troops, who immediately recognized Cooler. Lord Frieza? Cooler. You were supposed to be on Namek searching for the Dragon Balls, weren't you? The man quivered. Do I need to report to you? Withdraw at once. I have an announcement to make, Ginyu commanded, stepping onto the invading spaceship alongside Frieza. At least this vessel is worthy of the title of Galactic Emperor. Frieza reveled in the thought of abandoning the embarrassing spherical ship. Just the idea of such vessels being frequently used by Saiyans made him feel nauseated. Moments later, the troops dispatched to attack the planet were recalled. I have an important announcement. From this day forth, all my territories, including my army, shall be entrusted to Lord Frieza. And the Cooler Corps shall henceforth be known as the Frieza Force, Ginyu proclaimed solemnly. At this statement, the subordinates were left bewildered. Wasn't Frieza supposed to be long gone? Had their leader returned just to resurrect him? They had always been at odds. How could they now act like brothers? Before the murmurs could settle, Frieza stepped forward and bowed slightly. It is an honor to take command of my brother's army. Let me clarify, I am a fair ruler. In my service, it is not a lack of ability that you should fear, but a lack of effort. As long as you work diligently, you shall reap the rewards. After Frieza's impassioned speech, the crowd erupted in chatter. Yet, regardless of the commotion, the change of command held little significance for the workers. After all, what did it matter if the owner of the real estate company changed? Before long, at Frieza's request, the spaceship set course for the planet where Cooler had encountered Broly. Upon returning to this land, Ginyu, now in Cooler's body, shivered, as if the vessel instinctively bore a shadow over this place. Search for him. Report to me immediately upon discovering his whereabouts. Frieza commanded, and his subordinates scattered like headless flies, initiating a thorough search. Soon enough, the planet was turned upside down. Yet curiously, No trace of Broly could be found. Instead, they stumbled upon Paragus, half buried in the earth. He recognized Cooler and Frieza immediately, trembling as he knelt before them. Lord Cooler, I was blind to your greatness, and I deserve my fate. Please, spare me, Paragus exclaimed, striking his own face as he bowed repeatedly. And you are? Frieza inquired, puzzled. I am Paragus, the father of Broly. He stammered. Broly? Is he not the one who defeated my brother? Frieza's tone fluctuated, leaving Paragus perplexed. Unsure of Frieza's intent, and he could only continue to plead for mercy. Do not be alarmed, Mr. Paragus. I have come merely to recruit Broly and make him a proud member of the Frieza Force. However, Paragus found himself in a dilemma. I regret to inform you. But Broly, he has gone missing. Oh? What transpired? Tell me in detail. Frieza's eyes widened. About a month ago, an evil sorcerer arrived on this planet, accompanied by a self-proclaimed Demon King. They sought some sort of egg, and I assumed they intended to invade my planet, so I ordered Broly to eliminate them. However, I underestimated the strength of that being named Dabura, who was far too powerful. Even at full strength, Broly was no match for him. I was knocked unconscious after sustaining broken legs, and when I awoke, Broly had vanished. As Paragus recounted the events, he fervently pleaded for Frieza to spare his life, even offering to relinquish the planet to him. Hearing this news ignited a blaze of fury within Frieza. After all his efforts to recruit talent, he was now informed that someone else had beaten him to it. Frieza did not care for the planet. What he sought were capable individuals. With talent, he could possess as many planets as he desired. With that thought, Frieza resolved to reduce this planet to cosmic dust. By the way, Mr. Paragus, my army has no need for those lacking in value. In a swift motion, a lethal beam pierced through Paragus's chest, leading him to his demise in the northwest. Let us depart. Upon reaching the periphery of this planet, Frieza, reminiscent of his earlier destruction of planet Vegeta, expressionless, launched an energy sphere. Frieza furrowed his brow, muttering, "This display of fireworks is utterly unimpressive." Little did he know, an opportunity uniquely tailored for Frieza was quietly approaching. Chapter 36. I, the Cosmic Emperor, make a resurgence. Upon returning to his spaceship, Frieza was beset by an unusual irritability that lasted several days. How long must I endure before exacting vengeance upon those detestable monkeys? In a moment of distraction, Frieza exerted excessive force and shattered the table before him. At that moment, Jinyu approached to report, "My lord, after several days of reorganization, we have successfully integrated all of Cooler's forces into the Frieza Force." "Excellent work, Captain Jinyu," Frieza replied. "But this is far from sufficient. To avenge myself against those scions, mere numbers will not suffice. Tell me, how much power can you currently wield in this body?" Frieza inquired, glancing sideways. "To be candid, I previously utilized a newly modified detector to ascertain an approximate reading. The maximum I can achieve is 65 million. And in my final form, around 140 million, Jinyu confessed, lowering his head in shame. While his body-swapping ability was indeed advantageous, it came with the significant drawback of not allowing him to manifest his true strength. Not enough. You must hasten your adaptation to this body. You will be one of my primary forces in our quest for revenge," Frieza declared sternly. Jinyu, taken aback, felt tears welling in his eyes, lamenting, to drift through life without meeting a worthy master. Just as Frieza was about to admonish Jinyu to cease his lamentations, Jinyu remembered that he had not merely come to report. My lord, how shall we dispose of this?" Jinyu produced a seedling resembling a sapling. "What is this?" Frieza inquired, perplexed. "This is known as a spirit tree. It purportedly nourishes itself on the life force of planets, yielding fruit that significantly enhances one's strength when consumed," Jinyu explained. After the demise of Dor, the seedling had fallen into Jinyu's possession, and in his haste to escape, he had forgotten about it. Frieza, regarding the sapling as a precious treasure, acknowledged its potential. As the Cosmic Emperor, he had certainly heard of such a thing, but he was also aware of the detrimental side effects of excessive consumption. Thus, he would only consider consuming it in dire circumstances. "Very good, Captain Jinyu. You have done well. Safeguard it for now. It will prove invaluable later." With that, Frieza returned the sapling to Jinyu. At that moment, another subordinate rushed in with urgent news. "My lord," the individual exclaimed, visibly agitated. "What is it? Such panic is unbecoming of a member of the Frieza Force. Speak." Frieza waved his hand dismissively. "My lord, one of the planets under our jurisdiction is being invaded by an unidentified entity." "Invasion? Humph. I was just lamenting the lack of an outlet for my frustration. Let us see what audacity possesses this entity to assault my domain." Frieza descended from his throne, a wicked smile gracing his lips. This will serve as an excellent opportunity to establish my authority. Jinyu, come along. Under Frieza's command, Jinyu had no choice but to follow as they ventured to investigate the matter. Before long, the spaceship arrived at the besieged planet. The scene before them astonished even Frieza. How intriguing. I have never encountered such a phenomenon before. Investigate the origins of this planet at once. Before them, a cerulean planet was gradually enveloped by a mechanical entity resembling an octopus, poised as if to consume the planet whole. Let us descend and ascertain the situation. This appears to be growing more interesting, Frieza remarked, his sinister smile widening. His keen instincts from years of commerce hinted at opportunity amidst this crisis. Perhaps this planet held considerable value. As Frieza's spaceship landed, the cacophony of battle erupted nearby. Frieza and Jinyu disembarked immediately. The chaos unfolded before them. Soldiers stationed there clashed with towering robots, corpses strewn about. Most of the fallen were fresh recruits of the Frieza force, equipped with advanced weaponry yet unable to triumph over these mechanical behemoths, piquing Frieza's interest. Jinyu, go and assess the situation, Frieza commanded, eager to evaluate both Jinyu's current capabilities and the strength of these metallic foes. Jinyu surged forward, launching a Lushan Rising Dragon strike at the robots. With a sharp crack, he felt a surge of numbness in his fist, only to be sent flying by a robot's retaliatory strike. Quickly adjusting midair, Jinyu cursed, "Damn it. This creature's outer shell is far too resilient." Frieza observed Jinyu struggle, skeptical of the situation. After all, Captain Jinyu possessed a battle power of 60 million. Yet this metal adversary could withstand his strike. Frieza's excitement surged. If he could harness these machines, the potency of his army would soar to unprecedented heights. Though he had gleaned an initial understanding of the robot's capabilities, he was resolute in testing them personally. In a flash, he transformed into a violet streak, appearing before a robot. A powerful punch sent the machine flying several meters, despite the brief sensation of numbness coursing through his arm. Merely a hard exterior, it seems, not invulnerable, Frieza remarked, concentrating his power into his fist and delivering another blow that utterly obliterated the robot. So, focusing my strength can indeed yield destruction? This is your weakness. Frieza's expression shifted to one of epiphany as he relayed his insights to Jinyu. Jinyu imitated Frieza's technique, concentrating his power into his fist and shattered a robot with ease. Indeed, as expected of Lord Frieza. Excellent, we can depart now, Frieza declared, turning back towards the spaceship. My lord, shall we not deal with these metallic beings? Jinyu questioned. Perplexed. There is no further purpose in engaging with them. I have gathered sufficient information regarding their capabilities. Now, let us investigate that entity above. It may prove even more fascinating. Frieza gestured towards the octopus-like structure hovering in the sky. As Frieza entered the spaceship, a subordinate approached with newly gathered intelligence. My lord, that entity is known as Bixstar. It was birthed from the cosmic graveyard long ago, a mechanical life form that has spent eons absorbing all matter in the universe, thus evolving into its current form. Furthermore, our scans indicate its technological prowess is exceptionally advanced. The subordinate's revelations ignited Frieza's ambition to commandeer this being. Soon, the spaceship neared Bixstar, which resembled a massive vessel more than a planet. Frieza donned a triumphant smile. With a leap, he entered the interior of Bixstar, followed closely by Jinyu. Inside, they were encircled by a throng of robots. However, armed with knowledge of their vulnerabilities, Frieza and Jinyu dispatched the mechanical foes with ease, carving a path to the core of Bixstar. Is this the entity controlling those robots? Frieza gazed at the chip encased in exquisite glass before him. Suddenly, four distinct robots descended from the sky, resembling the legendary four heavenly kings. It appeared that this was his final line of defense. The king and Jinyu advanced to engage, only to discover that these machines surpassed the previous metallic adversaries in both resilience and agility. However, the king had no time to indulge these mechanical foes. His objective was to strike at the heart of the matter and claim everything for himself. In an instant, his muscles swelled, and the veins on his forehead throbbed with intensity. Truth be told, since the battle on Namek, he had yet to unleash his full potential, but this time, he was committed to a swift resolution. Frieza's figure transformed into a ruthless killing machine, brutally dismembering the four enhanced robots, leaving a myriad of parts strewn across the ground. With the bothersome foes dispatched, Frieza approached the glass enclosure and shattered it with a single punch, the material proving even tougher than the robots' exteriors. Come forth and serve my purpose, he declared, a surge of purple energy emanating from his hand. Under the influence of Frieza's malevolent energy, the chip began to shimmer with an alluring violet hue. The massive mechanical tentacles began to retract, and the robots on the planet ceased their movements entirely. Upon evaluation by the technicians aboard his spacecraft, Frieza was astonished to discover an even greater revelation. This entity had the capability to forge such robots from mere scrap metal. A profound smile spread across Frieza's face. Chapter 37. Individual aspirations. Upon returning to Earth, Goku and his companions resumed their previous lives. At Lam-Z Mountain, Chi-Chi exclaimed, "Goten, my Goten, you have lost so much weight." She embraced Goten tightly. "You must not have been eating or sleeping well over there." "Goku, what happened?" "I thought I asked you to take good care of Goten." "It's all right, Goten. Mommy will prepare some delicious food for you right now." Chi-Chi, overwhelmed with emotion at seeing her son after a long absence, gently cupped Goten's face in her hands. Meanwhile, Goku found himself unable to interject and, feeling somewhat dejected, stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. "Chi-Chi is still the same, but I almost perished as well." Confounded, Goku instantaneously transported himself to King Kai's planet. "Oh, it's Goku. It seems you have successfully resolved the troubles and returned from Namek," King Kai remarked. "Yes, I'm famished, King Kai. Could you prepare some food for me first?" Goku appeared drowsy, as if he might succumb to hunger at any moment. Shortly thereafter, King Kai laid out a grand feast before him. Goku devoured the meal as if he were a starving specter reborn. While Goku feasted, King Kai began to speak earnestly. "You encountered trouble with Gula, did you not? Even Frieza has been resurrected." He adjusted his reflective glasses. "Remarkable. How did you know, King Kai?" Goku, his mouth full, was fortunate that King Kai could decipher his words. "Did you forget that I am King Kai? I can know anything that transpires in the lower realms whenever I desire." "Foolish boy." King Kai continued, "However, this is precisely what concerns me. The one who resurrected Frieza was not Gula. The real Gula has already perished. The current Gula is merely a successful body swap of the Jinyu force. Frieza, once resurrected, will surely seek revenge against you, and Jinyu, as Frieza's subordinate, will undoubtedly join him." A look of worry crossed King Kai's face. It was evident that he was fully aware of the events that had transpired on Namek. "Huh? Jinyu?" Goku gasped, nearly choking on his meal. "Is that true, King Kai? Would I deceive you?" The genuine Gula and Frieza have a tenuous relationship. Their kind is known for their ruthlessness and would never waste a wish to resurrect another. This is indeed troubling. It seems I must train even harder, lest I be caught unprepared when they return. Goku displayed no signs of discouragement. "Naturally, but my concerns extend beyond this matter. It appears there have been significant disturbances in the southern galaxy." King Kai sighed repeatedly, his expression growing more solemn. "What troubles you, King Kai? I hope those issues do not reach our galaxy. Otherwise, we may have no choice but to rely on you." King Kai solemnly patted Goku's shoulder. "Of course, King Kai." Goku replied nonchalantly. As for him, facing formidable foes was a source of exhilaration. "Well, I suppose I should tell you. Long ago, a villain named Bojack appeared in the universe, intent on wreaking havoc across the 4 galaxies, alongside 3 other Kais. I managed to seal him away on a planet in the southern galaxy. Naturally, this came at a cost to us. Recently, there has been a surge of powerful energy emanating from the southern galaxy, as if some were engaged in battle, and the intensity of the seal has begun to weaken. If this continues, it will only be a matter of time before Bojack breaks free, and when that happens, I fear all 4 galaxies will." King Kai shook his head in resignation. "That's all right, King Kai. When that time comes, you can count on me. By the way, what is Bojack's strength like?" Goku swallowed hard, patting his chest confidently. "You must not underestimate him. He has the power to effortlessly slay Frieza and is even stronger than Gula." King Kai warned Goku. At this revelation, beads of cold sweat trickled down Goku's face. "I can't believe so many beings more powerful than Super Saiyans are appearing. This is fantastic. I can hardly contain my excitement." Goku tightened his grip on a chicken leg and took a hearty bite. These formidable adversaries only ignited his indomitable spirit. He devoured the feast laid before him with fervor. "I will not be outdone by anyone. I am eager to engage in battle with these foes," Goku declared, fist clenched. "I'm heading back to train. Farewell, King Kai." In the blink of an eye, Goku returned to Lam-Z Mountain, taking Goten with him to continue their training. "Hey, you didn't leave me anything," King Kai belatedly realized. Meanwhile, a furious Vegeta arrived at Capsule Corporation. "Ah, Vegeta, you're back. How did it go? Was the problem resolved?" Bulma, upon seeing Vegeta's return, felt a surge of joy, affirming that sending him was indeed the right decision. Damn it. I am infuriated. Vegeta erupted, unleashing a wave of energy that sent Bulma reeling back several meters. What is wrong with you? I was just trying to be concerned. Bulma retorted, angered. Do you have any idea? That Kakarot kid casually transformed into a Super Saiyan, and he is even stronger than I am. Vegeta's face contorted with rage. What? Goten is that powerful now? Did you defeat that monster? What about Kakarot's illness? Bulma inquired eagerly. That kid defeated Gula in just a few moves. And Kakarot's illness has long since healed. I need to continue training. Don't disturb me. After regaining his composure, Vegeta answered Bulma's questions and plunged back into the gravity chamber. This guy's pride is truly formidable. No matter, I'll just call to check on Goku. With that, Bulma cheerfully returned to her house. In the gravity chamber, Vegeta muttered, Kakarot, and that insufferable brat. Just you wait. I, Vegeta, will surpass all of you. I am the strongest Saiyan. Only I, Vegeta? As the gravity increased exponentially, Vegeta resumed his grueling training regimen. In the heavenly temple, old man. I've brought you a companion. Come out. A small figure emerged from behind Piccolo. Hello, I'm Dandy. I look forward to working with you. The bashful newcomer introduced himself. The old Kai, upon seeing the little one, felt a wave of affection and reached out to pat Dandy's head. Wonderful. Now, old Kai won't be lonely anymore. Bubbles exclaimed excitedly. If you wish, you can stay here from now on. The old Kai beamed warmly, which eased Dandy's initial nervousness. Well then, I shall go train. Farewell. With that, Piccolo shot off like a shooting star toward Bowsy Mountain. Chapter 38. A leisurely day at Bowsy Mountain. 3 days have passed since Goku and his companions returned to Earth. With sleepy eyes, Gohan ventured outside, stretching his body in a long yawn, ready to commence a day of training. He swiftly executed 200 push-ups, first on both palms, then on one hand, and finally, even with a single finger, completing his warm-up. At that moment, Goku returned from his hunting expedition, presenting a massive piranha for breakfast. His method of fishing, having lost his tail, was nothing short of astonishing. Dive into the water, locate the fish, deliver a punch, and carry it away in one fluid motion. Once they had feasted, Gohan inquired, Father, what is our training agenda for today? However, Goku shook his finger, chuckling, Today, we shall not train. We deserve a day of rest. We have not truly relaxed since returning from Namek. Really? How wonderful. Haha. Gohan exclaimed with delight. Indeed. Goku intended to host a gathering at home. To that end, Chi-Chi awoke early to prepare, while Goku planned to fly to Master Roshi's to fetch Krillin and subsequently pick up Bulma. Father, I want to come along. Gohan insisted. I can go by myself. You stay home and help your mother with any ingredients she might need from the city. With that, Goku soared towards Master Roshi's house. Be quick and return early. Gohan called out as he waved. Before long, Chi-Chi's voice echoed from the kitchen. Gohan, what's wrong, mother? Gohan, who was performing inverted push-ups, managed to steady himself and responded. We have run out of salt at home. Please, could you buy a bottle from the city? Oh, all right. I will go right now. Gohan replied. Wait. Take this bank card. Please withdraw some cash for your mother. We have no cash left at home. Chi-Chi lamented. Fortunately, Goku is out earning money to support our family. Otherwise, I dread to think how long we could survive on what little we have left. Feeling somewhat awkward, Gohan scratched his head, aware that at his age, he was unable to work and earn money. In the blink of an eye, Gohan arrived at Huihui City. Ah, the scenery here is quite lovely. Had the incident with the androids not occurred in my previous life, perhaps I would have attended school here like a normal high school student, Gohan mused, feeling somewhat sentimental. Before long, he located a bank. After enduring a lengthy queue, he finally reached the counter. Ah! A sudden scream from the crowd interrupted Gohan as chaos erupted. Gunshots rang out, drawing the attention of everyone present, as a group of robbers stormed into the bank. A few of them swiftly seized 3 individuals as hostages. By the time Gohan processed the situation, one of the robbers had pressed the gun against a hostage's forehead, ready to pull the trigger at the slightest provocation. Gohan dared not act rashly, aware that he could not gamble with lives, and thus waited patiently for an opportunity. Damn it, they have taken 3 hostages. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Gohan's cheek. Quick, fill these bags. The robber expertly tossed 2 bags to the staff member, who trembled as he complied with the robber's demands. At that moment, a mother tightly covered her little girl's mouth, but despite her efforts, the child burst into tears, overwhelmed by fear. The sound instantly attracted the attention of several robbers. Shut that brat up. If she cries again, I'll kill you. One robber barked menacingly. The mother clutched her child protectively, but the little girl, oblivious to the peril, continued to wail. This enraged the robber, who struck the mother with the butt of his gun, knocking her unconscious. Gohan gritted his teeth, realizing that these individuals were ruthless criminals, and he could not confront them directly. One robber yanked the little girl by her collar, lifting her up. I'll say it again, don't test my patience. He then tossed her aside. In a split second, Gohan attempted to catch her, but a stunning blonde woman intervened, safely cradling the child. Isn't this a bit excessive? Robbing is one thing, but harming someone serves you no purpose, especially when she is just a child. Is this truly necessary? The woman shouted defiantly at the robbers, soothing the child with gentle touches. Who do you think you are, meddling in my affairs? Watch out, or... The robber's threat was cut short as he was taken aback by the woman's beauty. He quickly altered his tone. You're quite the looker. I'll let this slide. How about joining me once I strike it rich? He attempted to make inappropriate advances toward her. The woman felt a chill at his approach and instinctively swatted away his lewd hand. This provoked the robber further. You dare reject me? He raised his hand to slap her. The woman, terrified, fell to the ground. In that critical moment, Gohan stepped forward, shielding her and absorbing the blow meant for her. The series of threats only made the child in the woman's arms cry louder. Gohan glared at the robber, showing no signs of injury, while the robber's hand turned as red as a monkey's backside from the impact. Damn it, where did this brat come from? Why does my hand hurt so much after hitting you? The robber fumed, clutching his injured hand. Are you all right, little brother? The woman quickly inquired, gently rubbing Gohan's cheek with one hand. As Gohan met her gaze, he noticed her expression was devoid of emotion, exuding an air of aloofness that intrigued him. He felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had encountered her before, prompting him to gaze at her for several moments. Just as the robber prepared to unleash his wrath again, the sound of police sirens echoed from outside. I advise you to release the hostages and surrender. You have nowhere to run, and this is your only chance for leniency. An experienced officer shouted through a megaphone. Beside him, a handsome young man frantically clutched a police officer's collar. My sister is still inside. You must do something. My sister is in there, he pleaded, spitting in the officer's face in his desperation. The officer, momentarily disoriented, lost his hat. Sir, please calm down. We are negotiating with the robbers and will rescue your sister shortly. She will be all right. The officer reassured him. Hearing this, the young man felt a flicker of hope. His gaze fixated on the bank's entrance. Inside, realizing the police had arrived, the robbers lost interest in prolonging their standoff and urged the staff to hasten their actions. The woman, relieved, exhaled deeply as the robbers pressed the staff to fill the bags with cash. The captor, unable to resist, released the hostage to peer into the bag. And the band of robbers was instantly dazzled by the sight. Marvelous. They could indulge themselves for a considerable time now. The leader of the gang hastily secured the bag. Observing the captors relinquish their hold on the hostage, Gohan smiled with confidence, aware that his opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 39. Razali and Lapisi listen up. You wretched officers. If you wish to avoid casualties, step aside and let us pass. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee how many lives will be lost within. The leading robber continued to bellow, bargaining with the police. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, under the astonished gaze of a woman, Gohan moved like lightning, swiftly incapacitating all the robbers. Damn it, these incompetent officers are impervious to reason. Let's unleash our firepower. I refuse to believe we cannot carve a path through. As long as we reach our contact, no matter how formidable these officers may be, they cannot catch us. Yet strangely, not a single soul responded from behind. When the leading robber turned around, he was met only with the sight of his comrades, peacefully unconscious, lying in unison. What is happening? The robber's gaze fell upon Gohan, who stood resolutely in the center. You scoundrels, how utterly despicable. What do you consider the lives of others? Gohan's fury ignited, to him. These individuals embodied a bleak future, akin to those heartless androids. They displayed a complete disregard for life, having lost their most fundamental humanity. You wretched little brat, perish. With that, the robber raised his submachine gun and aimed it at Gohan. Be careful, the woman cried out desperately, for in her understanding, even the mightiest individual could not withstand the force of such truth. Yet Gohan's actions once again shattered her perceptions. He grasped at the air, and with an open palm, the bullets fell harmlessly to the ground. The so-called truths of ordinary people were nothing but a jest before a scion. Then, with a swift instant transmission, Gohan delivered a gentle punch to the robber's abdomen, rendering him completely immobile. Before long, all the robbers were escorted away by the police. while the woman embraced her brother tightly. After collecting the money, Gohan intended to depart, but the woman approached him directly. "You're truly remarkable, little brother. To defeat so many villains in an instant, you must be a martial artist. What is your name?" "I am son Gohan, big sister. And you?" Gohan replied politely. "My name is Razali. It is a pleasure to meet you." Razali's voice was devoid of any emotional fluctuation. As they conversed, the little girl whom Razali had saved ran over to express her gratitude, but Razali maintained her cold demeanor. "Do not mistake this. I merely detest the vile faces of those individuals. Besides, I did not save you. It is this young lad you should thank. Haha, it was but a trivial act. By the way, I have matters to attend to. See you next time, Sister Razali." Gohan scratched his head and quickly left the scene. He wandered through the city, passing by a convenience store, only to find it empty. He had to seek out another store before finally purchasing the salt that Chi-Chi had requested. Before long, Gohan returned to the Lam-Z mountain. By noon, Chi-Chi had prepared an extravagant spread, visually and aromatically delightful, indeed exquisite. However, upon completing the last dish, Chi-Chi realized she was missing an ingredient. "Oh no, we're out of soy sauce. I'm sorry, Gohan, but could you please run to buy a bottle?" "No problem, Mom." Gohan transformed into a streak of light once more and soon arrived back in Huihui City. Passing the convenience store again, he noticed a drowsy man seated inside. Gohan decided to purchase from there for convenience. Shortly after, he found the soy sauce he needed, but a quarrel erupted at the front desk. As Gohan approached, he noticed that the man had vanished, replaced by Razali. She was currently scolding a small boy who stood beside her. "I'm sorry, sister. I was so hungry, I had no choice," the boy mumbled, lowering his head in fear. It turned out Razali had caught the boy attempting to conceal 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of milk within his clothing. Had she not been observant, he might have gotten away with it. "Are you joking? That is no justification for stealing. If I hadn't caught you, the boss would have deducted from my wages. Do you think working is easy, you little rascal?" Razali's demeanor was aggressive, nearly bringing the boy to tears. Just when Gohan thought Razali would not let up on the child, an unexpected scene unfolded. "Forget it. Encountering you is my misfortune. Lapisi, charge these items to my account." She then released the boy's wrist. "Okay, sister." Gohan speculated that the man was likely the boss and that the siblings worked there. "I warn you. If you're ever that hungry again, come to me for food. But if I catch you stealing again, I will definitely break your hand." The boy quickly thanked Razali and promised never to steal again, expressing his intention to repay her when he grew up. "I don't want your repayment. Just do something beneficial for society instead," Razali replied haughtily. Gohan then understood that beneath Razali's sharp tongue lay a tender heart, a true tsundere. Approaching the front desk to settle his bill, Razali immediately recognized him as the one who had saved her earlier. "Oh, it's you. What a coincidence." Although her expression remained impassive, her tone revealed a softer side. "I'm buying soy sauce for my mom, huh? You really are a good person, big sister." "A good person?" Razali seemed to recall something from her past, a hint of sadness creeping into her voice. "Consider this my treat. You needn't pay." But that is not right. Gohan insisted he wouldn't allow Razali to cover his bill. Unable to argue with Gohan, Razali relented, saying she would treat him next time they met. Not long after, Gohan returned to Lam-Z Mountain, where Chi-Chi's final dish was finally served. Goku had also brought Krillin, Bulma, and other friends over. The joyous feast commenced, filled with lively conversation and laughter, as Bulma and Chi-Chi were amused by Goku's exaggerated eating habits. Gohan gazed at the harmonious scene before him, reflecting within, "If my rebirth thus far has been a dream, then I would willingly remain forever immersed in this dream, never to awaken." Time passed, and on a certain day, Gohan found himself back in Huihui City. As he walked past the convenience store once more, he recalled his promise to Razali. On a nearby park bench, Razali was licking an ice cream cone, with Gohan doing the same beside her. "Little brother, are you sure this is all you want me to treat you to?" Razali asked, puzzled, as an ice cream was so inexpensive. "This is sufficient, after all. Your money doesn't come from thin air." Razali was taken aback. It was rare to encounter someone as innocent as Gohan nowadays. Yet Gohan felt an inexplicable familiarity with her, as if he had seen her somewhere before. With that question lingering in his mind, Gohan ventured, "Sister Razali, may I ask you about your past?" "My past? Are you trying to woo me? You're quite the precocious little rascal." Razali teased lightly. I am not." Provoked by Razali's playful banter, Gohan's face flushed crimson. At that moment, a hint of sorrow flickered across Razali's icy visage. In truth, My brother and I once subsisted through thievery, yet even the most adept may falter. On one occasion, we were apprehended, but surprisingly, the individual chose not to alert the authorities. Instead, he inquired with genuine concern about our hardships and ultimately bestowed upon us some nourishment and money, urging us to abandon our life of crime in favor of pursuits that might benefit society. From that moment, my brother and I resolved to extricate ourselves from such a lifestyle, leading us to become clerks at a convenience store. Lazili's visage was etched with resignation towards life. Thus, dear sister, you found yourself reflecting on that young boy. Indeed, I recognized in him a reflection of our former selves. I apologize, sister. Gohan lowered his head in despondence. No matter, little brother, she replied, your bashful demeanor is rather endearing. I find it delightful. Lazili couldn't resist teasing Gohan. In the end, Gohan and Lazili exchanged a knowing smile. Yet, on a fateful day, an elderly man entered the convenience store, setting into motion the gears of destiny for the sibling duo. Could they be a pair of twin siblings? At last, I believe I have discovered the perfect experimental subjects, chuckled Dr. Gero, who had already begun to augment certain aspects of his own physique into that of an android, effortlessly discerning the potential that lay within the two siblings. Chapter 40. 2.5 years later. Time has flown by like a fleeting shadow, and 2.5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, all the Z warriors have been diligently training to prevent the emergence of artificial beings. Of course, some have personal motives, referring to you, Loeb. Yet fortunately, everyone's aspirations, albeit divergent, remain focused on becoming stronger. However, to be frank, the progress of everyone during these 2.5 years has been barely perceptible. Goku, due to his work commitments, has only managed to train for half a day each day, while Vegeta, having overtrained, has seen diminishing returns, resulting in minimal advancement for both. The other Z warriors, lacking the Saiyan-S extraordinary lineage, have indeed improved their combat abilities significantly compared to their previous levels. Yet they still pale in comparison to the few Saiyans. Some have even taken unconventional paths, developing techniques that allow them to surpass their limits, specifically, the new Kamehameha. As for Gohan, his strength has been advancing rapidly. Having exhausted all teachings from the King Kai, he trains with Goku and Piccolo in the mornings, while dedicating his afternoons to solitary practice on King Kai's planet, which boasts 10 times the normal gravity and excellent training ground. However, with Goku only able to mentor Gohan for half a day, Gohan's progress can be described as neither significant nor negligible. One day, Krillin suddenly arrived at the Capsule Corporation. Gohan, gazing at Krillin's gleaming bald head, immediately recognized him. Uncle Krillin, he exclaimed, halting his training. Gohan, I can't believe how tall you've grown in just 2.5 years. Krillin remarked, noting that Gohan had surpassed him in height. Feeling both proud and a hint of melancholy. Uncle Krillin, what brings you here? Gohan inquired. Nothing much, but where's Goku? I don't see him around, Krillin said, scanning the area. He's out hunting and should be back soon, Gohan explained. No sooner had he spoken than Goku appeared, carrying a massive dinosaur tail. Upon seeing Krillin, Goku seemed momentarily taken aback before joyfully exclaiming, Hey, isn't that Krillin? Without a thought for the tail he was holding, he rushed to embrace Krillin. Haha, what brings you to Capsule Corp today? Krillin gasped, nearly breathless from the enthusiastic hug. How can you say that? You haven't visited the Kame house in over 2 years. Krillin complained. Haha, I've been busy working and training. I hardly have a moment to spare. Goku explained sheepishly. Actually, I didn't come for anything urgent. The day that young man mentioned is just around the corner, and to be honest, I feel quite uncertain. After all, if someone with his strength can't handle the artificial beings, I wanted to see how strong you two have become. Krillin finally revealed his purpose. Goku and Gohan exchanged knowing smiles. The scene shifted, and the three of them found themselves at the seaside of the Kame house. Goku and Gohan unleashed their Kamehameha waves, creating towering waves that crashed spectacularly, leaving Krillin awestruck. Is this the result of your training? And you haven't even transformed into Super Saiyan yet. This is incredible. Krillin laughed, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. To be honest, Gohan's power has now surpassed mine. If even he struggles against our foes, we might all be doomed, Goku boasted, ruffling Gohan's hair. Not at all. Gohan stammered, caught off guard by Goku's unexpected praise. Goku, it's astonishing how casually you can say such things, Krillin retorted. Meanwhile, Master Roshi adjusted his reflective sunglasses, having clearly witnessed the two powerful waves. He understood that Gohan's strength had indeed eclipsed Goku's at that moment. That boy's potential is truly frightening. Krillin then asked with concern, by the way, Goku, your heart condition has recurred since we returned from Namek, has it? No, since then, Gohan has been diligent in reminding me to take my medications. I'm in great health now, Goku replied, patting his chest proudly. Hearing this, Krillin finally felt reassured. As the time for the artificial being's arrival drew near, Gohan's heart raced with apprehension. The memory of his past demise at their hands lingered in his mind, and he desperately wished to eradicate this impending threat and banish his inner demons. Fortunately, this time the situation was different, thanks to Trunks. Goku had not succumbed to his heart disease prematurely. Moreover, Gohan was confident that his current strength rivaled, if not surpassed, that of his previous self. He refused to believe he would fall to the artificial beings again. On another front, at Capsule Corp, Bulma was cradling a wailing Trunks, who had just turned 1 year old. Hey, Vegeta, can't you ever take a moment to comfort your son? You've been cooped up in the gravity chamber all day, Bulma complained. A gruff voice echoed from the gravity chamber. Enough. I care not for such trivialities. My sole focus is to become stronger, relentlessly stronger. I shall prove to you all that I will not be outdone by anyone. I am the strongest scion in the universe, Vegeta declared, gritting his teeth. Over the years, the power Gohan displayed on Namek had left an indelible mark in Vegeta's mind. He had never even had a fair showdown with Goku and was uncertain of where he stood in comparison. Thus, driven by the desire to surpass Goku and Gohan, he trained day and night, determined to prove that what others could achieve, he, Vegeta, could accomplish even better. Upon hearing Vegeta's voice, Trunks quivered in Bulma's arms, crying even louder. I see you're beyond help, Bulma shouted, trying to soothe her son. But then, recalling the imminent arrival of the artificial beings, she emphasized, you must eliminate those beings. Our safety depends entirely on you. What? Is it really that soon? Vegeta exclaimed, taken aback. Having immersed himself in training for over 2 years, he had lost all sense of time. Yet, a smile soon spread across his face. Excellent. I have been training ceaselessly for this day. Rest assured. I will not only defeat those artificial beings, but also best Kakarot and his son, proving once and for all that I am the strongest. Vegeta muttered to himself. Laughter rang in Bulma's ears, leaving her bewildered as she pondered how she had ever been so impulsive to get involved with this battle-crazed man. In the Heavenly Temple, Piccolo had maintained his meditative posture for several weeks. Is he all right? The young dandy wondered anxiously. At that moment, Piccolo hovered in midair, surrounded by a brilliant silver aura that made him seem almost untouchable. It's fine. This is his method of training. He should be nearing completion, the old Kairi assured. No sooner had he spoken than Piccolo abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. The aura surrounding him erupted, sending shockwaves that resonated throughout the Heavenly Temple. The Supreme Deity and Dandy nearly stumbled, astonished. It appears your training has been remarkably successful, Piccolo. The Supreme Deity approached to congratulate him. A confident smile graced Piccolo's face as he replied, Indeed. I feel an overwhelming strength coursing through me. Piccolo believed that with his newfound power, he could effortlessly handle any artificial beings that may come his way. Thus, one by one, everyone completed their training, and in the blink of an eye, the 2 days had swiftly passed, leading them to the fateful day foretold by Trunks. Chapter 41. The King's Plea for Help. 2 days later. On a small island in the south, all the Z fighters gradually gathered. Even Bulma, whose combat power was below 5, arrived with Trunks to join the excitement. Due to a rendezvous with Krillin, Gohan arrived late, and the two finally made it to the scene. Ah, Gohan. I can't believe how much you've grown into a fine young man after more than 2 years. You've surpassed Krillin in height, Bulma exclaimed with a sense of pride. Having watched him grow up, Krillin, with a look of exasperation, retorted, Hey, Bulma, your tongue is as sharp as ever. By the way, it's quite dangerous here. What brings you here? Krillin asked with concern. Bulma playfully stuck out her tongue. Well, I wanted to see what the androids look like. Don't worry. I'll leave as soon as I take a look. Suddenly, Krillin noticed the infant in Bulma's arms. Bulma, I didn't realize you had a child with Yamcha, he remarked, gently touching Trunks' tiny hand. Trunks, however, wore a reluctant expression. Humph, you would never guess who the father is. It's Uncle Vegeta, right, little Trunks? Gohan teased, making funny faces at Trunks. How did you know? You got the name right too, Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing that the child's father was Vegeta, Krillin was taken aback, unable to fathom how those two could be together. Huh, I just guessed. Gohan laughed, though the others remained skeptical of his claim. Suddenly, a voice caught their attention. By the way, where is Goku? Both Yamcha and Tien asked in unison. Yeah, where is Son Goku? Bulma scanned the area. In fact, 3 hours prior, Goku had received an urgent message from King Kai, summoning him for an emergency matter. King Kai? But I can't leave. The androids are about to appear. Goku hesitated. There's no time for excuses, Goku. What is happening now is far more serious than the androids. It concerns the safety of the entire universe. King Kai insisted urgently. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Goku quickly briefed Gohan and then used instant transmission to leave for King Kai's planet. All right, King Kai. What is it that you need to tell me? Goku inquired. It's Bojack. He's on his way. Goku's eyes widened in shock. He vaguely recalled King Kai mentioning this before, but had not given it much thought. A year ago, he broke free from his seal and launched a revenge attack against us 4 kings. At that time, we were completely unaware. By the time we realized it and tried to gather the 4 kings' powers to seal him again, one of them had already fallen victim to his wrath. He has since killed 2 of the southern kings, and it won't be long before he reaches us. King Kai's face reflected deep sorrow. What? Goku exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, this should have been my duty. Even if I die, it matters not. If the 4 kings from the east, west, south, and north perish, their souls will be cleansed and sent to King Enma for rebirth. It takes at least 10 years to cultivate a new king. King Kai's expression suggested he was prepared for the worst. In other words, if I die, the 4 galaxies will descend into chaos for those 10 years. The universe will spiral into disorder. Not to mention, with Bojack's disposition, he will wreak havoc across numerous planets, and Earth will not be spared. King Kai lowered his head, resigned. At this point, please do not say such things, King Kai. Leave it to me. Goku replied confidently. I originally intended to call Gohan. But considering his lack of practical experience compared to you, and Bojack's vast experience, it is clear he is no match for you. Rest assured, King Kai, compared to before, I am confident in my current strength. Even against Cooler from 2.5 years ago, I can emerge victorious. Goku said with a confident smile. Goku, do not underestimate him. Bojack's danger is far beyond that of Cooler. King Kai warned repeatedly. However, Goku seemed exceedingly confident in his abilities at that moment. Meanwhile, on Earth, don't worry, even without Goku, we have Gohan. Krillin assured everyone. You might not know, but Gohan can transform into a Super Saiyan now. And his power exceeds even that of Goku. He is the strongest among us. Krillin proudly patted Gohan on the shoulder. Really? I can't believe it. Tien stared at Gohan in disbelief. After all, he is Goku's son, but I never imagined his talent would be so extraordinary. Goku was nowhere near Gohan's level at his age. Tien mused. Gohan bashfully scratched his head, accepting the compliment. At that moment, a spaceship suddenly appeared, and Yajirobe, having completed his mission of delivering Senza beans, hastily fled the scene, fearing that Bulma would make him stay and fight. This guy is as cowardly as ever, Bulma complained. By the way, where is that Vegeta guy? Krillin inquired. He should be arriving any moment now. Before Bulma could finish, Vegeta's imposing figure abruptly appeared before them. Upon arrival, Vegeta began his usual arrogant monologue. I can't believe you lot are so fearless. If I were you, I'd stay home, drink milk, and watch TV. After all, it only takes me to handle any android. With that, Vegeta struck his signature pose. The others, intimidated by Vegeta's bravado, dared not voice their objections. Though Gohan understood Vegeta's nature was not malevolent and chose to disregard his words. Speaking of which, where is Kakarot? Is he scared? Vegeta looked around. Father was called away by King Kai. It seems something significant has occurred, Gohan replied. It doesn't matter. Whether he is here or not, it makes no difference. By the time he returns, I will have already annihilated all the androids. At that point, both he and you will be defeated. I will show you who the true strongest Saiyan in the universe is. Vegeta clenched his fists, determination radiating from him. He was eager to eliminate the androids quickly and then challenge Kakarot to a duel. Ignoring the others' warnings, he surged ahead, his form shooting towards the city below like a missile. Chapter 42. The sudden arrival of the evil quartet on King Kai's planet. A chilling wind swept through, instantly alerting Goku, who had been conversing with King Kai. Suddenly, the entire landscape transformed into a fantastical forest. Lord Kai, it seems everyone has arrived. The moment the words left Goku's lips, he leaped into action. A flurry of small blades was hurled, embedding themselves deeply into the ground. Four figures materialized in an instant above King Kai's planet. Zangia, Gogeta, Bujin, and Baido. Each announced their names, exuding a formidable presence reminiscent of the Ginyu Force. An overwhelming Sinister energy enveloped the entire planet as Bojack's figure descended to the ground. North Kai, I see you're well. It truly is you, Bojack. King Kai gritted his teeth, casting a wary glance at the blue-green visage before him. Memories of the harrowing price paid by the 4 Kais to seal Bojack away flooded back, instilling a sense of dread. I never imagined you would break free from your seal so swiftly and even kill 3 Kais. Humph. How could I quell my fury without annihilating all of you insufferable Kais? The days of being sealed were far from pleasant. A glimmer of rage flickered across Bojack's face. Is it you who's been causing trouble? Goku sensed the overwhelming and malevolent energy radiating from Bojack, rivaling even Frieza's. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He understood that he had underestimated his opponent. It was evident that even with his full strength, defeating this foe would be a daunting task, especially with the 4 accomplices at hand. Goku refrained from overestimating himself and transformed into a Super Saiyan, readying himself for battle. Are these your bodyguards? They seem somewhat capable, he remarked, unleashing a surge of energy that shattered the illusions cast by Bujin. Be careful, Goku, King Kai urged anxiously. At Bojack's command, the 4 subordinates surged forward, launching an assault on Goku. Zanjia and Bujin were the first to strike, simultaneously unleashing energy threads in an attempt to ensnare Goku. The delicate threads were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, yet Goku recognized their ability to siphon his energy upon contact. He quickly evaded, remaining vigilant against the 2 assailants. Impressive reflexes. It seems King Kai indeed brought you for a reason, Bojack praised. Humph, unleash whatever tricks you have. Goku's gaze darted to the remaining 2 adversaries, uncertain of their peculiar abilities. He knew he couldn't afford to be careless, so he focused intently, prepared to react swiftly. At that moment, Zanjia launched another attack, her form splitting into 4 like a mirage, advancing at Goku from all directions. Goku deftly countered Zanjia's onslaught, the sounds of their colliding fists echoing through the air. Suddenly, the 4 figures ensnared his limbs, revealing that Zanjia's initial assault was merely a feint. Gogeta's blade then came slicing through the air toward him. It was Bujin who, unbeknownst to Goku, had been employing his psychic abilities to momentarily incapacitate him. However, Goku's immense strength soon broke the trance. Regaining his focus, he unleashed a powerful blast, forcing Gogeta to retreat. Following closely was Bido, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Goku swiftly deflected them, causing a cloud of dust to erupt upon impact with the ground. Meanwhile, Bujin and Zanjia attempted to repeat their earlier strategy, aiming to siphon Goku's energy while he was obscured by the dust. Little did they know, Goku had already grown wary of their tactics. His agile form remained unaffected by the haze, rendering their efforts futile. What peculiar techniques you possess. Engaging with you lot requires unwavering diligence. With the dust settling, Goku flexed his wrists. Goku, are you all right? King Kai's concerned voice pierced through the tension. I'm fine, Lord Kai. I've gauged their strength now. A confident smile adorned Goku's face. If these 4 are their only capabilities, victory is assured. Having analyzed the recent skirmish, Goku formed a clearer understanding of his adversaries. Zanjia and Bujin excelled in deception and ambush, employing a myriad of unusual techniques. Cautious maneuvering would suffice against them, as they resembled spellcasters and support. Conversely, Gogeta and Bido were powerhouses, proficient in close combat, akin to warriors and tanks. Despite their extraordinary strength, they paled in comparison to Goku in his Super Saiyan form. Overall, their abilities were not particularly formidable. They were merely endowed with unique skills. After careful consideration, Goku resolved to eliminate Bujin and Zanjia first, lest he falter against their cunning. In an instant, Goku vanished from sight. What? Where did he go? The 4 exclaimed in unison, scanning their surroundings anxiously. Only Bojack discerned Goku's movement, his expression growing serious. The next moment, Goku reappeared behind Bujin, targeting the most troublesome of the quartet. Bujin, watch out behind you. Bojack's warning jolted Bujin into action, but despite his attempt to distance himself, it was too late. You are finished. Goku's voice resonated like a death knell. With a swift motion, he advanced, and a single punch reduced Bujin to ashes. The remaining 3 were struck with terror, yet under Bojack's oppressive presence, they were compelled to attack Goku once more. Gogeta roared, his immense power tearing his clothing to shreds as his muscles bulged in a display of his enhanced form. However, compared to Goku, he was merely a novice. Charging forward with his blade, Gogeta aimed to strike Goku, but Goku merely extended a finger, effortlessly blocking the attack. Echoes of his prior confrontation with Tulls reverberated in the air. It was only now that Gogeta felt true fear. At that moment, Bido joined the fray, and the two launched a combined assault on Goku. Bido attempted to restrain Goku with sheer brute strength, wrapping his arms around him and squeezing with all his might. Unbeknownst to him, Goku had intentionally left an opening. Despite Bido exerting every ounce of his strength, Goku stood firm, unyielding. With a swift elbow strike to Bido's abdomen, Goku sent him hurtling several meters away, followed by an explosive attack that obliterated him. Meanwhile, Gogeta, paralyzed by fear, swung his sword wildly. As expected, Goku's fist pierced through his abdomen, leaving him lifeless. Witnessing his comrades fall one by one, Zangia, now terrified, sought refuge in Bojack's embrace. Yet Bojack was no gentle soul. He seized Zangia by the shoulders and hurled her toward Goku. Simultaneously, he unleashed a green energy blast, which detonated alongside Zangia the moment Goku caught her, catching him off guard and inflicting significant damage. Your power indeed exceeds my expectations, but this is where it ends. You will perish at my hands. Having spoken, Bojack revealed a captivatingly maniacal laughter. Chapter 43, Vegeta's solo performance. The androids finally appear on the other side of the Earth. Vegeta remains as reckless as ever, seemingly oblivious to the lessons learned on Namek. Krillin helplessly rubbed his forehead. Perhaps he is truly eager to prove himself, Bulma interjected, her words laden with concern for Vegeta. All right, let's hurry and catch up, Tien Shinhan declared. We'll split up to search for the androids. As soon as we detect anything, we shall amplify our energy, Gohan instructed. Understood. The group responded in unison, and then they soared towards the city, each radiating their energy. Hey, wait for me, Bulma protested, but by then, the others had already departed. Honestly, they leave me here alone while I'm carrying a child. How am I supposed to get there? She lamented. Before long, they commenced a thorough search of the city. It's strange, where could these androids be? The god of tea pondered, unknowingly arriving at the city's outskirts. How did I end up here? Never mind, I should head back. Just as he turned to leave, a tremendous explosion erupted behind him. Debris flew as buildings crumbled. Emerging from the flames were two figures, one tall with long hair and a muscular build, the other short with a large green hat and purple skin that appeared poisoned. Wearing sunglasses, despite their bizarre appearances, they exuded an aura of power that rivaled the taller one. The two scanned their surroundings, seemingly searching for something, and soon noticed the god of tea. Hey, human, do you know Son Goku? The god of tea was taken aback. How do they know Goku's name? Could they be the androids? He hastily attempted to power up to notify his companions. However, the tall one, sensing his silence, swiftly approached and seized him by the throat. You must know Son Goku. I don't know any Son Goku. The god of tea struggled to respond. Then you shall perish. With that, the man delivered a punch that pierced the god of tea's abdomen. He attempted to resist, but against such overwhelming strength, it was futile. The unfortunate god of tea was left bloodied and discarded like refuse. Let us continue our search, the two androids declared, carelessly tossing the god of tea aside. Just then, a ki blast shot towards them. It was Tien Shinhan, who rushed to check on Yamcha's condition. Yamcha, are you alright? At that moment, Gohan sensed Tien's energy and hurriedly made his way over. Who are you? The androids asked as the smoke began to clear. What? My ki blast had no effect? Tien was astonished, realizing their strength far exceeded his expectations. Anyone who obstructs us must be eliminated. A mechanical voice echoed, confirming Tien's suspicions that these were indeed the androids Trunks had warned about. Just as the androids prepared to engage, Gohan suddenly appeared, countering their assault with a ki blast. He swiftly reached Yamcha's side, calling out frantically, Uncle Yamcha! Uncle Yamcha! Thankfully, Yamcha was not gravely injured. Great, he's still alive, Gohan exclaimed. Tien, please take him to Aunt Bulma. Uncle Krillin has some sins of beans. I'll handle this. Gohan's resolute demeanor instilled a silent trust in Tien. All right. But you must be careful. These foes are formidable. After a few stern reminders, Tien carried the god of tea towards Bulma. Son Goku. Wait, who are you? The two androids scrutinized Gohan, whose likeness to Goku posed a dilemma. I am Son Goku's son, Son Gohan. Then you shall die alongside your father. They laughed. The shorter android nonchalantly pulling out a bottle of liquor and taking a swig, seemingly dismissive of Gohan's presence. You dare commit such heinous acts? Gohan shouted. Who are you? It dawned on him that these two were not the androids from his future. We were created by the supercomputer left behind by Dr. Gero at the Red Ribbon Army's ruins. Our purpose is to exact vengeance upon Son Goku and eliminate him. What is happening? These two never existed in my world. Despite Gohan's confusion, the situation spiraled out of control. As both sides prepared for battle, conflict loomed. On the other side of the city, an exasperated Vegeta flitted about like a headless fly in search of answers. Coincidentally, he ran into Krillin. Trash? Vegeta dismissed Krillin, focusing solely on his quest. What an arrogant fool, Krillin thought to himself. Suddenly, another loud explosion startled a horde of police officers, who hastily converged on the source of the disturbance. This commotion also caught Vegeta's and Krillin's attention. So, they finally can't contain themselves? Vegeta smirked confidently as he shot toward the noise. Wait for me, Krillin called, following closely. At the scene, the two androids wreaked havoc. Destroying everything in their vicinity, buildings and vehicles alike were reduced to ashes. Surrender at once, you fiends. There is no escape, one officer warned through a megaphone. But as soon as he spoke, Dr. Gero unleashed a ki blast, obliterating a large number of approaching officers. Pathetic. At that moment, Vegeta and Krillin finally arrived. So, you are the infamous androids? No wonder you were hard to find. You emit no energy. Yet you don't appear to be anything special, Vegeta boasted, taking a condescending stance. Vegeta? Krillin? How do they know we would be here? Dr. Gero pondered, but before he could dwell on it, Vegeta's energy blast was already hurtling towards him. Dr. Gero and Android 20 had no choice but to evade. Vegeta charged forth like a bolt of lightning. Show me your true abilities. None of you will escape today, for you shall all perish at my hands, Vegeta declared with bravado. He swiftly kicked Android 20 squarely in the face, sending him flying. In the midst of Dr. Gero's astonished gaze, Vegeta followed up with a powerful punch to the old man's wrinkled face. This is impossible. According to the data collected by my Ladybug robots and my calculations, you should not possess such strength, Dr. Gero exclaimed, bewildered. Ladybug robots? What do you mean? Vegeta questioned, intrigued. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to enlighten you. After Son Goku destroyed our Red Ribbon Army, I developed a type of Ladybug robot that followed him everywhere. Until you, the Saiyan Prince, invaded Earth. Vegeta then inquired, was your Ladybug robot still operational during our battle on Namek? No, according to my deductions. Even if you were to venture to Namek, the power you would gain would be minimal, rendering the endeavor unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Vegeta could not help but burst into laughter. You truly have underestimated me. The power I currently possess is beyond your wildest imagination. Thus, before the two androids, stunned at disbelief, Vegeta finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. How do you like that? This is the strength we acquired on Namek, Vegeta boasted. Indeed, such formidable power. Upon witnessing this energy, the two androids, rather than feeling fear, revealed a glint of avarice in their eyes. For within their calculations, this immense energy could significantly enhance their own. Little did they know, the power of a Super Saiyan was far beyond their reach. Please allow me to handle this, Android 20 requested of 19. What a greedy fellow. Very well. You may first test the limits of his strength. 19 scoffed. Are you jesting? You do not intend to confront me together? Vegeta laughed. You merely caught me off guard with your sneak attack. Android 20 wiped the dust from his cheek, wearing a smile as well. The battle between the two was on the brink of eruption. Just then, a time machine suddenly appeared in the sky above where Bulma was located. Chapter 44. Whose subordinate is this? It is you. Even after 3 years. Bulma recognized the young man before her at a glance. I can't believe you actually arrived at this moment. I thought you were just speaking idly, Bulma exclaimed. However, upon Trunks' arrival from the time machine, he was engulfed in confusion. There was no sign of Goku. Yet he could distinctly sense the powerful auras of Gohan and Vegeta in two separate locations, as if they were engaged in battle. Is that aura Gohan-S? How could he be so strong at this time? Why are Gohan and Dad in different places? Have those two androids separated? Excuse me, where is Mr. Goku? With a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Trunks was the first to inquire about Goku's whereabouts. Are you referring to Son Goku? Bulma replied. Gohan mentioned that there was a situation at King Kai's, so he was summoned. Trunks pondered, could my arrival have altered the course of history? A cold sweat dampened his collar as he realized that despite bringing the special medicine and saving Goku, he still could not join the fray. Damn it, this is bad. If this continues, Dad and the others will die. As soon as the words left his mouth, Trunks shot off like a bolt of lightning in the direction of Vegeta. Hey, wait. Bulma glanced at the rapidly disappearing Trunks and then at the small Trunks in her arms. He just mentioned Dad. Doesn't that mean I know that child's father? Bulma was momentarily stunned, her large eyes filled with questions. Before long, Tien, carrying Yamcha, arrived at Bulma's side. Yamcha, what happened? How could he be in such a state? Bulma fretted over Yamcha's near-lifeless form. Gohan said Krillin left some Senzu beans here. We should feed him one. Oh right. Krillin gave me a few just in case someone got hurt, but I never expected the worst to happen. Bulma temporarily handed the small trunks to Tien. And after rummaging through her belongings, she finally managed to feed a Senzu bean to Yamcha. Ah. Yamcha suddenly jolted awake as if he had just returned from the brink of death. Great. Yamcha, you're finally awake. Bulma exclaimed joyfully. I can't believe I'm still alive. Yamcha gazed at his hands, squeezing them tightly, astonished that he was indeed alive. Thanks to Gohan. He is currently battling those two androids. To be honest, he is far stronger than us. If we joined, we would probably just hinder him, Tien said. A hint of disappointment creeping into his voice. Once, he had considered himself among the top fighters, but for some reason, despite his relentless efforts, the gap between him and those others only widened, leaving him with no opportunity to fight. Let us stay here, Yamcha said, patting Tien on the shoulder in a comforting manner. Are those androids really that strong? Yes, at least we have no means to retaliate against them. I hope that future boy stays safe. Bulma murmured, feeling an inexplicable connection to him and worrying for his well-being. Meanwhile, Vegeta was embroiled in a fierce battle with Android 19. The relentless barrage of punches from 19 rained down upon Vegeta. Despite blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, Vegeta showed no signs of resistance. He did not evade or defend himself, allowing 19's assaults to strike him. In fact, he wore an expression of rapture, as if he were relishing a massage. What on earth is Vegeta thinking? Is he foolish enough to let that guy attack him? Krillin, watching from a distance, was in a state of agitation. Seeing that his attacks had no effect on Vegeta, 19 created some distance. Oh, why stop? Are you afraid? Vegeta taunted. Enraged, 19's eyes glowed crimson, and in the next moment, two laser beams shot from his eyes, striking Vegeta and instantly transforming the surrounding terrain into a chaotic wreck. Shrouded in dust. However, according to the three fundamental laws of Dragon Ball, when the smoke cleared, Vegeta stood unscathed, without even a hint of diminished energy. Is this your attack? It tickles. I thought I was merely bitten by a mosquito. It seems your skills end here. Now, it's my turn. With that, a confident smile graced Vegeta's face. In an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving 19 frantically searching around. But Vegeta reappeared above him, delivering a powerful kick that sent 19 crashing into the deep pit he had just created. 19 lay motionless at the bottom of the pit, while Vegeta approached the edge, advancing steadily. Just when Vegeta was within 2.5 meters of 19, the latter sprang up to launch a surprise attack. Unexpectedly, Vegeta's reflexes in his Super Saiyan state far exceeded 19's expectations. He executed a great leap to evade 19's assault and countered with an elbow strike to 19's face, sending him flying several dozen meters before he finally came to a halt. At this point, 19 was overwhelmed by fear, swinging his fist wildly at Vegeta. However, in stark contrast to before, 19 failed to land a single blow. Oh, did you not realize I was merely allowing you to hit me earlier? Vegeta's words drifted into 19's ears like a phantom, leaving him utterly disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta unleashed two swift punches, striking 19's head and causing blood to flow from his mouth and nose. I never thought you could bleed. I wonder if it's blood or oil. At that moment, 19 astonishingly burrowed into the ground. How pathetic. Vegeta crossed his arms, standing calmly. Soon, unusual sounds emanated from the earth. Vegeta, be careful. Despite Krillin's warning, Vegeta remained unfazed. As expected, 19 erupted from the ground behind Vegeta, firmly locking him in place and greedily siphoning his energy. 19's expression shifted to one of triumph as he realized his scheme had succeeded. Even Krillin believed Vegeta had been too careless, certain that this was the end for him. A chilling voice echoed, "How does my energy taste?" 19 was instantly taken aback. It turned out that Vegeta had intentionally given 19 a chance, solely to showcase his own strength and demonstrate how forgiving he could be. Suddenly, Vegeta's energy surged forth like a raging torrent, compelling 19 to release his grip. Subsequently, Vegeta condensed a key blade in his hand, severing 19's arms in the blink of an eye. Now devoid of his arms, 19 could no longer resist and was paralyzed by fear, desperately attempting to flee in all directions. But Vegeta was not one to show mercy like Goku. He would not let 19 escape so easily after gaining the upper hand. In a flash, he appeared before 19, launching a devastating explosion that obliterated him into smithereens, leaving only half of his face behind on the ground. Vegeta disdainfully stepped over the half-destroyed visage and strode directly to face Dr. Gero, subsequently relinquishing his Super Saiyan form. You may unleash all your attacks just as he did, Vegeta declared with a confident smile gracing his face. Observing Vegeta's composed demeanor, the cunning doctor Gero harbored suspicions of a hidden scheme and fled without a backward glance. Once Gero had distanced himself, Vegeta hastily approached Krillin to request a Senzu Bean. It turned out that Vegeta had inadvertently overexerted himself. He had not anticipated that Android 19 would drain so much of his energy, which is why he had feigned confidence to drive Dr. Gero away. I can't believe I have to rely on you, he muttered. Despite Krillin's evident reluctance, he tossed a Senzu Bean to Vegeta, for the latter was, after all, one of the two remaining highest combatants. Just as Vegeta consumed the bean, regaining his strength to pursue Dr. Gero, Trunks suddenly appeared at the scene. It's you? Humph. But you have arrived too late. It seems the androids you spoke of are not formidable at all, merely a bunch of weaklings, Vegeta proclaimed proudly. Trunks glanced at the remnants of the half-destroyed face on the ground, perplexed. Who are you battling? The moment those words were uttered, both Krillin and Vegeta were taken aback, left speechless. Chapter 45, Gohan's Misstep, the androids of infinite energy, what do you mean by that? Vegeta's face was etched with surprise and confusion. The two androids from the future did not resemble this at all. They were a striking young couple. The female had a beautiful visage, donned in trendy attire with a head of short golden hair, while the male had a handsome face framed by dark hair and was dressed in a denim ensemble. However, one must not be deceived by their appearances, for they were ruthless demons, mercilessly indifferent to the lives they took. It was then that Trunks began to elucidate the characteristics of the duo. Vegeta, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage, grasping Trunks by the collar. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Are you saying that I just wasted my time sparring with a worthless fool? At that moment, Vegeta felt a burning embarrassment. He had intended to showcase his strength, only to realize that it was not his prowess that was overwhelming, but rather his opponent was indeed a mere weakling. Apologies. It was my oversight. Trunks lowered his head in shame. How infuriating. Your pathetic demeanor only angers me further. Be gone. Vegeta released Trunks and turned to pursue Dr. Gero. Humph. Even if they are not the very two, they're undoubtedly linked to them. As long as I pursue that man, I shall uncover their lair. You needn't take it to heart. That's just how Vegeta is. Krillin consoled Trunks with a chuckle. Wait, Dad, where did Vegeta go? Trunks inquired, perplexed. Krillin then explained the scene of the two androids' appearance to Trunks. What? There is another android that escaped? Who is Gohan fighting? Trunks exclaimed, and it dawned on Krillin that Gohan's energy had been escalating continuously. Could it be that there are more androids? Krillin gasped, his face paling. This situation is far more dire than I anticipated. How can there be so many androids? And why have the two from the future yet to appear? Anxiety was palpable on Trunks' face. Before long, he and Krillin decided to split up. I shall go to Gohan, while you assist Vegeta. If any unforeseen events arise, remember to help that guy escape. Krillin instructed. Rest assured. With that, the two figures soared in opposite directions. On the battlefield's other side, Gohan had lured the two androids far from the city. At this moment, he had been compelled to unleash his Super Saiyan form. The two androids were attacking him fiercely, one on each side. You wretches. To wreak such destruction merely for revenge is utterly unforgivable. Gohan roared, energy surging from his body, repelling both Android 14 and Android 15. He then initiated a counterattack, darting like lightning towards Android 14. Gohan's iron fist struck Android 14 with a resounding crack, sending him flying several meters away. But that was not enough. He pressed on, unleashing a magical flash. Yet, this attack was swatted away by Android 14, who retaliated with a green energy blast. At that critical moment, the cunning Android 15 attempted a sneak attack from behind. His palm glowed with green light as multiple energy blasts hurtled towards Gohan's back. Just as it seemed all was lost, a yellow energy blast struck, neutralizing all of Android 15's attacks. Gohan turned in astonishment. Uncle Piccolo, he exclaimed joyfully. My apologies, Gohan, I have arrived late. Piccolo responded with a smile. Is this truly the androids Trunks spoke of? They possess considerable strength. Gohan recalled that Piccolo had mentioned his keen hearing. Thus he did not question how Piccolo knew Trunks' name. Leave this to me, Gohan. Are you all right on your end? Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Once their roles were established, the tide of battle shifted to a 2-on-2 encounter. Gohan and Piccolo disappeared in an instant. The air filled with the sound of sonic booms. Humph. You should surrender Son Goku to us without delay. Android 14 boasted. I will reveal nothing about my father. I shall defeat you all here. Gohan's resolute declaration intensified his attacks, momentarily overwhelming Android 14's defenses. With a series of rapid punches, Gohan broke through Android 14's guard and, in a flash of determination, conjured a blue energy blast. "Curse you, little brat, do not get cocky." Android 14, in a fit of rage, unleashed an energy-slicing attack, a cutting energy blast that would rend flesh upon contact. The sky filled with whirling energy blasts directed at Gohan. He had no choice but to evade while concentrating his energy, his form darting through the barrage, though he could not escape unscathed, sustaining a cut on his face. Gohan's figure approached Android 14, declaring, "Kamehameha." As Android 14 looked on in shock, the surging energy enveloped him. However, when the smoke cleared, Android 14 remained standing, albeit with some oil seeping from his exterior, showing no significant damage. "Damn it." Gohan gritted his teeth and continued his assault. Meanwhile, Piccolo was using his unique abilities to bind Android 15, while preparing his special beam cannon with one hand. Before he could complete it, Android 15 broke free from his grasp and retaliated with a series of energy blasts reminiscent of a prince's fighting style. Piccolo could only dodge while seeking an opportunity. TCH. What a troublesome foe. In a moment of surprise for Android 15, Piccolo created 4 illusory duplicates of himself. The 3 phantoms charged fiercely at Android 15, while Piccolo himself remained hidden, readying his special beam cannon. In no time, the 3 duplicates were obliterated by Android 15. However, just as Piccolo's special beam cannon reached completion, he seized the opportunity. "Now's my chance." With precision, the penetrating beam shot forth from his fingertip. Android 15, however, did not flinch or evade. Just as the beam was about to strike, a protective shield enveloped him, completely nullifying Piccolo's attack. This left Piccolo aghast. His special beam cannon, which was even more potent than the Kamehameha, had been effortlessly blocked. "Umph, it is time for you to reveal Son Goku's whereabouts. Cease your futile resistance." Android 15 leisurely took out a small flask and took a couple of sips, seemingly unconcerned with Piccolo. This dismissive attitude ignited a fire within Piccolo, prompting him to launch another assault. After a fierce battle, Gohan and Piccolo found themselves back to back, both feeling their stamina waning, while their adversaries remained as vigorous as ever, showing no signs of fatigue. Could their energy be limitless? Piccolo panicked, suspicion creeping into his thoughts. It seems these two, like Androids 17 and 18, belong to the category of infinite energy. Gohan's heart sank. If his suspicions were accurate, he should have unleashed his full power from the start to eradicate them. However, sensing Vegeta's energy in battle, he had opted to conserve some strength to support him later. Now, he realized his miscalculation. "Uncle Piccolo, we must end this swiftly. We need to concentrate our strength to destroy one of them first, then we can handle the other." With that, the figures of the 2 individuals surged once more towards number 14 and number 15. Chapter 46, Are There Heavyweights? Android number 13 with a resounding crash. Piccolo was once again struck by number 15, crashing into the rocks. He staggered to his feet, a wry smile crossing his face as he gazed up at number 15. "You lot never seem to tire, do you?" Number 15 slowly descended to the ground, approaching Piccolo with mechanical footsteps. Nonchalantly, he took a sip of his drink. "If you can disclose the whereabouts of Sun Wukong, you need not endure this physical torment." "What are you talking about? I don't even know who Sun Wukong is," Piccolo retorted with a sly grin. Yet number 15 remained oblivious, as Piccolo's attention was fixated on number 14, who was engaged in battle with Gohan. Indeed, he sought an opportune moment to eliminate number 14 alongside Gohan, which was why he had not been seriously fighting number 15. Revitalized, Piccolo steadied himself and launched into another fierce confrontation with number 15. Number 15, with seemingly limitless energy, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Piccolo. While dodging, Piccolo swatted away the blasts, striving to close the distance for a hand-to-hand confrontation. Upon reaching number 15, Piccolo's form split into 4, surrounding number 15 for a coordinated assault. Meanwhile, Piccolo began channeling the special beam cannon, but this time, the target was not number 15. Oh, employing the same tactics again? Number 15 effortlessly parried Piccolo's onslaught, his expression radiating confidence as if he had foreseen Piccolo's next move. Meanwhile, Gohan was locked in a fierce duel with number 14, their figures resembling streaks of light as they clashed midair, seemingly tearing the very air apart. They battled from the sky to the ground and back again, neither able to gain the upper hand. Gohan's strength surpassed that of number 14, Yet an earlier misjudgment had left him without the stamina necessary to deliver a decisive blow. This precarious situation was exceedingly disadvantageous for Gohan. His energy would dwindle with time, while the androids faced no such concern. As long as Gohan failed to inflict a fatal blow that incapacitated number 14, number 15 could continue his relentless assault, engaging Gohan in a war of attrition. With another powerful punch thrown, both fighters adjusted their stances. Damn it! Gohan gasped for breath, his martial arts uniform tattered, with numerous rips and bloodstains marring his appearance, making him look utterly beleaguered. Take this. Kamehameha. In Gohan's palms, a tremendous energy was rapidly compressed, coalescing into a blue energy sphere. However, number 14 would not allow him to succeed so easily, continuously firing energy slices from his fingertips in an attempt to thwart Gohan. Gohan evaded like a serpent in the sky. Seizing the moment Gohan was distracted, number 14 unleashed another energy slice. He was confident that Gohan, positioned in midair, would be unable to evade this attack. Yet Gohan's response astonished number 14. With an incredible twist of his body, he evaded the strike. At that moment, the Kamehameha was fully charged. With a fierce roar, Gohan unleashed the wave, akin to a beast breaking free from its cage, rushing towards number 14. Piccolo saw the opportunity and quickly positioned himself behind Gohan. Special Beam Cannon. A powerful surge of energy shot forth from his fingertips, merging with Gohan's Kamehameha, significantly amplifying its penetrating power. Number 14's calm demeanor evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. He hastily raised his hands in front of him, summoning all his strength to unleash a green energy wave. Yet this effort proved futile against the combined might of the father-son duo. Number 15, sensing the dire situation, attempted to assist, but was blindsided by Piccolo's 3 clones, who unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Number 14's energy wave crumbled within mere moments, engulfed alongside his entire being in the overwhelming force of their combined attack. Amidst the dissipating smoke, number 14 lay in fragments, reduced to a pile of intricate parts scattered across the ground. Wonderful! We finally took one down, Gohan exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow and giving Piccolo a thumbs up. Well done, Gohan. Piccolo reciprocated. However, a thunderous explosion behind them abruptly pulled the duo back to reality. Through the smoke, No. 15's diminutive figure loomed like a harbinger of death, having eliminated all of Piccolo's clones. You wretched scoundrels, perish. Enraged, No. 15 unleashed a relentless barrage upon Gohan and Piccolo, undeterred by the consequences, for he possessed infinite energy. Watch out, Gohan, Piccolo cautioned. With their recent attacks still on cooldown, the two could only evade his onslaught. Number 15 attacked with precision akin to a master artist, his strikes evading even the weary forms of Piccolo and Gohan. In a fit of rage, number 15 downed his whiskey and discarded the bottle, intent on swallowing the two whole. He propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Despite his small stature, his attacking power was formidable. He rapidly spun his body, generating a whirlwind kick aimed at the duo. Caught off guard, Piccolo was struck and sent flying, crashing heavily against the rocks. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan called, rushing to his side, only to be met with a swift kick from number 15, sending him sprawling as well. Number 15 stabilized himself, looming over Piccolo. Die, he cried, gathering a green energy sphere in his palm. Energy cutter. Just as he prepared to unleash his attack, a sharp voice pierced through the air, halting number 15's movements. Looking up, he saw Krillin rushing in to offer support. A powerful disc hurtled towards number 15, forcing him to abandon his assault. Krillin hurried to Piccolo's side, helping him up. Are you all right, Piccolo? You saved us, Krillin. Piccolo replied, struggling to regain his footing. At that moment, Gohan staggered over to Krillin. Thank goodness, it's Uncle Krillin. Krillin quickly retrieved 2 senzu beans from his belt. Eat these first, regain your strength. After consuming the senzu beans, both Piccolo and Gohan felt invigorated, their vitality restored. Thrumming with newfound power, Gohan exclaimed, "This is fantastic. Victory is ours." Number 15 executed a couple of high jumps to dodge the energy cutter, finally regaining his balance, only to witness the once weak duo now brimming with vigor. Number 15, what the hell? I have infinite energy, but these senzu beans are no joke. To his surprise, another android appeared, and Krillin remarked gravely, "You've managed to hold out against such a foe for so long." Again? What does that mean? Piccolo questioned, bewildered. Gohan, unfazed, noted, "It seems Uncle Vegeta is also facing an android. Let's defeat this guy first." The trio assumed their battle stances, readying their ultimate techniques. Kamehameha. Klin and Gohan spoke in unison, Demon Wave Light Cannon. Meanwhile, Piccolo also shouted hoarsely. As for Android 15, he attempted to activate his protective shield against their combined technique. However, before such overwhelming power, the shield crumbled as if it were made of mere paper, ultimately leading to Android 15 being engulfed by the attack, leaving only a heap of mechanical debris in its wake. Just as everyone sighed in relief, believing the ordeal had come to an end and preparing to depart. Applause echoed from behind. Ha ha ha, you all did rather well. Turning around, they beheld a towering figure standing majestically upon a nearby hill. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Android 13, created with the sole purpose of eliminating Son Goku. His voice resonated like a phantom. Subsequently, he leaped forward, landing before the group. Chapter 47. A Taste of Defeat. What? Another android? Krillin was already alarmed by the series of unexpected events. Gohan and Piccolo wore expressions of grave concern. The mechanical footsteps of number 13 approached slowly. I can't believe that after just a brief absence, you managed to eliminate those two. You truly are formidable. Number 13 smiled as he drew closer to the trio. How many of you are there, anyway? Gohan couldn't help but inquire. Who knows? Number 13 replied nonchalantly. I now present you with two options. Divulge the whereabouts of Son Goku, and I shall let you go unharmed. Or perish at my hands while I seek him out myself. His tone was so arrogant, it suggested he regarded the three as inconsequential. You talk big. Come and try if you can. Piccolo retorted disdainfully. Gohan, Krillin, let's go. All right. They echoed in unison, enhancing their energy to amplify their resolve. Don't mistake me for those two earlier. With that, the trio launched themselves at number 13 in a valiant assault. However, number 13 evaded their onslaught with remarkable ease, seemingly able to predict their every move. After a series of exchanges, they reached a disheartening conclusion. How is this possible? He can read our movements? Krillin exclaimed in shock. Let me enlighten you, number 13 said with indifference, revealing his advantage. Your fighting styles and relevant data have long been recorded in the supercomputer. Therefore, my chip can simulate your next actions ahead of time. What do we do now? Krillin, at a loss, turned his gaze to Piccolo. It seems we'll have to resort to that technique we used against number 15. With that, they attempted to execute their combined attack once more. But number 13 was no fool. He would not allow them to unleash their ultimate move. Don't even think about it. From his fingertips, beams of crimson energy erupted, severing their charge. Your efforts are futile. Nothing escapes my calculations. The three felt utterly exposed before number 13. This is bad. Under normal circumstances, we cannot win. Piccolo said, drenched in sweat. He felt his 3 years of training had become a mere joke, a profound sense of helplessness saturating his being. What can we do? Are we truly out of options? Perhaps we should retreat until Goku returns, or wait for Vegeta and that young man from the future to join us, Krillin proposed. But Piccolo's expression remained solemn. Do you think you will let us leave so easily? At this, Krillin hung his head in defeat. Meanwhile, Gohan's mind raced, contemplating how to defeat this monstrous foe. That's it. The Spirit Bomb. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, please buy me some time. I need to gather energy. You learned that technique from King Kai? Fantastic. Krillin exclaimed, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Gohan, I'm counting on you. Without hesitation, Piccolo and Krillin charged toward number 13 once more. Knowing time was of the essence, Gohan closed his eyes and raised his hands to the sky. Mountains, Earth, and everyone on this planet, I beseech you, lend me your energy. It was as if the mountains, rivers, and creatures of the earth responded to Gohan's heartfelt plea, contributing their meager strength. Before long, the Spirit Bomb began to take shape. However, Piccolo and Krillin found themselves in dire straits. Their current strength was no match for number 13, who mercilessly pummeled them. Left and right, he struck Piccolo's head and Krillin's face, sending them crashing to the ground. His piercing gaze soon fell upon Gohan, who was busy gathering energy for the Spirit Bomb. I see, you're trying to buy him time. A clever thought. But I want to let you succeed. With that, a red energy blast shot toward Gohan. Just as Gohan was about to brace himself for the impact, Piccolo leaped in front of him, absorbing the blow. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan cried out in a desperate scream. Piccolo. Krillin felt a surge of anxiety for his friend. Piccolo forced a smile. I'm fine. Focus on creating the Spirit Bomb. We want to let him near you. He paused, struggling to turn around. Is that all your attack has? If you want to stop him, you must first defeat me. Attempting to draw number 13's attention through provocation, Piccolo found his efforts in vain as number 13 continued his assault on Gohan. With no other option, Piccolo raised his arms to shield himself, becoming a human shield. Spirit Slash. Suddenly, a voice shattered the standoff. Number 13's shield flared open. What? He can wield the same technique as that previous foe? Krillin gasped. I almost forgot about that pesky fly. Unintentionally, Krillin's remark redirected Number 13's focus. As the android swiftly approached, Krillin became flustered, scrambling to regain his composure. Over here, Krillin. At the critical moment, Piccolo extended his hand to assist him. The two resumed their guerrilla tactics against Number 13, employing Prince Vegeta's battle strategies to keep him at bay. Yet, it was not long before they were overpowered, both collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Are you done playing, flies? Just as Number 13 prepared to end their lives, Gohan's spirit bomb reached completion. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo, get out of the way. Upon hearing Gohan's urgent call, they summoned their remaining strength to escape. What? Number 13 turned to see the spirit bomb above Gohan, now resembling the size of 2.5 spherical spaceships. Go. With every ounce of strength, Gohan propelled the spirit bomb toward Number 13. A flicker of panic crossing his face. He attempted to attack the spirit bomb, but his efforts were as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. His assault was swallowed whole. Finally, the spirit bomb descended, crashing down upon Number 13 with such force that it uprooted nearby rocks and stirred clouds of dust. As the smoke cleared, Gohan and his companions released a collective sigh of relief. Thank goodness, is it over? Krillin murmured, utterly exhausted. Yet, as the haze dissipated, a chilling voice echoed through the air once more. You truly are impressive. Now I am genuinely furious. At the heart of the explosion, Number 13 emerged. His exterior still shrouded in tattered protective shields, his hat blown away, skin marred in varying degrees, and a mixture of oil and blood trickling from his mouth. Looking battered and bruised. What? He is still alive? Krillin sank back into despair. Before anyone could react, the enraged Number 13 unleashed an SS-class devastating bomb. Die. This attack possessed the potential to obliterate half the planet. Inescapably, Gohan could only resist the lethal assault alongside Piccolo, using their hands in a desperate attempt. Meanwhile, Krillin, still possessing some stamina, hurriedly gathered energy behind him to unleash a Kamehameha in an effort to counter the onslaught. Ultimately, however, the trio succumbed to the overwhelming force, sustaining injuries from the terrifying attack. Positioned at the forefront, Gohan had already collapsed into unconsciousness, while Piccolo, severely wounded, struggled to rise. Krillin, sustaining the least injury, thought to himself, damn it, now I can only watch. He quickly urged Piccolo, I'll create an opportunity, you take Gohan and escape. With that, he dashed toward the 13th android. Before Piccolo could intervene, Krillin unleashed his solar flare, a blinding radiance that temporarily impaired the visual systems of the 13th android. Seizing the moment, Krillin and Piccolo hastily lifted Gohan and fled with all their might. As the brilliance dissipated, the scene was left desolate. Enraged by the feeling of being toyed with, the 13th android let out a furious roar to the heavens. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed from behind, Excuse me. Do you know where Son Goku is? The 13th android turned to face the source of the voice, a sinister smile spreading across its face as if it had found a new plaything to unleash its wrath upon. Chapter 48. Activation, the android's siblings on the other side. Vegeta pursued Dr. Gero to a desolate expanse dotted with towering rock formations. As he surveyed the area, his view was obstructed by the varying heights of the pillar-like stones. And due to the absence of any detectable aura from the androids, Vegeta found it impossible to sense Dr. Gero's current location. This incited a wave of frustration within him. Damn it, that wretched rat knows how to hide. He shouted downwards. If you don't come out, I wouldn't mind turning this place into a flat plain. However, 2.5 seconds passed without a response, further draining Vegeta's already scant patience. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a blast of energy, aimed directly at the ground below. In an instant, his action indeed forced Dr. Gero to reveal himself. The scientist swiftly appeared at the site of Vegeta's attack, arms outstretched, absorbing the energy with ease. Finally decided to show yourself? Vegeta, undeterred by the absorption of his energy, charged at Dr. Gero, but he clearly underestimated the scientist's speed. In the blink of an eye, Dr. Gero vanished once more into the thicket of rocks, utilizing the terrain to elude Vegeta's gaze. How infuriating. If you have the guts, come out and face me. Vegeta, now pushed to his limits, began indiscriminately bombarding the area below. Yet, each assault was flawlessly absorbed by Dr. Gero. At this point, it seemed Vegeta had engaged in a futile contest. Let us see just how much you can absorb, he declared, intensifying his attacks. Just then, Trunks finally arrived, positioning himself before Vegeta. Stop it, Dad. Vegeta-san. Continuing like this will only provide him with endless energy. The presence of Trunks managed to restore some semblance of reason in Vegeta, who paused his onslaught. Why are you here? Stay out of my way. He spat, pushing Trunks aside with disdain, regarding him with the same annoyance he held for Kakarot. No, you don't understand. The situation has far exceeded my expectations. Not only are the androids here different from those in the future, but it seems there are also androids appearing near Gohan. What? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished. Trunks continued. We should refrain from acting rashly. We could either assist Gohan or wait for Mr. Goku to return. But rather than calming Vegeta, Trunks' words ignited his fury. Kakarot. Always Kakarot. I am the strongest scion now. I want you to let that fool toy with me, and you want me to retreat? Use your brain. If he chooses to flee, he must have something up his sleeve. If we let him go now, capturing him later will be nearly impossible. Vegeta methodically analyzed the situation. As for Kakarot's son, if he can't handle a couple of scrap metal, he has no right to call himself a scion. In truth, Vegeta had an unwavering belief that Gohan would never falter against any foe. With that, Vegeta shot Trunks a scornful glance and resumed his search for Dr. Gero. Trunks pondered Vegeta's words, realizing there was some merit to his reasoning. Thus, he reluctantly followed Vegeta in scouring the terrain. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero, concealed below, was baffled by the sudden appearance of this young man, for he had no record of him in his files. He also overheard the mention of androids appearing elsewhere, which perplexed him further. However, soon enough, he formed several hypotheses. Could it be the computer I left behind with the Red Ribbon Army? Well, it's a coincidence. Yet, deep down, Dr. Gero held no expectations for the androids created from discarded projects. To him, they were merely imperfect creations. At most, he believed they could divert some of the Z-Fighters' attention, buying him a little time. His singular focus was to unseal androids 17 and 18. With their addition, whether it was Vegeta or Goku, there would be nothing more than a disorganized mob. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace towards his laboratory. On another front, Bulma couldn't shake her unease about the young man. Forget it, I must check on the situation, otherwise, I might as well not have come, she declared. Don't be ridiculous. Bulma, those beings are incredibly dangerous. If you go, no one will be able to protect you, Kaiatsu interjected. However, Bulma was resolute. Seeing her determined expression, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan felt a twinge of shame. Even Bulma, who was seemingly defenseless, dared to investigate, while they, seasoned martial artists, hesitated. Thus, they unanimously decided to accompany Bulma. Consequently, Bulma boarded a helicopter, flanked by Tien Shinhan and Yamcha for protection. Before long, guided by their directions, Bulma successfully located Trunks and Vegeta. The pair had searched extensively, yet found nothing. Upon seeing the newcomers, Vegeta seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations. Oh, it's just you lot. I thought you'd scurry back home to watch television. He then resumed his search, indifferent to their presence, ignoring Vegeta's taunts. Tien Shinhan and Yamcha treated his words as inconsequential. Bulma landed the helicopter, and Trunks rushed to her side. Mom, Bulma-san, it's so dangerous here. What are you doing? Trunks asked, his face flushed. Haha, I just wanted to see what the androids look like and check on you. So, tell me, is he a tall, handsome guy over 6 feet? Bulma teased, nudging his arm. This only reddened Trunks' face further, akin to a ripe tomato. No, he looks more like an old man, he replied. Is that so? However, Trunks suddenly recalled, but that face. I think I've seen it in a book about scientists. What? Do tell. Perhaps I can help you. Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Thus, Trunks described Dr. Gero's specific features. Does it sound like Dr. Gero? That guy should have disappeared long ago, Bulma remarked, intrigued. Attracted by the conversation, Vegeta interjected. What? Bulma, do you know where that guy is? I do. His laboratory is supposedly in a cave within the northern mountains, though I'm not sure exactly which one. Before Bulma's words could completely register, Vegeta had already taken off towards her indicated location. You. Unbelievable, Bulma lamented, accustomed to Vegeta's hasty demeanor. After ensuring Yamcha and Tien Shinhan would safely escort Bulma back, Trunks followed Vegeta's lead. Am I of any help to them? Bulma asked vacantly, glancing at Kaiatsu. Haha, of course. Now, let's South leave this place quickly. After Trunks and Vegeta departed, Kaiatsu felt an unsettling premonition, as if the androids would leap out from some hidden corner at any moment. On the other side, unencumbered by the multitude of obstacles present in the original narrative, Dr. Glow successfully arrived at the research facility ahead of time. He hoped that everything had been meticulously calibrated. With great enthusiasm, he first activated the dormant chamber of Subject 17. Slowly, the crimson-eyed Subject 17 opened its eyes, greeting him with, "Good morning, Dr. Glow." The amiable demeanor of Subject 17 led Drive Glow to mistakenly believe that both individuals had been entirely transformed. Encouraged, he proceeded to unlock the dormant chamber of Subject 18. Upon stepping out, Subject 18 stretched its limbs, then exchanged a knowing glance with Subject 17, their gazes fixated intently on the remote control in Dr. Glow's hand. Chapter 49, Vegeta, I shall confront 3. It seems that the issues afflicting both of you have been thoroughly rectified. Now I can rest easy. That damned Vegeta had the audacity to boast before me and even killed my android 19. I shall make him pay in blood for his transgressions. Dr. Gero clenched his fists in fury. Doctor, why have you also transformed yourself into an android? Number 17 inquired with feigned concern. Well, I too desire eternal life. For only then can I resurrect the former glory of the Red Ribbon Army. Once you eliminate Goku and his companions, it won't be long before I fulfill the long-cherished dream of establishing the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero declared, lost in a reverie of conquering the Z fighters and reclaiming dominion over the Earth. Yet at that moment of distraction, number 17, like a flash of lightning, snatched the remote control from Dr. Gero's grasp. Reacting swiftly, Dr. Gero gasped in alarm. What are you doing? Do you wish to be imprisoned again? Humph, old man. Without the remote, how will you confine us again? Number 17 retorted, crushing the device that dictated their fate underfoot. Now nothing can control us anymore. Ha ha ha. Dr. Gero, taken aback by this development, stumbled backward in fear. Meanwhile, number 18, idly observing, noticed a massive stasis pod behind her, emblazoned with the name number 16. Intrigued, she approached, intending to awaken whatever lay within. Dr. Gero, seemingly recalling something urgent, set aside his trepidation and urgently warned, do not awaken that one. He is merely a failure. If released, the consequences would be unfathomable. Number 17 smirked, and what consequences would those be? He is just a failed experiment, an incomplete creation, and he could very well go berserk. No one would be able to stop him. Ha ha ha, you mean to say his power exceeds ours? Don't make me laugh. Seeing his pleas fall on deaf ears, Dr. Gero attempted to intervene, only to be met with a powerful punch from number 17 that pierced his abdomen. At that moment, Vegeta and Trunks arrived, kicking open the door. They entered just in time to witness number 17, severing Drive Gero's head with a swift strike, followed by a brutal stomp to ensure his demise. Trunks' eyes blazed with hatred as he recognized the two androids. It's them. Damn it. Have I arrived too late? Trunks placed his left hand on the hilt of his sword, adopting a posture of readiness. However, Vegeta seemed utterly indifferent. Feeling a flicker of relief, finally, he had formidable adversaries to showcase the results of his 2.5 years of training. Yet, number 17 and number 18 appeared oblivious to Trunks and Vegeta's presence, engrossed in their own conversation. Humph, you old fool. You should have died long ago. We once had a decent life, but your existence robbed us of everything that rightfully belonged to us. Number 17's expression turned unusually wrathful. But thanks to you, we possess our current strength, which is rather fortunate. Number 18 chimed in. Trunks sensed an anomaly in their words. All right, let me see if you are truly as dangerous as that old man claimed. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his sword, aiming to prevent number 18 from awakening another android. However, number 17 effortlessly caught the blade with one hand. You, my friend, should think twice before launching an attack, he said with a dispassionate tone, forcing Trunks to retreat. Meanwhile, Vegeta, arms crossed and intrigued, observed the two androids. Forget it. Let her awaken that one. A weak opponent would merely diminish my prestige. How can you say that? What if the being inside is beyond our capacity to resist? Trunks argued anxiously. Are you even a scion? Always resorting to underhanded tactics to eliminate foes instead of confronting them with your own strength. Do you possess no pride? Vegeta admonished. What? Are you suggesting that we should jeopardize the safety of Earth and everyone for the sake of pride? If so, I would rather abandon such pride. Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. Humph, no wonder you fear. You have no idea how different I am from a few years ago. I am now the true essence of Super Saiyan Vegeta. You should consider returning to bathe, drink milk, and sleep. These androids are nothing but scrap metal to me. Whether they emerge one or two more makes no difference. They will all perish at my hands, Vegeta declared, pointing his thumb at himself. After Vegeta's confident proclamation, Trunks found himself believing that perhaps Vegeta had indeed cultivated extraordinary strength over these 3 years. After all, his demeanor radiated the compassion of a true strongman toward the weak. While the two debated, number 18 pressed a button, and the massive stasis pod erupted with steam. Number 16, towering at an impressive 2.5 meters, emerged, instilling dread at first glance. As he surveyed his surroundings, number 17 quickly came into view. So, you are number 16? You don't seem nearly as dangerous as that old man claimed. Your battle power appears quite ordinary. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter. You can follow us from now on. Were you also created to kill Goku? Number 18 inquired. Number 16 remained silent, merely responding with a nod. What a peculiar fellow. Let us leave this desolate cave. It's utterly pointless. Number 18 remarked dismissively. The trio then walked past Trunks and Vegeta, completely ignoring them. Trunks nearly reacted instinctively but felt relieved upon realizing they bore no hostility. Wonderful, it seems they currently hold no animosity toward us. Perhaps we should return and await Mr. Goku's return or gather Gohan and the others for another attempt. However, before he could finish, Vegeta interrupted, "How many times must I tell you? Do not mention Kakarot in my presence." Unbelievable, they dare to disregard me? Enraged, Vegeta charged after them. Wait, as the three prepared to leave, they were halted by Vegeta's imposing presence. Is there something you need, old man? Number 17 asked, visibly perplexed. What do you mean? What is this? I am the proud prince of the Scions, and you dare to ignore me? He questioned furiously. Apologies, but we have no interest in you. So we have naturally overlooked you. Regardless, is it important? Do you prefer to die one by one, or shall we fight you all at once? Vegeta boasted audaciously. What? So you wish to fight? If you want us to entertain you, that is acceptable. Number 18, shall it be you or me? 17 spoke lightly, as if merely engaging in a game. You may proceed. I have no desire to soil my attire. Hurry up, for I am eagerly anticipating our escapade in the city. 18 remarked while playfully tossing her hair. The figures of 17 and Vegeta gradually ascended into the sky. Prepare yourself, old man. My strikes may not be gentle. 17 said with a mischievous grin. Humph, is it just you? I wouldn't mind if all three of you decided to take me on. At that moment, Vegeta remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation.